South Africa. In examining the transition from the structures of government which obtained under apartheid to the new democratic system under Nelson Mandela, Christopher Pycroft wrote, "The government of national unity inherited a confused patchwork of local government systems and structures with structural divisions between urban and rural areas, between areas previously designated white and black, between areas formerly under the jurisdiction of the independent homelands and South Africa, and between the different provincial administrations that were responsible for local government in South Africa during the apartheid era, each with their own ordinances." 53. A three-phased approach to local government transition was adopted, in accordance with the recommendations of a local government negotiating forum put forward in July 1993. Phase 1 began in late 1993 and entailed replacing the existing local authorities with nominated, but more representative, structures. Phase 2 began following the holding on November 1, 1995 of elections to create 686 new local authorities throughout the country, and Phase 3 was concerned with designing the final structures for the local government system to be established over the next 3 to 4 years. There had been no single model of non-metropolitan local government under apartheid, and it proved difficult to reach agreement on a satisfactory model within the new democratic system. One problem was that the existing relevant legislation had an urban bias, while another was how to accommodate. 157. Traditional structures. In the end, no attempt was made to impose a uniform countrywide pattern. Transitional local councils, with full executive powers, were made responsible for providing services in the towns and urban areas. Transitional representative councils were created to meet the needs of some of the smaller towns and peri-urban areas, and key bodies called transitional district councils, TDCs, provided the full range of local government services throughout the rural areas in those provinces where they were established. The membership of TDCs included, controversially, councillors drawn from 4 interest groups: farmers, landowners and levy payers, farm labourers, women, and traditional leaders. 32% of the eligible population voted in November 1995. The ANC won outright majorities on 387 councils and the NP on 45. Voting did not take place in the metropolitan area of Cape Town nor throughout KwaZulu-Natal. 54. The outstanding local government elections took place there and elsewhere in May 1996. Inkatha retained rural support, though its vote was down on the 1994 general election, while the NP found favour with coloured voters in the Western Cape province. 9 provincial assemblies were created under the interim constitution and were given some powers and grants, but had access to only modest sources of independent revenue. As well as being underfunded, their powers were insufficiently defined. In the 1999 elections, the ANC retained power in 7 of them and gained ground in the other 2, KwaZulu-Natal and Western Cape, each of which was subject to internal divisions and tensions between the ANC and the ruling parties, Inkatha and the NP, respectively. 55. The provinces varied in the way in which they tackled the problems that faced them, and different outcomes ensued. Responsibility for providing local authority services to the 6 metropolitan areas was vested initially in transitional metropolitan counties. In the past, municipal rates, in Johannesburg, for example, had fallen mainly on suburban households rather than industry and commerce because the desire to attract foreign investment had kept company tax low. Since they paid most rates, whites had been generously represented, but this arrangement could not be justified in the new South Africa. The government succeeded in the difficult task of bringing together the old white-controlled cities and the surrounding black townships into single administrations to form 6 new megacity municipal authorities. In the December 2000 municipal elections, the ANC won 4 of these cities, but lost Cape Town, after failing in a determined effort to win over the mixed race or colored vote. It was also unable to gain an outright majority in Durban. The Democratic Party was the main beneficiary of the drop in support for the ANC and the IFP, and was emerging as the real opposition to President Mbeki's government. 158. However, the party had scant prospect of winning power at the center without a big increase in support from black electors. 56. States which have placed emphasis on deconcentration. Kenya under Jomo Kenyatta, the first president, 1964–78, the institution of local government was treated by the center as though it were just another government department, 57 virtually a branch of the state, after the French pattern. With a strong central apparatus, a rather weak political party in KANU, and a closely controlled local government system, Kenya had many of the characteristics of an administrative state. 58 That pattern, under which civil service provincial and district commissioners were the main agents of development, persisted under Daniel Arap Moi, Kenyatta's successor. In September 1982 the government adopted a strategy that entailed making the district the center for the planning, implementation, and management of rural development. 59 If one of the objectives of the new district focus was to raise the efficiency of rural administration, another was clearly political. Decentralization was a means of restructuring the social base of the Kikuyu-dominated state which Moi had inherited. It gave the president an opportunity to increase the flow of resources to the less developed regions populated by other ethnic groups, including his own, the Kalenjin, and entailed enlarging the power and role of the provincial administration and politicians in these regions, while marginalizing the central province, Kenyatta's former political base. The district focus helped Moi politically, but its economic impact was limited. While the district budgetary process was supposedly strengthened, the proportion of the national budget over which the districts had total control remained small. Basic policy was still made in Nairobi by central ministries, most of which proved reluctant to disaggregate their sectoral budgets on a district-by-district basis. Decentralization to the district level in Kenya therefore resulted in the deconcentration of administrative authority rather than in political devolution to elected local authorities. The autonomy of the latter, and especially of the county councils, which had been deprived of their three major functions, education, health, and roads, as far back as January 1970, was further reduced under the impact of persistent over-centralization, or what John Cohen identified as hierarchical, monopolistic, and bureaucratic control. 60 He urged the need to reduce the size of the public service, professionalize at senior levels and eliminate corruption, consolidate ministries and cut out duplication, and increase budgetary allocations to operating and 159. Maintenance funds in support of existing infrastructure and investment. In July 1999 the President, under pressure from the IMF and World Bank, undertook a sweeping reshuffle of senior civil servants and, in a surprise move, appointed Richard Leakey, the celebrated paleontologist and conservationist and a fearless government critic, as head of Kenya's public service to undertake essential reforms. Leakey did enough to unlock the credits which the IMF had held back, but over-centralization continued. Indeed, if anything, there was less autonomy, not more, for local government in Kenya and an inadequate resource base. 61 Côte d'Ivoire. The ghost of colonial-style district administration lived on in Kenya, as it certainly did in the Côte d'Ivoire. In the latter, as in other parts of Francophone Africa, local government was seen as set within an urban context, though in fact in sociological and economic terms the communes to which the designation urban was applied were mostly small market and administrative towns in a rural setting. Formally the communes were devolved local governments, each with the right to draw up and manage its own budget and its own resources. The mayor, often a person of high social and political status, and his assistants formed the executive and were formally accountable to the commune. They were elected as persons whose names appeared on a single list in a first-past-the-post system. Since the winner-takes-all principle operated, the system did not allow for an official opposition even following the advent of multi-party competition. Upon his election by the Commune Council, the mayor became an independent executive and state official, supported by a secretary-general and other staff who, at the senior level, were mostly seconded civil servants. They, and all other employees, were accountable to the mayor. By 1996 communalization had been extended to all the main settlements in the rural areas, bringing the total of communes to 196. Though the communes were legally empowered to perform a wide range of specified functions, they were subject to the tutelle of the Ministry of the Interior, which was exercised locally by the prefectural service. There were some 56 prefectures and 227 sub-prefectures in 1998. This tutelle was no mere formality and amounted to close central control, notably in relation to the commune's fiscal and financial systems. 62. Crook and Manners summarized the situation. American Samoa follows. The democratic potential of community-based devolved local authorities has been counterbalanced by an administrative and financial framework which retains tight central control over communal actions and programs. Although formally devolved, the structure of decentralization in fact reflects a determination to maintain central power. 63. 160. States which have sought to combine devolution and deconcentration. Botswana. 64. Though its local authorities remain subject to firm central control, Botswana has a better record of representative local government than most African states. The reasons for this include the democratic climate in which the country's 9 district councils and 5 city/town councils operate. This is reflected in the fact that the Botswana National Front, BNP, the main opposition party, has controlled the city council of Gaborone, the national capital, since 1984 and subsequently captured the Gaborone parliamentary constituency. Another reason is that Botswana, because of its diamond, copper, nickel, and beef export earnings, has had the resources to provide substantial financial underpinning for its local authorities. The latter are heavily dependent on the annual deficit grant which the central government, unwilling for political reasons to impose a tax on livestock, makes available to councils. In the pre-1974 period, all staff responsibilities were delegated to the local authorities. This arrangement was abandoned in 1974 on the ground that it was open to nepotism and other abuses and worked to the detriment of the smaller councils. The recruitment, posting, transfer, promotion and discipline of local authority staff other than industrial class employees then became the responsibility of the centrally directed Unified Local Government Service, ULGS, headed by a civil service establishment secretary. In 1979, the Presidential Commission on Local Government Structure in Botswana recommended that the district administration should remain a separate institution and that its principal functions should not, as a few senior civil servants and mainly central district councillors had urged, be transferred to the district council. This decision was justified on the ground that, with the partial exception of the council for the large and populous central district councils were not yet capable of handling substantial additional functions or resources. The central government still subjected district and town councils to fairly tight scrutiny and control and channeled the bulk of development expenditure in the districts to central ministries and departments. As in Kenya and Malawi, it continued to vest the effective control of district development in a generalist, and very senior, administrator who retained the old title of district commissioner. Ghana. 65. Since independence in 1957, successive Ghanaian governments, both civilian and military, have revised or changed the local government system which they inherited. The results have been almost universally disappointing for reasons which have ranged from over-centralization and the 161. Creation of non-viable local government units to political interference and corruption. After a long gestation period, a new, four-tiered integrated structure was formally introduced in 1974. Though this structure was never fully implemented, the 65 district councils that were created kept alive the concept of representative local government over the ensuing decade. Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings favored a populist form of democracy and established a countrywide network of People's Defense and Workers' Committees. Increasingly disliked, they were abolished in December 1984 and replaced by grassroots organizations which were less socially disruptive and somewhat more effective. In the more democratic climate which was emerging in the late 1980s, the Rawlings regime introduced new decentralization measures. Following nonpartisan elections held between December 1988 and February 1989, 107 district assemblies and 3 metropolitan assemblies were established and formed part of a single integrated hierarchy of government administration from local to national levels. Each assembly had its own executive committee, chaired by a prefect-like district secretary, and was expected to combine oversight of 22 deconcentrated line departments and agencies with the responsibilities, revenue powers, and functions of devolved local government authorities. This proved overambitious, and the system was subject to tight administrative and financial control from the center. A further difficulty arose because the democratic 1992 Constitution reaffirmed the nonpartisan nature of the elected assemblies, thereby taking no account of the problems likely to arise by the creation of a partisan central government, formed by Rawlings, now a civilian, and his National Democratic Congress, NDC, party following the holding of separate, competitive presidential and parliamentary elections in late 1992. The assemblies as constituted were too big for the community-style politics that Rawlings had always favored, and their number was therefore increased very substantially so that they could better handle small-scale projects and services. This action was taken against the advice of the World Bank, which was worried about problems of staffing, budgetary control and monitoring. However, the Ghanaian government took the view that this was the best solution, especially since the district assemblies would be complemented by the well-funded regional authorities which it intended to re-establish to cope with larger infrastructural developments, such as secondary schools, water, and roads. Improvements to the assembly's performance were, however, marginal, and the resultant popular frustration was reflected in the poor turnout for the second round of district assembly elections in April 1994. 162. Development planning and implementation. In the immediate post-independence period, African leaders differed over the strategy most likely to promote the development of their countries. However, they agreed substantially over methods. The instrument of both diagnosis and remedy is the development plan, commented Martin Minogue. The approach comes very close to the equation, development equals planning. Without planning, there can be no development. As he pointed out, both empirical research and common sense quickly demonstrated that these arguments were either false or inadequate. If planning is everything, wrote Aaron Wildavsky in 1973, maybe it's nothing. Professor Hansen had advanced the same argument some years earlier when, in the introduction to his study of planning in India, he observed that there was no general correlation between the extent of economic planning and the rate of economic growth, and that the very attempt to plan might actually retard the rate of growth. 66. Despite many instances of failure, planning continued. This was understandable. When resources, material and personnel, are scarce, it is important to assign priorities to the way in which they are allocated. The question facing government leaders was not therefore whether to plan or not to plan, but what kind of planning to adopt. In general, African states lacked the resources and the socio-political structures to undertake what we knew as Soviet-style centralist, imperative planning. Nevertheless, Guinea, after its break with France in 1958, and Mozambique, following independence in 1975, both went a long way in trying to determine centrally what should be produced, in what quantities and at what prices, and to exclude the free play of market forces by the imposition of rigid economic controls. This is not to suggest, however, that Mozambique allowed its socialist ideology to serve as an economic straitjacket, as Guinea did in the early 1960s, when the bid to maintain socialist purity had an adverse effect on economic planning and organization. 67. At the same time, other African states committed to socialist strategies of development or with sizable parastatal sectors were not content merely to emphasize desirable patterns of economic development and to do little or nothing to enforce them on the private sector. They and other African governments did not opt for indicative type planning, which was better suited to developed, industrialist societies, but chose a position roughly midway between the extremes of centrally planned and market-based economies. They adopted controlled planning within a mixed economy, though the mix between the public and private sectors might vary. 163. Substantially between one state and another, thereby allowing a greater or lesser scope for private enterprise. In this type of planning, the power of the state was invoked to secure a given rate of economic growth. In practice, in many African states the targets set for the private sector proved unrealistic because of the lack of adequate consultation with that sector during plan formulation. Moreover, because of their preference for public over private enterprise, new state leaders were inclined to overestimate the potential of the public sector. Thus, here again ideological commitment tended to work against rational economic decision-making. On the other hand, as Hansen shrewdly observed, if an economically rational decision upsets the political apple cart, it is not rational at all. In the wider context, the techniques of planning were inextricably intertwined with the politics of planning. 68. In the African context, the economic planner faced the immense difficulty of working with inadequate statistical data. Also, because of dramatic changes in world trading patterns and prices, and heavy debt in most cases, it was virtually impossible to forecast with any accuracy the size of the national revenue from one year to another. When the economic situation deteriorated and resulted in an acute shortage of foreign exchange, the state concerned was forced to seek assistance from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and World Bank on conditions which were felt to restrict its freedom to determine economic policy. This was, for example, the experience of the Côte d'Ivoire, with its reputation of having achieved an economic miracle since independence, following the collapse of coffee and cocoa prices from the second half of 1978-69 by the state. The World Bank, the primary multilateral institution with extensive resources for promoting long-term development, was starting to replace project loans to debtor-less developed countries, LDCs, with new structural and sectoral adjustment facilities. Supported by the IMF, which mainly provided short-term relief, other multilateral financial institutions and Western bilateral aid agencies, the bank made the grant and disbursement of development aid conditional upon the applicant country making changes in economic policy. These entailed currency devaluation, cutting defense expenditure, reducing the level of social services, removing food and other subsidies, reforming the public service and adopting economic liberalization measures. These measures entailed overhauling public enterprises which had a poor record of performance and making them efficient or, alternatively, privatizing them. It was one thing for a government to take steps of its own volition to improve economic performance, as the Tanzanian government did in drastically reforming the inefficient State Trading Corporation and National Milling Corporation in the 1970s and restoring the state-owned butcheries and sisal plantations to private hands in 1977 and 1985, respectively. But it 164 was quite another matter to have such measures imposed by an external body. To Nyerere and several other African leaders such action smacked of neocolonialism and infringed state sovereignty. They were reluctant to accept it. But dire need for financial assistance forced them eventually to acquiesce. Thus, the Tanzanian government felt obliged to accept in 1986 the tough conditions imposed by the IMF which it had resisted since 1979. The cost of withholding agreement could be high. When President Kaunda broke off Zambia's relations with the IMF and World Bank between 1987 and 1989, donor funding fell sharply. The depth of the new state's economic crisis was such that even socialist states like Angola and Mozambique joined the IMF. As the 1980s drew to a close, they and Ethiopia were becoming increasingly pragmatic in the policies which they pursued. Most African countries had virtually no alternative but to accept the economic and other conditions laid down by the international financial institutions. In the few African states, such as Botswana, where the drawing up of development plans continued as a realistic exercise, planning tended to become a continuous process, with built-in mechanisms for the periodic review and adjustment of a rolling plan. There was also a greater emphasis on setting specific and attainable targets rather than stating long-term objectives, as in the immediate post-independence period. From past experience a number of lessons stand out. Overall, as Arthur Lewis pointed out, Planning will not be successful without sensible politics and good public administration. 70. The political leadership must be strongly committed to the planning process. Early experience, in Nigeria in 1960-1, Tanzania in 1964, and Zambia in 1966, showed the futility of producing a planner's plan, to which the politicians did not feel committed and which they subsequently sought to change by introducing major projects not incorporated in the original plan. 71. A prime example of this occurred in the Ivory Coast in the 1970s when the Ivorian authorities abandoned the principal industrial projects of the Third Plan, covering the 1976-80 period, in favor of costly prestige projects, of which the most notorious was the building of an inland capital city based on the president's hometown of Yamoussoukro. 72. It can be stated categorically that a plan which is technically sound will stand little chance of general implementation unless it becomes the focus of all government economic activity. Another prerequisite is that adequate resources must be available, both in terms of administrative personnel and finance, to implement the plan. Yet another, if decentralization is to become a reality, is that the upcountry areas must be given the specialist support to make a reality of planning from below. 165. In this chapter, I have argued that while Riggs was right to stress the importance of the ecological context within which the administration operates, for new state public servants cannot, like their colonial counterparts, stand outside the society which they help to rule, he was mistaken in asserting that the bureaucracy in underdeveloped countries would inevitably acquire the characteristics of the Sala. My contention is that while the bureaucracy may in some instances be strong in relation to the political institutions of the post-colonial state, it does not therefore constitute an autonomous center of power, free of political control. Indeed, the post-independence trend was for the effectiveness of the bureaucracy to be reduced because political control, far from being too weak, was too strong, as a result, above all, of the growth of powerful presidential institutions. Moreover, the bureaucracy has tended to be over-centralist since independence and to lack the organizational capacity to perform the multiple tasks piled upon it by new African governments, including the management of a vast parastatal sector and the drawing up and implementation of development plans. The advent of multi-party politics has changed, without necessarily diminishing, the bureaucracy's role, while privatization and other reform measures will not, as I indicated in the case of Botswana, remove the need for state regulation and control of the economy. Again, administrators rather than politicians will in most cases be responsible for conducting detailed negotiations with external donors. An effective and disciplined bureaucracy is in fact essential for the well-being of any state, whether democratic or authoritarian, whether ruled by civilians or military personnel. The next chapter focuses on the military and begins by asking why the military intervenes in politics. 7. Military intervention. Since independence in, or about, 1960, civilian governments have been supplanted by the military in over half of Africa's states, while in many of these states, especially in Anglophone Africa, one wing of the military has subsequently been displaced by another, as in Nigeria in July 1966, 1975, and 1985, Ghana in 1978 and 1979, and Burkina Faso in 1987. Several other states have experienced serious coup attempts, including Gabon in 1964, Angola in 1977, and Kenya in 1982. Such statistics underline the basic instability of most African governments, irrespective of whether the former colonial power was Britain or France, Belgium, Italy, Portugal, or Spain, whether the state was one party, like Ghana and Mali, or multi-party, like Dahomey, in 1963, and Nigeria, until 1966 and between 1979 and 1983, 2. Whether the character of the regime was conservative or radical, Niger and Ahmed Ben Bella's Algeria offered contrasting examples, and whether the state concerned was prosperous, like oil-rich Libya, or desperately poor, like Burkina Faso, Upper Volta until August 1984. Coups, motives and lessons. Though opinions differ as to why the military intervenes in the first place, certain facts seem incontrovertible. First, the army can stage a coup because, having control of the weaponry, it has the capacity for organized violence. As the cases of Togo, Burundi, Chad, and the Central African Republic illustrated at the time when military intervention occurred, the size of the army, either absolutely or in relation to the civilian population, is not normally a factor. However, the very small number of officers and men engaged in the Nigerian coup of January 1966 proved a major disadvantage in the south, where the coup substantially misfired. 3. The absence of physical obstacles is an advantage for a small force. Thus, the fact that Freetown, the capital of Sierra Leone, lay sandwiched between the mountains and the sea made the city particularly vulnerable to an army takeover. 4. Second, coups are usually undertaken by those who have operational command, such as battalion commanders. However, more senior officers may soon be brought in both to minimize the disruption to the army's internal command structure and to give respectability to the regime. This happened in Nigeria in January 1966 and in Ghana the next month, though not in Mali in late 1968 or Liberia in 1980. The Liberian coup, which brought Master Sergeant Samuel Doe to power, and the mutiny of other ranks, with the backing of a number of warrant officers, in Sierra Leone in April 1968, showed that coup leaders in Black Africa are not exclusively commissioned officers. Ambitious non-commissioned officers and privates have left their mark on civil, military relations. 5. In the third place, African coups are typically army coups. The Ghanaian case of coups in 1979 and 1981, both led by an Air Force officer, Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings, did not really break this pattern since soldiers were among the armed services personnel involved. It was the attempted coup by members of Kenya's Air Force in August 1982 that was atypical. The police alone are unlikely to stage a coup, though a police paramilitary unit may be capable of doing so. On the other hand, the police, being scattered among the civilian population, may be a useful ally of the military. 4th, training has an uncertain role. Officers trained at Sandhurst or Mons, as well as officers trained at Saint-Cyr, the French military academy, have taken part in coups despite the inculcation during training of a tradition of military non-intervention. Indeed, as we shall see below, the Nigerian case showed that Sandhurst training and year of entry into the army served as cohesive factors among the majors who staged the January 1966 coup. On the other hand, training may prove divisive if, as in Ghana in the 1960s, officers of the same army are sent for training in different countries. This was also the experience in mainland Tanzania, where an army mutiny occurred in January 1964. Finally, there is the psychological factor, that is, once the barrier which deters the military from intervening has been broken in one state, it may be broken in a neighboring state, or, the military having intervened once in a state, it may be disposed to intervene again. Dahomey, now the Republic of Benin, which experienced 6 coups in less than 10 years, is the prime example of the latter phenomenon. Even Upper Volta/Burkina Faso, one of the more democratic francophone states in the 1960–80 period, underwent 4 military takeovers in little more than 7 years in the 1980s. Such incursions are not after all surprising if the military is regarded as constituting a potential ruling elite who want to gain, or regain. 169. Access to state resources. In this sense, coups, and perhaps especially counter-coups, are part of a pattern of elite circulation. 6. Though substantial agreement may be reached on points such as these, the basic question remains, why has the military intervened so frequently in African states, as in many other parts of the Third World? There are many theories. One approach associated with S.E. Feiner explained intervention primarily in terms of the social environment in which the military functions. The theory is that Third World states, being of low or minimal political culture, are particularly susceptible to military intervention. The Janowitz school, on the other hand, pointed to the properties of the military itself, to its hierarchical organization and its distinctive patterns of recruitment and training, control, and discipline. Robin Luckham drew upon both these schools to argue that there is no one variable which is the key to civil, military relations. His own theoretical framework, therefore, put a number of the different variables together and led him to make the analytic distinction between the army which, as the custodian of the national interest, fulfilled a guardian role, and the Praetorian type army which, though retaining distinct group interests of its own, was sucked into politics. Ruth first observed that whatever the political background to a coup d'état, when the army acts it generally acts for army reasons, in addition to any it may espouse. Samuel Deckelot took up and broadened this observation by asserting, though they may be predominant, secondary, or merely coincidental with civic unrest, corporate and personal motives are invariably present in coup situations and cannot be ignored. 7. What none of these theories satisfactorily explains, however, is why the military has taken power in some African states and not in others. For alongside the many African states that have experienced successful coups and counter-coups are a sizable number which have retained their civilian governments over a long period. Among them are Botswana and Swaziland in southern Africa, Gabon, Malawi, and Zambia in Central Africa, Kenya, Mauritius, and Tanzania in East Africa, Senegal and Cameroon in West Africa, and Morocco in North Africa. Until the early 1990s, 4 states, the Côte d'Ivoire in Francophone Africa and the Gambia, Malawi, and Zambia in Anglophone Africa, were still headed by the nationalist leaders who had brought their countries to independence a generation earlier. Former presidents who voluntarily relinquished power were Senghor of Senegal, 1981, Amadou Ahidjo of Cameroon, 1982, and Nyerere of Tanzania, 1985, though Ahidjo subsequently regretted taking this step and tried, unsuccessfully, to stage a comeback in 1983-4. The above list subdivides into a small group of states in sub-Saharan Africa, including Botswana, Senegal, since Mamadou Diaz attempted 170 coup failed in 1962, and Swaziland, which have experienced neither coups nor serious attempts at a coup, and a second group of states which have kept their civilian leadership but where there have been significant coup attempts. Among the latter group are Gabon, where only French intervention kept Leon Mbé's government in power in 1964, and Kenya, where the General Service Unit, established for security purposes, put down an Air Force attempt to overthrow President Daniel Arap Moi's government in 1982. There were anti-government conspiracies in Zambia in October 1980 and, allegedly, in February 1993, and also in Tanzania early in 1983, the conspiracy in Tanzania being more serious than the government was willing to admit. In short, though the civilian leaders survived in states such as these, it was not because their opponents did not try to topple them. It cannot be convincingly argued that coups were not attempted, or where attempted did not succeed, because the states in question had a higher level of political culture than the countries where the armed forces intervened successfully, as compared with Nigeria, for example, several of them patently had not. It is indeed difficult to validate the argument relating to political culture by comparing one African state with another. The significant fact is that, by comparison with the developed states, virtually all African countries are weak in terms of political culture and are, therefore, susceptible to military intervention. To this extent, Feiner's argument is valid. In fairness, it should be added that Feiner did not present a unicausal explanation of coups. Both he and Huntington, who also stressed the social environment in which the military functions, 8 appreciated the need to consider the composite nature of the armed forces. There appears, then, to be an element of chance at work, resulting in some regimes being toppled by coups, but not others. This point needs to be recalled as we consider rational explanations of the survival of civilian regimes. The argument that the non-coup states are better off economically than the coup states also cannot be sustained. True, in relative terms, Kenya and the Côte d'Ivoire, which did not experience a coup until December 1999, prospered, particularly in the period up to 1978, though the distribution of wealth, both between regions and individuals, was uneven. On the other hand, Malawi and Tanzania remained poor countries, while Zambia, like Tanzania, has been in economic decline since the mid-1970s. On present evidence, it is also unlikely that the non-coup states, as a group, have better preserved the corporate interest of their armed forces or better promoted the well-being of individual officers than the states where the military has assumed power. While the personal ambition of military officers may precipitate a coup, as in Uganda in 1971, this factor is in general probably more important in explaining the counter-coup than first-time military intervention. 171. Alongside the ambitions of military personnel should be set two other factors in explaining why some states have retained civilian governments after independence. One is the external dimension, which has two aspects: military intervention by overseas powers, notably France, and intervention by African armies. In order to preserve cohesion, I have relegated this discussion to a separate subsection at the end of the section on military intervention. The other explanation for the survival of civilian regimes is the political skill shown by leaders such as Habib Bourguiba of Tunisia, eventually removed peacefully in October 1987 on the grounds of senility, Houphouët Boigny, Nyerere and Konda. The converse would also appear to be true, that the lack of political skill, and the manipulation of elections, may precipitate a coup or encourage a counter-coup. As we shall see, the handling by the Nigerian federal government of the crisis in the western region in 1964-5 and Major General Aguiyi Ironsi's unification decree of early 1966 were cases in point, while the 1967 military takeover in Sierra Leone was, according to Cartwright, to a very large extent, the responsibility of one man, Sir Albert Margai, and a handful of advisors. 9 Albert Margai certainly lacked the political skill and conciliatory attitude displayed by his elder brother, Sir Milton Margai, in maintaining the country's political system, but Cartwright's statement oversimplifies a complex situation. This merits our brief attention because of the light which it throws on civil, military relations in Sierra Leone in the pre-coup period. Albert Margai faced a problem which had not existed under Sir Milton's premiership, when British officers had held most of the army's staff and line commands, namely that of establishing civilian control of a military organization manned by African officers. Sir Albert did not, like President Nkrumah, seek to establish party control of the military or, when that failed, to build up a countervailing force. Instead, he encouraged the civilian and military elites, who were predominantly men, to join together in defense of their mutual interests. His relationship with Brigadier David Lanzana, the army commander, was the most notable of the many links established between the army and the Sierra Leone People's Party, SLPP. Faced with electoral defeat at the hands of Siaka Stevens and the APC in March 1967, it was natural both for the Prime Minister and the members of his government to turn for succour to Brigadier Lanzana and for the Brigadier to respond by arresting Siaka Stevens and declaring martial law, thus, as he claimed at his trial, averting civil disorder. The coup, then, did represent a failure of leadership, collective as much as individual, but its genesis lay in the development of a kind of symbiotic relationship between the civilian and military elites in the period prior to the initial coup, a coup that was to fail because the army was not united behind its commanding officer. 10. 172. Following intervention, the military is usually quick to justify its action, and the Sierra Leonean officers who ousted Brigadier Lanzana and formed the National Reformation Council on March 25, 1967 were no exception. In Ghana, in February 1966, the army explained that it had intervened to end autocracy and restore democracy, to check corruption and revive a bankrupt economy, to stop political interference with the army and police, and to prevent further rash foreign adventures. These reasons were largely negative. Constitutional integrity was to be restored and the economy revived, but no fundamental reform was proposed. 11. At the end of the day, the dominant motive for intervention in Ghana remains unclear. Evidence of the personalization and abuse of power, of Nkrumah's absorption with foreign affairs to the neglect of good domestic housekeeping, as well as of economic mismanagement and corruption, had existed for several years. These considerations may have disposed the military to intervene, but if they were the prime cause of the coup, why had the armed forces not intervened sooner? The answer to this question may be military professionalism. The adherence to British standards was well entrenched in the Ghanaian army, and its officers may have been unwilling to turn against the country's legally established government until they were convinced that no other realistic alternative was open to them. The new factor in 1966 may have been not so much the creation of the one-party state 2 years earlier, since this changed little politically, but the army's growing perception of the strong threat to its corporate interests represented by several of the president's measures, and above all by his creation of the president's own Guard Regiment, POGR. In the Ghanaian case, at least, there is sufficient empirical evidence to substantiate Ruth First's contention that when the military stage a coup d'état, army reasons are invariably present, if not necessarily paramount. 12 There may also have been an ideological motive for military intervention in Ghana. Emmanuel Hansen, writing from a Marxist perspective, pointed out that the officer corps of the Ghanaian armed forces broadly shared an ideological posture very close to that of the economic nationalists, of whom Kayeg Bidema, a former finance minister under Nkrumah, had been a leading spokesman. The argument is that the coup makers therefore sought to capture state power in order to reverse the policies of the Nkrumah regime both at home and abroad. This entailed encouraging private entrepreneurial activity and restoring other aspects of the colonial economy. 13 Another explanation, put forward by Samuel Dekolo, is that Colonel E.K. Kodoka, the leading conspirator, had a personal motive for intervention. He is said to have been on poor terms with Major General C.M. Berwa, the army commander recently appointed by Nkrumah, and consequently to have feared for his professional advancement. 14 But this 173. 2. Is entirely speculative. While the personal element cannot be dismissed, it probably counted for less in Ghana in 1966 than in 1972, when Colonel Ika Kimpung removed Dr. Bush's government, and for a great deal less than in Major General Amin's 1971 Uganda coup. In the latter case, Amin's personal fears and ambitions were compounded by President Abed's serious lack of judgment in leaving such an unstable officer in command of his army at a time when he himself would be out of the country. 15 From the above discussion, it is clear that the causes of military intervention can vary from state to state. What about Nigeria, Africa's most populous state? As we noted earlier, the Federal Republic of Nigeria inherited a system of regional power which was wielded by 3 major political parties. In the absence at this time of a truly nationalist party with a nationwide appeal, a coalition government ruled at the center and, because of the North's numerical, though not technical or educational, superiority, was dominated by the NPC. As the events of 1964-5 made clear, the latter was determined to hold power at all costs. 16 However, it was not only Northerners who abused their power. The impression was widespread that Nigerian politicians generally were self-seeking and corrupt. The politicians failed to agree on methods of resolving conflict. Nowhere was conflict more bitter than in the troubled western region, the cockpit of Nigerian politics. 17 The internal split within the ruling Action Group in 1962 set in motion a chain of events which, with the controversy over the 1963 national census and the crisis-ridden federal election of December 1964, constituted the backdrop to military intervention in January 1966. The culminating event in the western region to reveal the bankruptcy of the old political order was the holding in October 1965 of regional elections. These were rigged by Chief Akintola's Nigerian National Democratic Party, NNDP, government and resulted in the widespread breakdown of law and order in the region. The federal government, of which the NNDP was now a junior partner, failed to deal with the crisis and therefore shared the discredit of its ally. Maladministration, corruption, electoral abuse, and even thuggery had evidently become the coinage of Nigerian politics, and the legitimacy of the civilian authorities was gravely weakened. The coup can, however, also be explained in historical terms as a victory for nationalism over regionalism, with the majors and captains who effected the coup of January 1966 seen as the reincarnation of the radical Zekists of the late 1940s. 18. In his excellent study of the coup, Luckham has pointed out that the conspirators belonged to the professional elite in the officer corps, with one exception. All the majors had university or Sandhurst training and all except one of the captains were Sandhurst trained. 19. Though politicization of the army was not very marked as far as the majority of the officers, 174, were concerned until the January coup, the two key figures in the coup, Majors C.K. Nzogwu and E.A. Ifejuna, who coordinated operations in the north and south, respectively, had far-reaching civilian contacts and intellectual interests. Nzogwu had socialist inclinations and Ifejuna, a graduate of the University of Ibadan, had close associations with radical intellectuals in the civil service and universities. The core conspirators at least had an explicit set of political objectives, a fact substantiated in books subsequently written by two of the participants. 20. They aimed to destroy the authority of the old, conservative political order and to put an end to the North's political dominance. There was, however, no clear evidence of any link-up with the United Progressive Grand Alliance, UPGA, opposition, which had been defeated in the 1964 federal election. Moreover, although almost all the conspirators were Igbos and their principal victims were non-Igbos, they included the federal prime minister, a northerner, whose death had not been planned, the northern and western premiers, and virtually all the northern and some Yoruba senior officers who monopolized top army positions. The coup was not the result of an Igbo plot. On the other hand, an ethnic element was present insofar as ethnic ties facilitated organizational requirements, ease of communication, secrecy, and group cohesion, and interaction among military colleagues who were of the same rank, major and captain, belonged to the same entry cohort, 1957-60, and also shared, perhaps unconsciously, similar values and outlook. Whatever the real motives of the coup makers, who voluntarily surrendered power to Major General Ironsey, the Army's general officer commanding, the belief was widespread among Northern soldiers that there had been an Igbo plot. This belief was encouraged both by the failure of the Ironsey regime to prosecute the conspirators and by the advancement, though justified in demographic and seniority terms, of Igbo officers to senior positions in the Army hierarchy. The dismissal of prominent Northerners in both Army and civilian life was widely predicted. The strong alienation of Northern rank and file from the Ironsey regime came to be shared by Northern junior officers when, in May 1966, Ironsey, who was personally courageous but politically inept, issued Decree No. 34 with the intention of scrapping the country's federal constitutional structure and establishing Nigeria as a unitary state administered by a single national public service. Matters were made worse when Ironsey persisted with this policy even after the outbreak of rioting in several northern cities later in the same month. In July, the junior officers, predominantly northern but with a sprinkling of Yorubas and Midwesterners, and other ranks drawn from all parts of the North, launched a series of poorly coordinated operations, as a result of which Ironsey was killed and his regime toppled. This counter-coup represented in 175 part a revolt against authority from below by junior officers and NCOs. Nevertheless, ethnic or regional cleavages were much more explicit in July than they had been in the previous January, and the revolt occurred because these cleavages became linked with organizational strains within an army that was fulfilling the unfamiliar role of government and was therefore directly exposed to pressures from the wider society. What conclusions can be drawn from this case study? It shows first that the interaction of political and organizational variables differed over time. An army which had been predominantly non-political before the January coup became politicist after it, as army discipline broke down and civil, military boundaries fragmented. Second, the coup leaders in January 1966, as distinct from the army officers as a whole, were radically inclined and had clear political objectives. They sought to sweep away the old political order which rested on northern dominance. Third, the study shows that ethnicity and regionalism became more important as vehicles of political expression after the January coup than they had been before it, and that the flashpoint occurred when these vertical cleavages in society became intertwined with organizational tensions within the army. Finally, it suggests that personal motives, such as the fear that their promotion would be blocked, might have influenced the majors in January 1966, as they did the junior officers and NCOs the following July. Further lessons can be learned from other states where coups occurred, including Dahomey/Benin, which experienced 6 military coups and counter-coups in 9 years, 1963 to 72, and Uganda. In Dahomey the backdrop to intervention was provided by deep regional and ethnic animosities, a three-cornered struggle for political supremacy, a weak economy, a high level of unemployment, trade union resistance to austerity cuts, and a politicist military hierarchy presiding over a cleavage-ridden army. 21 In Uganda, in 1971, Major General Amin was strongly motivated by personal fears and ambitions, though corporate reasons were present on this occasion too. The military resented the preferential treatment given to the Special Forces, an elite unit equivalent to Ghana's POGR, and to a rapidly growing paramilitary police organization called the General Service Unit. The military may also have been motivated by economic interests, though ethnicity was probably a more powerful force than class on this occasion. Objectively, military privilege was not threatened by President Abid's move to the left, since his government was incapable of enacting its socialist proposals. However, elements within the army may have believed that a socialist state would eventually be established in Uganda to the detriment of their own economic and social positions, and that a less well-off army would be made to undertake self-help projects, including the building of roads, bridges, and schools, on Tanzanian lines. 22. 176. These various cases suggest that the factors to be taken into account in explaining military intervention in Africa are frequently multiple and complex. Besides the level of political culture and the protection of the military's corporate interests and personal ambitions, weight may need to be given to economic conditions, political motivation and ideological persuasion, class interest and factional rivalries, the demonstration effect of other coups, the political skill, or lack of it, shown by the incumbent leadership, and external relations with civilian political groups or, on occasion, with foreign powers. External manipulation, for example, by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, is a possibility in some cases, though there are usually sufficient internal causes of military intervention to render the conspiracy argument suspect. The mix between these variables will differ from one state to another. The corporate interests of the army seem to count for less in Nigeria in January 1966 than they did in Ghana the following month, while the political leanings of the Nigerian coup makers evidently counted for more. To construct a typology of military interventions is not easy, thus, Huntington's three categories of breakthrough, guardian, and veto coups are only partially relevant to Africa. 23 While certain generalizations about military intervention can usefully be made, each case is ultimately sui generis, to be understood by studying the military organization of the state concerned and the political and socio-economic context in which that organization operated. External intervention. Military intervention by French forces would appear to be of paramount importance in explaining why certain of the Francophone states have avoided coups, and also why, until quite recently, Francophone military regimes generally proved more stable than their Anglophone counterparts. 24 Francophone states, including all 16 of France's former sub-Saharan African territories except Guinea, maintained military technical assistance agreements with France, and 8 of them, the non-coup states of Cameroon, Gabon, and Senegal among them, entered into defense agreements also. In 1994 France had an estimated 8,450 troops deployed in Africa, 1,200 in the Central African Republic, 750 in Chad, 500 in the Côte d'Ivoire, 4,000 in Djibouti, 800 in Gabon, and 1,200 in Senegal. In addition, 792 French military advisors were assigned to 20 African countries. In recent years France has undertaken a phased withdrawal of troops stationed in Africa. The number dropped to 7,913 in mid-1997 and will fall to some 5,000 in 2002, representing a 40% reduction overall. The French 177. Government also closed 2 military bases in the Central African Republic. Its interests in East, Central, and West Africa are now covered by the bases retained in 5 countries: Chad, Djibouti, France's largest overseas base, Gabon, Senegal, and the Côte d'Ivoire. French policy favors expanding an airborne rapid deployment force, La Force d'Action Rapide, stationed in the metropolis but available for dispatch at short notice to African trouble spots. 24. In this way the French government has sought to fulfill the undertaking given in 1994 by Édouard Balladur, the French Prime Minister, that the French would support peacekeeping situations that were proprement africaines, capable d'intervenir rapidement en Afrique pour des opérations de maintenir de la paix sur mandat des Nations Unies. 25. France continued to supply military equipment to most francophone states and launched a program to strengthen Africa's own peacekeeping capacities. In 1998 the French government allocated some FF.180 million in support of multilateral peacekeeping efforts, which included setting up training centers and holding exercises in a number of francophone countries. In the post-independence period France honored the elaborate network of agreements and logistical support structures which it had established. These enabled the French army to intervene at least 30 times in Africa from 1963 onwards. Taking the period from 1977, it intervened, in some cases to reinforce troops already on the ground, in the Central African Republic, Chad, Comoros, Gabon, briefly, Mauritania, Rwanda, Somalia, as part of a UN operation, and Zaire, in 1978, and again in 1991 when France and Belgium airlifted soldiers to Kinshasa, the capital, to protect their nationals. In 1991 French forces stationed in Djibouti were deployed in the north following a rebellion of the Afars. The list is lengthy, but the core French states, Cameroon, the Central African Republic, Côte d'Ivoire, Gabon, Senegal, and Togo, were capable at most times of looking after themselves. Well into the 1990s, when the situation looked like getting out of hand, as in Gabon, following disturbances in 1991, French assistance for these countries, central to France's economic interests, was made readily available. As Robin Luckham explained in 1982. In the core francophone states, those in which French investment is more broadly spread and the community of expatriate Frenchmen is large, things were not permitted to degenerate to the point where such intervention was needed. With the current 1982 exception of Senegal, they all have authoritarian single-party regimes, underpinned by tightly controlled internal security services. In all, France's military weight has been cast firmly behind the ruling class, a good indicator being its role as their major weapons supplier. 26. 178. After 1990, there were signs of a change in French attitudes towards governments that were dictatorial and corrupt. They could no longer count on French support. Thus, significantly, France did not intervene to prop up the ailing and discredited military regimes of Mathieu Kirikau in Benin and Mao Traoré in Mali, both of whom lost power in March 1991, or that of Nassing B. Ayadima in the tiny West African Republic of Togo, when the country's National Political Conference stripped him of all but ceremonial powers in August of the same year. However, France's African policy was ambiguous and even contradictory, as subsequent events in Togo and the Côte d'Ivoire made clear. Early in December 1991 around 300 French troops, based in the Central African Republic and Chad, were sent to Benin so that they could, if necessary, quickly intervene in neighboring Togo to protect French nationals who were under threat from mutinous soldiers loyal to Ayadima. Most mutineers belonged to his own ethnic group, the Kaby. In the event, only 30 troops were sent to Togo to guard the French embassy in Lomé. The intriguing aspect of this incident was the statement by Roland Dumas, France's foreign minister, that French troops would not intervene to defend the reformist government of Joseph Koka-Kofigo, the Togolese prime minister. He thus called into question his government's general commitment to the democratic process which it had encouraged its former colonies to carry out. The minister also said, no less intriguingly, that in due course France would reconsider its military cooperation agreements in Africa. 27 The immediate implication of this statement was that France's former colonies should learn to stand on their own feet. Martin has argued perceptively, in the final analysis, France's military presence in Africa is determined by three main factors: the size and degree of her economic interests and involvement, the number of French residents, and the nature of the links existing between France and the national ruling elites. Ultimately, one suspects that the main objective is to help pro-French regimes stay in power. 28 In the case of Rwanda in the 1990s, the two last considerations would seem to have been particularly important. France, which had already intervened twice in Rwanda to give support to President Habyarimana against an incursion by rebels opposing his regime, pushed for a further intervention to halt the genocidal chaos which followed his death in April 1994. Many commentators saw Operation Turquoise, a French-led multinational intervention in June 1994 with troops drawn from mainly francophone African states, as a smokescreen to cover France's earlier involvement. They accused France of training the genocidaires and, under the auspices of the 179 supposedly humanitarian intervention, helping to spirit the murderers and their blood-stained elite out of Rwanda. An official French inquiry conducted in 1998 cleared France of direct involvement in the massacres, but admitted that policy in the region had been short-sighted and naive. 29 France had indeed sleepwalked into a disaster on the assumption that established policy would continue to work. 30 That it did not meant that some change was inevitable. However, selective intervention in the future was not ruled out, as was evidenced between 1994 and 1997 when French forces were dispatched to Comoros in October 1995, the Central African Republic in May 1996 to maintain the democratic state, and the Congo from March 1997. It therefore came as a surprise when in December 1999 the French condemned the military's overthrow of the Bidi government in the Côte d'Ivoire, a core francophone state central to France's economic interests, but made no attempt to intervene. Possibly, the thinking in French official circles was that the former Ivorian government had only itself to blame for the weakness of its security arrangements. After all, the neighboring state of Guinea had been able to look after itself, suggesting perhaps that the dependence on France of its former colonies should not be overstated. Under Ahmed Sékou Touré, 1958–84, Guinea afforded an example of a French-speaking state whose internal security services and links with a neighboring state, Sierra Leone, were adequate, without French underpinning, to survive a serious coup attempt, mounted by Guinean dissidents with Portuguese backing, in 1970, and to maintain a harsh civilian regime over a 26-year period. Zaire, a Belgian colony before independence, also established a French connection, although, in addition, President Mobutu Sese Seko cultivated defense links with the USA, subsequently of diminished importance, Belgium, China, and Israel. Of the English-speaking states, Kenya came nearest to the neo-colonial francophone model. It provided Britain with training facilities in Kenya and granted the USA, from which it came to buy most of its defense equipment, the right to use in an emergency the port of Mombasa and 2 air stations. Another aspect of the external dimension is the use of African armies, as distinct from French or other European forces, as an instrument of foreign policy in relations between African states. Arnold Hughes and Roy May examined 29 instances of, mostly bilateral, transnational military intervention in Black Africa between 1960 and 1984. They identified 18 cases as regime-supportive and 6 as regime-opposing interventions. Their other 5 examples fell into the state-supportive category, 31 where the object of external intervention was to ensure the survival of the state itself in the face of internal disintegration and external aggression, rather than to maintain, or undermine, a particular regime. Chad is a case in point, except that Libya acted to support. 180. Gu County Al-Da'i both in government and opposition, and always to promote its own interests. Guinea and Tanzania especially provided military assistance to threatened regimes. By contrast, Nigeria was restrained in the external use of its substantial military power, though it responded to Tanzania's call for help following the army mutiny in January 1964 and was instrumental in the dispatch, in the name of the OAU, of a Nigerian-led multinational peacekeeping force to Chad in December 1981 and of a West African force, under the auspices of the Economic Community of West African States. ECOWAS, to war-torn Liberia in 1990 and subsequently to Sierra Leone. Firm evidence of regime-opposing military intervention is rarer, though clear-cut cases were the Tanzanian army's overthrow of Idi Amin, the Ugandan dictator, in 1979 and Angola's intervention in Congo-Brazzaville in 1997 in support of Colonel Denis Sassou Nguesso's successful armed struggle to oust Pascal Lissouba's lawfully elected government. The evidence assembled suggested first, that short-term bilateral interventions, such as the dispatch of Senegalese troops to the Gambia in 1981 to sustain President Sir Dawda Jawara's government, were successful, and secondly, that civilian regimes, often radical and frequently poor, were more likely than military regimes to use their national armies on external military missions. A further conclusion, namely that the motives for external intervention may be mixed, can be drawn from Zimbabwe's intervention in 1985 on behalf of Samora Machels's beleaguered government in its fight against rebels belonging to Renamo. The stationing of more than 10,000 Zimbabwean troops in Mozambique was in part a good neighborly gesture, but it was also a costly one and underlined the importance that Zimbabwe attached to keeping open the vital supply line between the key port of Beira and Harare, the Zimbabwean capital. Above all, 5 African states, Angola, Namibia, Rwanda, Uganda, and Zimbabwe, had mixed motives in intervening in Zaire/the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Chad and Sudan also became involved at one stage. Rwanda and Uganda gave military backing to Laurent Kabila's long struggle to oust Mobutu's dictatorial regime, but in neither case was their intervention divorced from their own national interest. Rwanda's Tutsi-dominated army intervened to prevent Hutu ex-soldiers and militiamen, the Interahamwe, who had taken part in the 1994 massacre of some 800,000 mainly Tutsi men, women, and children, from carrying out their threat to liberate Rwanda. Uganda's primary interest, at least initially, was to prevent the use of Congolese territory for rebel/anti-government attacks across its western border. The two states, which had parallel strategic interests, 32 were instrumental in getting rid of Mobutu in May 1997 and installing Kabila in power. Much was expected of a man with little political experience at a national 181 level. By the end of 1998, however, it was clear that Kabila's promise of full, early democratization would not be fulfilled. He revealed a strong authoritarian strain, imprisoned erstwhile supporters and, in a manner reminiscent of Mobutu, started filling key posts with members of his own family or with fellow Katangese. His ineffective and brutal regime could not hold the country together and civil war broke out again, the main line of division being between East and West. Armed ethnic groups defended their autonomy and the well-equipped Hutu militants used bases in North Kivu for launching attacks into their former homeland. Convinced by his actions and statements that Kabila was undertaking an anti-Tutsi pogrom, Rwanda and Uganda, in a dramatic volte-face, switched their support to anti-Kabila rebels belonging to the multi-ethnic Congolese Democratic Rally, which had its power base in Tutsi-peopled South Kivu in the east of the country. Troubles in their alliance eventually emerged. Angola, Zimbabwe, and Namibia countered by sending troops, and in Zimbabwe's case aircraft also, to uphold the Kabila government, thus leading to greater multinational African intervention in the affairs of an OAU member state than had occurred elsewhere. In July 1999, a UN-brokered peace accord, providing for an immediate ceasefire and the incorporation of rebel troops in a national army, was signed by the Kabila government and the 5 countries which had intervened in the civil war. The motives of the 5 were indeed mixed. Angola, like Rwanda and Uganda, wanted to prevent hostile rebel forces from using Congolese territory to mount cross-border raids, in its case by UNITA troops or forces sympathetic to UNITA. Possibly all 3 countries, and Namibia too, thought that there were rich pickings to be had in the war-torn DRC. Senior Ugandan army officers, like their Zimbabwean counterparts, were alleged to have enriched themselves. 33 Michael Nest argues that the Zimbabwean military involvement in the DRC was not immediately motivated by profit, but that business entrepreneurs and military personnel themselves exploited the commercial opportunities which the new military networks had made possible. Zimbabwe's interests were reported to range from contracts to provide arms and ammunition to Kabila to a cut in the revenues derived from cobalt and copper mining. The trade between Zimbabwe and the DRC was however beset by difficulties, and few Zimbabwean entrepreneurs were thought to have made a profit. US and Canadian firms were also involved in mining exploitation in Kabila's Congo, while an Israeli company was engaged in diamond trading. 34. Military rule. In Uganda in 1985, the military regime headed by Lieutenant General Tito Okello appointed as ministers a number of former members of Milton. 182. Obote's ousted administration, among them was Paulo Muwanga, the ex-vice president, who became prime minister for a short period. This action was entirely atypical. Normally on assuming power the military suspends the constitution, dissolves the civilian government and parliament, disbands the existing political party, or parties, and detains, or, as it is often euphemistically claimed, holds in protective custody, the political leaders of the former regime. The military also establishes a new structure of control, topped by a military council, and rules by decree. It will tend still to rely heavily, especially in economic matters, on the former bureaucracy, whose middle-class attitudes and values its members are likely to share. As Clapham noted, the military is in most cases the armed wing of the bureaucratic bourgeoisie. 35 While the influence on policy-making of senior civil servants is considerable in virtually all military regimes, it varies from one regime to another. For example, it was much less in Nigeria under Babangida, 1985–93, than it was under his predecessors. 36 While in Burkina Faso Sankara's populist regime aimed to reduce the budgetary and social weight of the bureaucracy. 37 The policies pursued by the military, once established in power, will depend on its character and aims. In Martin Dent's classification, a caretaker regime is pledged to restore constitutional integrity and clear up the mess left behind by the politicians. A corrective regime seeks to correct certain profound deficiencies in the old civilian order, such as the four-state basis of the federal constitution and the regional nature of the political parties in pre-1966 Nigeria, and the revolutionary regime aims to transform the structure of society and to end the prevailing pattern of elite rule. 38 While there clearly are differences between, say, the National Interim Council, established in Sierra Leone in April 1968 to play a strictly limited role, and Murtala Mohammed's corrective regime in Nigeria, July 1975 to February 1976, the first two categories tend to shade into each other, both being a type of guardian regime. The revolutionary regime is theoretically distinct, but the performance in office of several military governments, including those of Jamal Abd al-Nasser in Egypt and Ja'far Numairi in the Sudan, has fallen short of their initial revolutionary promise, and are more correctly designated as reformist rather than revolutionary. This section focuses on the non-revolutionary regimes, whether classified as reformist, corrective or caretaker, though much of the discussion is relevant to the revolutionary type of regime also. The populist radical regimes of Ghana under Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings and Burkina Faso under First Sankara, and then, following his assassination in 1987, Compaoré are categorized as reformist. Before proceeding further, it may be helpful to draw attention to certain conclusions which command wide acceptance. First, the military's hierarchical command structure and the habits of discipline and obedience of its. 183. Members may lead a military government to believe that merely to issue a command is to have it obeyed. Military rulers may also fail to appreciate that sensitive issues, like those of the census and revenue allocation in Nigeria, cannot be depoliticized. A second and related point is that the military lack an organized popular base and an easy means of communicating with the people. They may, therefore, forge an alliance with the police who, as a force scattered among the people, have more sensitive political antennae than the military. Thus, the NLC in Ghana, 1966-9, comprised 4 senior army officers and 4 senior police officers. However, the fact that Major General Ironsi, the head of Nigeria's first military government, July 1966, included a number of police officers in the narrow circle of his bureaucratic advisors, drawn predominantly from the army and civil service, did not prevent him from committing several grave blunders. His reforms, including Decree No. 34 referred to above, were largely symbolic but confirmed Northerners in their worst fears of impending Southern domination. By contrast with Ironsi, Lieutenant Colonel, later General, Gowon, his successor, displayed a much greater political awareness when he came to power in July 1966. For example, he restored the federal constitutional framework by repealing Decree No. 34, recognized the need to create more states, and appointed 12 civilians, 1 from each state, to the Federal Executive Council. 39. In the third place, military regimes seek to compensate for their relative isolation and lack of experience in government by gaining the support of groups not too closely identified with the previous regime. The extent to which they do so may, of course, vary from one regime to another. Thus, in Ghana between 1966 and 1969 the NLC relied heavily on the civil service, and courted the chiefs and members of the legal profession and the universities, all of whom, together with leading politicians who had opposed Nkrumah, were strongly represented on the various commissions and committees established by the council. The National Redemption Council under Colonel, later General, Akinpong, however, had a much less marked pro-administration bias than the NLC. Moreover, in a populist fashion reminiscent of the CPP, it looked for allies less to the lawyers and other professional and propertied classes than to the ordinary people, through its rural programs and populist appeals. In Nigeria, Ironsi put maximum distance between himself and the old politicians. He turned for advice about the north to the Sultan of Sokoto. Gowon worked closely with former politicians, especially during the Civil War, though most of them had belonged to opposition parties. Murtala Mohammed's government was collegiate in style, but was dominated by the armed forces and police, whose members held 14 of the 25 federal commissioner posts. The civil commissioners whom he appointed at both federal and state levels tended to be professional and 184. Technical experts rather than politicians. He also incorporated chiefs within the reformed local government structure. 40. A fourth consideration is that to remedy its lack of a popular base and to strengthen its claim to rule once the initial euphoria which greeted its illegal seizure of power has evaporated, the military regime may acquire civilian trappings. For example, it may hold presidential elections and seek to build up a national political party linked to, and controlled by, itself, as occurred in Egypt, Mali, Somalia, Togo, and Zaire among other states. This was never attempted in Nigeria, but in Ghana General Akinpong sought, through the power-sharing device of union government, to perpetuate military rule by clothing it in civilian dress. Fifth, however, civilianization may merely serve to increase the difficulty, which all military governments face, of maintaining organizational cohesion. The danger is that army officers involved in government will become divorced from the army command structure, giving rise to conflict over policies. This occurred in Nigeria in Gowon's later years in office, when the Supreme Military Council deferred the return to civilian rule beyond the scheduled date, 1976, while the army command favored early withdrawal. 41 On another level, internal jealousies may be created if, for example, the head of the military government should be less senior in rank than serving officers, thereby disrupting the army's hierarchical organization. However, conflict on this score is not inevitable, as the case of Mali clearly shows. Lieutenant. Later General, Mao Zedong assumed power following the 1968 coup and survived for over 20 years until his removal in a counter-coup in March 1991. In Liberia, Master Sergeant, later General, Do, who swept aside President William R. Tolbert's government in 1980 and established in its place a brutal and corrupt regime, was removed in 1991 by a guerrilla force rather than by the Army Officer Corps. Tension may be more likely to occur when there is an intergenerational gap between senior officers ruling the state and younger, better educated, and more radically minded junior officers serving in the armed forces. In the sixth place, the military, despite its image of moral integrity and puritanical spirit, may not in fact provide cleaner and more honest government than its civilian predecessor. Military regimes generally improve the pay and conditions of service of the armed forces, while army officers, like civilian politicians before them, have often enriched themselves at the public expense. In Ghana, the later Akimpong years, 1975-8, were marked by massive corruption, with cocoa revenues embezzled on a scale never previously experienced. 42 In Nigeria, by 1975, the name of state governor had become a byword for corruption. The subsequent shock tactics of Murtala Mohammed proved salutary only in the short term, and corruption in public. 185. Life quickly resurfaced. 43 It was rife under Abacha. Again, the human rights record of most military regimes is no better, and may often be worse, than the civilian governments which they supplanted. The record in Amin's Uganda and Jean-Bedel Bokassa's Central African Republic was truly appalling, but so it was also in Equatorial Guinea under Francisco Macias Nguema, a civilian ruler, while conditions in Sekou Touré's Guinea and in Uganda under Obote's second administration, 1980-5, were not much better. In respect of both corruption and human rights abuse, the civilianization of erstwhile military regimes, as in Mobutu's Zaire, has substantially diminished the validity of the distinction between military and non-military regimes. Finally, even a military regime which claims, with some justification, to have intervened to restore stable and democratic government may be sucked into politics as the boundaries between the military establishment and its socio-political environment become fragmented. 44 This happened in Nigeria. While the majors who staged the January 1966 coup had political motives, the army as a whole was not politicist. However, politicization increased following the coup and led to moves to regionalize the army and eventually to Biafra's attempted secession. In Ghana, the NLC, 1966-9, was subject to ethnic, as well as personal, divisions, and was accused, probably unfairly, of promoting political interests. 45 Is a military government better equipped than a civilian government to play a developmental role in the political, economic, and social spheres? This is a vitally important question. To answer it, I focus again on Nigeria and Ghana, and refer briefly to Burkina Faso. During the first period of military rule in Nigeria, 1966-79, sectoral performance was impressive in the building, construction, manufacturing, and oil sectors, while the country's infrastructure, including transport and energy, benefited from heavy investment. 46 On the other hand, performance in the agricultural sector was poor, though one reason for the sharp fall in the export of certain cash crops, notably groundnuts, groundnut oil, palm oil, cotton, and timber, may have been the expanding home market during the oil boom. 47 Food imports increased alarmingly throughout most of the 1970s, partly in response to changing consumer needs. Government attempts to step up agricultural output through changes in the land tenure system, effected by the Land Use Decree of 1978, and through large-scale farming and marketing board reforms were not successful. There was also evidence of substantial maladministration and corruption. Moreover, the social consequences of government industrial policy were serious. The Nigerian Enterprises Promotion Decrees of 1972 and 1977 increased domestic participation, both private and state, in industrial enterprises, but at 186. The cost of accentuating existing class divisions within Nigerian society, the decrees benefited local merchant capitalists rather than the ordinary people. In the 1970s, the Nigerian economy became ever more closely tied to the international capitalist system, though, contrary to what underdevelopment theory would lead us to expect, this did not prevent the military government, particularly the Mohammed and Obasanjo regimes, from pursuing a vigorous and assertive foreign policy which was sometimes, as over Angola and Rhodesia, inimical to the interests of major foreign powers and companies. On a long-term view, there was no significant difference in the economic performance of the Gowon regime on the one hand and the regimes of Mohammed and Obasanjo on the other, while the military as a whole achieved no better results than might have been expected of a civilian government similarly blessed with an oil bonanza. Its legacy to the civilian regime in 1979 was a sluggish economy, a worrying level of inflation, a serious balance of payments deficit, and mounting problems in the social sphere. However, by creating a stable political order after 1970 and by shifting the locus of power to the federal center, the military could claim that it had provided President Chihu Shigeri's civilian government with a favorable context within which to tackle these problems. Within 4 years, and following the holding in 1983 of a general election marred by blatantly dishonest practices, the army staged a further coup. This removed Shigeri and brought to power a northern-based military regime under Major General Muhammadu Buhari. The reasons for the army's renewed intervention were again multiple and included the grave economic difficulties facing the country, massive corruption, the army's unhappy experience in Chad, the cutback in defense expenditure, and the preferential treatment seen as being given to the police, who were being equipped with armored personnel carriers. Elements within the armed forces were also concerned about Shigeri's conciliatory attitude towards former Biafran civil servants and military personnel. They particularly resented the amnesty granted in May 1982 to Odumegwu Ojukwu, the former rebel leader, and the latter's subsequent appointment to a senior position in the NPN, the president's own party, following his return to Nigeria in June of that year. 48 The incoming conservative-oriented Buhari regime pursued a deflationary economic strategy, accompanied by tight fiscal control and cutbacks in most areas except agriculture and debt servicing, for which 44% of Nigeria's annual external earnings were earmarked. Its war against indiscipline entailed the adoption of draconian measures against those committing economic, antisocial, and violent crimes. 49 The regime's policies were biased in favor of the deposed NPN. 50 Its overpartiality towards the northern states. 187. Excited ethnic suspicion, disrupted the unity of the armed forces and caused resentment among Southerners. But it was above all the threat which the regime's policies posed to the defense-related industries which were developed on the initiative of Major General Babangida, the Chief of Staff and the Army's leading strategic planner between 1979 and 1983, that led Babangida to overthrow Buhari and his closest associates in August 1985. Babangida claimed in justification of his action that his predecessor was too rigid and uncompromising in his attitude to issues of national significance. 51 Initially, Babangida took steps to restore national unity, he based his rule on consensus and ethnic balance, committed himself to restoring civilian rule and established a 567-strong constituent assembly to draw up a new constitution. He also eased the harsh authoritarianism of the Buhari regime. Subsequently, however, he imposed his own brand of personalized, authoritarian rule, characterized by strong-arm methods, including media manipulation and the arbitrary repression of trade unionists, critical intellectuals, and student activists. Following an unsuccessful coup attempt by armed service personnel in December 1985, Babangida tightened his personal grip on the armed forces. On the economic front, he eased the burden of debt servicing and, following a nationwide debate, dropped his earlier intention of negotiating a loan package with the IMF. Instead, with undisclosed help from the IMF and World Bank, he introduced monetarist policies under which much of Nigerian industry was deregulated, the currency drastically devalued, and a number of public enterprises privatized. This market-oriented approach did not achieve any notable positive results. 52 For a period in 1993 Nigeria was ruled by a non-elected interim national government under Chief Ernest Odgonal Shonkan. He was removed by General Abacha in a bloodless coup in November 1993. Under Abacha's brutal regime the economy remained in a depressed state. Its harsh treatment of the Ogoni people, especially the execution of the environmental activist Ken Saro-Wiwa and 8 others in November 1995, discouraged foreign financial investment. Except for the Shell Oil Company, it was already sluggish, and set back the prospect of early economic recovery. External indebtedness was high, the standard of living of most people declined and there was a greater awareness of social inequality, unemployment was widespread and corruption was rampant. The predictable outcome of Babangida's restriction of electoral competition to 2 government-sponsored political parties, his refusal to accept the results of the presidential election, and Abacha's determination to cling to power was an unstable political situation. The military's preference for strong central government outweighed its commitment at this time to competitive politics. 53 However, the mold was broken by General Abdus-Salam Abubakar. 188. Who assumed power when Abacha died in June 1998, he restored civilian rule the next year following the holding of presidential and parliamentary elections. The new president, ex-General Olusegun Obasanjo, a former military ruler and the only one to have restored civilian rule voluntarily, in 1979, admitted upon his inauguration that military rule had been a disaster, causing economic ruin and political discord. In Ghana, the overall economic performance of the second military regime under General Akinpung, 1972-8, was disappointing. 54 The level of both cocoa and gold production fell and export earnings declined at a time of high world market prices and of increasing demand for imported goods. Local food production also dropped sharply from 1975 onwards. In the wake of the oil price rise, the regime chose not to devalue, but instead reintroduced comprehensive import licensing and printed more money, thereby encouraging black marketeering. On the political front, the regime's achievements, measured in terms of political stability, bridging the elite mass gap, and establishing effective political structures, were also poor. Akinpung's proposed experiment with a non-party representative system of union, later national, government, in which the military would have a role, excited the vigorous opposition of professional bodies, as well as university lecturers and students. Even according to the official returns, it received unenthusiastic endorsement from the electorate in a nationwide referendum held on March 30, 1978. The referendum result was clearly rigged. The regime, like the preceding civilian government under Dr. Bizia, placed great stress upon agricultural improvement. In the early years, agricultural output, particularly of rice and maize, did expand, though at the cost of increased social inequality. The main beneficiaries were the already advantaged larger-scale farmers, especially the emergent commercial farming community in the northern areas of Ghana. Of the 2 major instruments of policy to promote agricultural development, the Regional Development Corporations created in 1973 and the Operation Feed Yourself program, the first had a positive, if limited impact, while the second served initially, though not permanently, as an incentive to food production. Cocoa production, on the other hand, declined steadily. These various agricultural policies were part of the Akinpung regime's attempt to correct inherited regional imbalances in the economy. Here again, the regime built upon policies set in motion by the Bizia administration. While performance did not match aspirations, the relatively disadvantaged northern and upper regions benefited from the northward thrust of the government's agricultural policies, while the highest per capita distribution of secondary school expenditure, for example, also went to those regions, followed by the 189 Underdeveloped Brong Ahafo region. Clearly, the Akimpong regime's performance was better when judged by the extent to which it had achieved the goals which it had set itself than when measured by external criteria. In the post-1975 period, the regime was characterized by corruption, gross mismanagement, and political ineptness. Akimpong was removed in July 1978 by a palace coup led by Lieutenant General Fred Akufo. During the ensuing 11 months, the Akufo regime devalued the Sadi by 60% or appointed a constituent assembly to draw up a new constitution, and legalized the formation of political parties. However, it allowed Akimpong and other racketeers to go unpunished and failed to tackle mounting discontent within the military rank and file. In June 1979, the latter were instrumental in releasing from prison Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings, a popular Air Force pilot who had been court-martialed for staging a mutiny. After removing Akufo, they made him chairman of the Armed Forces Revolutionary Council, AFRC. Between June and September 1979, Rawlings led a campaign of moral reform, which entailed the execution of Akimpong Akufo and other senior officers in the armed forces. He then allowed a free and fair general election to be held and vacated office voluntarily in favor of a People's National Party, PNP, government under Dr. Hilla Liman. The Liman government proved ineffective. It failed to end faction fighting within the ruling party and to revive the ailing Ghanaian economy. During its 2-year period of office, the burden of external debt increased and the people's standard of living continued to decline. It was against this background that Rawlings resumed power on December 31, 1981. In the wake of an unsuccessful coup attempt in November 1982, Rawlings shook off the constraining shackles of his erstwhile neo-Marxist supporters and, behind a facade of populist measures, undertook a series of economic reforms with IMF and World Bank support. These reforms, known as the Economic Recovery Program, were incorporated in the April 1983 budget and included a 65% increase in cocoa producer prices and a massive devaluation. Rawlings subsequently abandoned the heavily urban-based economic strategies pursued by some of the previous Ghanaian regimes and adopted a policy of economic liberalization. 55 A steady improvement in the country's economy resulted. However, the recovery was not dramatic, despite Ghana's receiving foreign loans amounting to over $9 billion between 1983 and 1992. The level of foreign investment in the country was disappointing, as was the failure to diversify Ghana's exports to any extent. Overdependence on its main exports, cocoa and gold, made the country vulnerable to the drop in real-world prices caused by oversupply. The international recession also created problems outside the government's control. 56. 190. To the north of Ghana in the poor, arid state of Upper Volta/Burkina Faso, Captain Thomas Sankara established a regime, August 1983 to October 1987, which bore some resemblance to Rawlings' rule in Ghana in 1979 and between 1981 and 1983. Each regime was populist and led by a charismatic figure with a strong moral sense, each was oriented towards the peasantry, and each established local organizations, People's Defense Committees, PDCs, and Workers' Defense Committees, WDCs, in Ghana and Committees of the Defense of the Revolution, CDRs, in Burkina Faso. However, Rawlings recognized the unevenness of the performance of the PDCs and WDCs and the unpopularity of their leaders and abolished them in December 1984. The grassroots organizations with which he replaced them proved more effective and less socially disruptive, though their performance still varied in different parts of the country. He distanced himself increasingly from the neo-Marxist intellectuals who subscribed to the dependency school of political economy and, as noted above, showed an increased sense of realism in tackling the severe economic problems which faced Ghana. On the political front, his regime was authoritarian and, as Naomi Chazan has pointed out, assailed some of the most basic prerequisites of freedom in Ghana. 57. However, his performance overall was sufficient to ensure his election as the presidential head of a civilian administration in 1992. In Burkina Faso, Sankara initiated an agrarian reform program in 1985 and adopted measures, including improved producer prices, to stimulate agricultural output. He sought to reduce the size, cost, and social standing of the bureaucracy, and mounted an anti-corruption drive, setting up popular revolutionary tribunals for this purpose. However, he failed to temper his idealism with realism, as Rawlings had done. His regime, topped by the Conseil National de la Révolution, CNR, was also authoritarian and, in its bid to remodel society and establish new state-society links, it gave the CDRs wide-ranging powers, such as the right to seize land and livestock. His ultimately futile attempts to dismantle the old social order and to short-circuit existing clientelist networks alienated the peasantry, his chosen allies, the traditional chiefs. Mossi chiefs especially retained much of their former influence, and religious and other leaders of the Muslim community. He also clashed with the country's trade union movement and alarmed elements within the army by planning to create his own military unit. The CNR's urge to reorganize everything was socially destabilizing and resulted in Sankara's downfall. In October 1987 he was removed and killed in a counter-coup led by Captain Blaise Compaoré. 58. In the light of the above case studies, it seems reasonable to put forward certain general propositions to supplement those presented earlier in this section. First, despite the fact that a military regime might be able to take 191 certain actions which a civilian government would find difficult, for Nigeria, the creation of additional states and the cancellation of the 1973 census come into this category. The record of the military in promoting development is likely to be no better than that of the civilian regime. This is particularly true in the political sphere, indeed, because of the restrictions which military rulers have imposed on political party activity and representative institutions at the national and local levels. It has mostly been worse. This will probably remain true despite recent, mostly reluctant or enforced, moves to broaden the base of political competition in a number of military-controlled states by the holding, or promise, of multi-party elections. In Togo, for example, it was only after 2 days of rioting in the capital, Lomé, in April 1991 that President Ayadima agreed to legalize political parties and to promise that multi-party elections would be held later in the year. As noted above, he lost effective power the following August. However, some 3 months later, following the banning of the political party, the Rassemblement du Peuple Togolais, RPT, which he had founded and which had underpinned his regime, Ayadima loyalists staged a military rebellion in his favor. In 1993 Ayadima won a presidential election widely believed to have been rigged and, by detaching a small party from the opposition alliance which had collectively won the parliamentary, multi-party, elections in February 1994, he was able to have the RPT retained as the ruling party. 59 Like Mobutu in Zaire, Ayadima was skilled in the art of political survival. A second proposition is that military regimes display no greater capacity in promoting economic development than their civilian predecessors. The record for all types of regime is indeed mixed. The economy of Nigeria, which reverted to civilian rule in 1999, was not well managed by the military and a substantial amount of oil revenue was used corruptly or had to be diverted from productive investment into debt service channels. Benin fared better from 1996 under Kirikau, the civilian president, than it had done before 1991 under Kirikau, the military dictator. Mengistu's Marxist military regime in Ethiopia made limited economic progress in the 1980s, being set back by its pursuit of centralizing policies and its mistaken land and agrarian policies. Somalia fared marginally better economically from 1969 under Siad Barre's harsh military socialist regime than it did following his fall in 1991, when the country was plunged into chaos by bitter clan warfare. Overall, as Decalo has pointed out, whatever the type of military regime under consideration, examples of Ataturk-style socio-economic transformation of new nations are extremely rare. 63rd, in the social sphere too, there is little to choose between military and civilian regimes. Non-revolutionary military regimes, made up of officers. 192. With predominantly middle-class values, tend to reflect the same middle-class bias as non-revolutionary civilian regimes. They therefore promote policies which, though often entailing the redistribution of political and economic power among elites, maintain the socio-economic status quo. Any departure from this pattern can be a risky business, as the contrasting experience of Ghana under Rawlings and Burkina Faso under Sankara showed. At the end of the day, Rawlings was forced to accept in essentials the social structure inherited from the civilian regime which he had overthrown. He established good working relations with the country's chiefs, including the Asantehene, the traditional ruler of Ashanti. On the other hand, Sankara's persistence in using the instruments of state to try to transform society proved his undoing. He underestimated the strength of Burkina Faso's traditional institutions and clientelist networks, while the confrontation with the trade unions illustrated the incompatibility between the revolutionary ideal and socio-economic constraints. 61. Military withdrawal. In her study of regimes in tropical Africa, Ruth Collier pointed out that military withdrawal tended to lead to the resurrection of multipartyism in Anglophone Africa and to the establishment, under military tutelage, of one-party regimes in Francophone Africa. As a generalization, this statement is still acceptable for Anglophone Africa, but needs to be revised for Francophone Africa as a result of the democratization process which occurred in the early 1990s. In both Ghana in 1968-9 and again in 1979, and Nigeria in 1978-9, the military governments supervised the drawing up of new democratic constitutions, under which strongly contested multi-party elections were held. Following the declaration of the results, the armed forces handed over power to the newly elected civilian governments formed in Ghana by Dr. Bizia, Progress Party, PP, in 1969 and, 10 years later, by Dr. Lyman, People's National Party, PNP, and in Nigeria by President Shigeri, National Party of Nigeria, NPN, in 1979. Further military intervention, in Ghana on December 31, 1981 and in Nigeria exactly 2 years later, ushered in a renewed period of military rule. This ended in Ghana as a result of presidential and parliamentary elections in 1992 and in Nigeria following presidential, parliamentary, and gubernatorial elections in 1998-9, in each case, a former military officer, ex-flight lieutenant. Rawlings in Ghana and ex-General Obasanjo in Nigeria, stood as his party's candidate for the presidency and was elected. 193. In Francophone Africa, the tendency until the early 1990s was for the incumbent military regimes to seek to strengthen their legitimacy by forming single parties and then holding both presidential and parliamentary elections. The latter were plebiscitary in most cases in the sense that both President and National Assembly members were returned with overwhelming majorities. Thus, in Mali in 1979 the single presidential candidate, General Maussa Traoré, secured 99.89% of the vote, while the 82 single-list candidates of the sole political party, the Union Démocratique du Peuple Malien, UDPM, were endorsed by 99.85% of the electorate. These elections, therefore, represented a very modest step in the direction of democratic government and resulted in the retention of power by the military leader who had been head of state since the 1968 coup. Army officers also held other government ministries. Comparable constitutional changes also took place in Togo, where in 1979 the electorate overwhelmingly endorsed General Ayadima as president and the single list of candidates of the ruling RPT, as well as in the People's Republic of Benin, the People's Republic of Congo and Rwanda. 62 Upper Volta, as it then was, made important changes to the Francophone pattern that brought it closer to the Anglophone model. In this extremely poor West African state, where General Sango Lamazana's administration had, from 1966, a better record in office than most African military governments, an experiment in multipartyism was conducted in the 1978 parliamentary and presidential elections. The hitherto totally dominant Union Démocratique Voltaïque, UDV, secured 28 out of the 57 seats contested as against 22 for the two main opposition parties together, while La Maisonna, UDV, had to go to a second ballot before being returned with some 77% of the vote. Moreover, there was a large number of abstentions in both the presidential and parliamentary elections, reflecting a further variation from the normal francophone pattern. Again, whereas in the partial return to civilian rule in Upper Volta in 1971 4 army officers had still held key ministries, in 1978 the army, President La Maisonna apart, withdrew completely from political life in favor of an all-civilian government. 63 subsequent events forced the pace of democratization in Francophone Africa. The experience in Benin, the former Dahomey, was exceptional, as we saw above. The multi-party elections in February and March 1991 resulted in the defeat and replacement of the incumbent military leader, Mathieu Kirikau, and of the party which had supported him. However, Kirikau's discomfiture proved temporary. He was unexpectedly returned to power in the presidential elections held in March 1996. Burkina Faso, the former Upper Volta, despite having some experience of competitive politics, did not follow suit, but pursued the normal pattern of controlled 194 multi-party elections which, as in civilian-ruled Senegal, conferred some legitimacy on the government without, however, diminishing its hold on power. In other words, the introduction of a measure of electoral competition into the politics of Francophone Africa did not lead in most states to permanent military withdrawal. At the same time, the spate of pro-democracy strikes and demonstrations which characterized the early 1990s was a warning to military rulers throughout the continent of the need to initiate more than token measures of reform if they were to escape the fate of President Mao Zedong in Mali. He was toppled in a counter-coup in March 1991. 64 opinions will differ as to whether complete military withdrawal offers the best prospect of stable government. It can be argued that the military, even if no longer Africa's most important political institution, 65 should be accommodated in the various organs of government, including the executive and legislature. As far as the executive especially was concerned, both Tanzania and Zambia moved for a time slightly in this direction. But in Anglophone West Africa, at least, such solutions are likely to be unacceptable, to politicians, professional groups, the academic community, and trade unionists alike. Thus in Ghana, the proposals put forward in 1977 by General Akinpung for union government, initially conceived by him as a partnership of the military, the police and the civilians, provoked a strong public reaction, being rightly seen as a device by the military to surrender some of the form of power, but little of its substance. In the event, Akinpung's proposals, even in the emasculated version recommended by the Ad Hoc Committee on Union Government, were never implemented because of his removal in a counter-coup in mid-1978. 66 What the head of Ghana's Supreme Military Council wanted, but in the end failed to obtain, was more easily achieved in Sierra Leone, when Siaka Stevens, the retiring civilian president, succeeded in transferring power to Joseph S. Momoh, an army general, who proceeded to don civilian clothes following his inauguration as president in January 1986. It was also more easily achieved by military leaders in much of Francophone Africa. They established governments in civilian guise and embellished with representative institutions, but still under firm military control. 8. Political liberalization and economic reform. As I noted in the introduction, during the late 1980s leaders of pro-democracy movements in a number of black African states, some of which had already adopted economic liberalization measures, won popular support for their campaign against the continued monopoly of power by single parties and dictatorial presidents. These movements gathered momentum across the continent at staggering speed. At the beginning of 1990, constitutional provision for a multi-party system of government existed only in 4 mainland sub-Saharan African countries: Botswana, the Gambia, Senegal, and Zimbabwe, and the Indian Ocean island of Mauritius, a member state of the OAU with a population mix similar to that of many states in the Caribbean. To this number could be added Namibia, on its becoming independent in March, and Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia in North Africa. Nigeria was already committed to the restoration of democratic civilian government in 1992, while in Uganda a constitutional committee was collecting local views on the shape of a new democratic constitution. In 1991 the pro-democracy movement took root in one-party states of varying ideological persuasion, of which some were ruled by civilians, for example, Angola, Cameroon, Cape Verde, the Côte d'Ivoire, Gabon, Mozambique, São Tomé and Príncipe, and Zambia, and a larger number by the military, including Benin, Burkina Faso, the Congo, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Madagascar, Mali, and Togo. The wave of democratization sweeping across Africa was also felt in Ethiopia and Somalia, where guerrilla forces ousted the discredited military regimes of Mengistu Haile Mariam and Siad Barre, respectively, in 1991. The leaders of many of these states were reluctant converts to political pluralism but had to bow to citizen power, expressed in noisy and sometimes violent demonstrations and often, subsequently, in national elections. The removal in February 1991 of Kirikau's military regime in Benin and the electoral defeat of Konda and UNIP in Zambia the following October opened the floodgates of political reform throughout French-speaking and English-speaking Africa, respectively. In Zaire rioting by unpaid soldiers led Belgium and France to send in troops to protect their nationals in September 1991 and forced the wily Mobutu to fight for his political survival. In this he succeeded, as did Presidents Ayadima in Togo, Omar Bongo in Gabon, Paul Biya in Cameroon, and Idriss Déby in Chad. Intense domestic political pressure explains why a large number of African states joined the democratic bandwagon. It was exerted especially by urban residents who were angry and frustrated at the repression, corruption, and gross economic mismanagement of one-party rule, leading to a decline in living standards which was often accelerated rather than improved by efforts at economic reform. They were influenced by events in Central and Eastern Europe, where communism and one-party rule were being emphatically rejected. The second main reason for the emergence of pro-democracy movements in Africa was the attitude of the World Bank, the IMF, and Western governments who, again in the wake of events in Europe, made it clear that in allocating aid they would in future apply the criteria of good government and respect for human rights. Before analyzing the significance of the moves towards political liberalization, I review briefly the African political and economic experience over the past decade. The focus is on events in a wide selection of states grouped in geographical regions, beginning with Southern Africa. In South Africa, Nelson Mandela enabled the country to move smoothly from apartheid state to democratic state and provided it with over 4 years of stable government before he retired from the presidency. The constitution prescribed that South Africa should remain a parliamentary democracy with an executive president and a bicameral legislature, comprising a National Assembly and a National Council of Provinces. The ANC had been successful in rejecting both the federal model with a weak center and powerful regions demanded by Inkatha and the Volksstaat sought by conservative Afrikaners. Buthelezi described the new constitution as treacherous, but continued to hold office under it. Not so de Klerk, who in 1996 announced the NP's withdrawal from government and its assumption of the role of opposition. He resigned as party leader the next year. His successor, Marthinus van Schalkwyk, remodeled the party which, as the new National Party, NNP, retained substantial support in the Western Cape, but was a spent force nationally, many of its major figures having defected to the rival Democratic Party. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, under the chairmanship of Archbishop Desmond Tutu, 198. Reported in October 1998 that under successive NP governments the apartheid state had indulged in systematic racial discrimination and was the primary perpetrator of human rights abuses. But the Commission also found that the ANC, Inkatha, and the Pan-African Congress were guilty of comparable violations. Though cases of individual reconciliation resulted from the work of the Commission, the issue of reparations for the victims of apartheid was sidetracked. By effectively neutralizing responsibility for past state crime, the Commission did little to facilitate the transition from a deeply divided past to a more peaceful future. 3. Mandela inherited a highly developed financial and physical infrastructure and sound, if somewhat conservative, economic policies, with growth, employment and redistribution as essential elements. He benefited from the fact that, as compared with colonial administrations, the apartheid state had been relatively effective and comparatively efficient and had undertaken a considerable range of social welfare functions. For his government's Reconstruction and Development Program, RDP, committed it to an ambitious and costly domestic agenda. The problems were immense and much less was achieved than had been hoped. Government policies worked to the advantage of an emergent black business elite and were disliked by COSATU, the trade union confederation and normally a powerful ally of the government. The economic growth rate was well below the rate of population growth, and demands for housing, education, health, water, and electrification were far beyond the government's capacity to supply. In 1999, ANC's dominance had seemed assured as a result of the National Assembly elections, following which Thabo Mbeki took over the presidency from Mandela. By this time, some of the problems which Mandela had faced had grown worse, while others had been added. The fall in the price of gold hit the South African gold industry hard and led to mine closures and massive retrenchments. The unemployment level rose to approximately 33% of the workforce and was climbing at about 3% annually. Low rates of productivity and the soaring crime level helped to account for the drop in foreign direct investment in South Africa. Income patterns remained skewed, with blacks, who made up some 77% of the country's 44 million people, still the most disadvantaged category. The invasion in July 2001 of a piece of neglected land at Bredell on the outskirts of Johannesburg by 10,000 people was short-lived, but it was one of many indications that land redistribution was potentially an explosive issue. Less than 2% of land had been transferred from white to black ownership since the ANC came to power in 1994. 5. Moreover, if a market-led formula continues to be followed as the process of land redistribution is speeded up, the beneficiaries are likely to be members of a would-be black agrarian. 199. Entrepreneurial class rather than those of the propertyless. 6. Trade union leaders were acutely worried about the unemployment problem. In August 2001 they staged a two-day general strike against privatization in the belief that the selling off of public assets would result in the loss of many jobs. Guido Mantasci, the General Secretary of the National Union of Mine Workers, emphasized that they were also protesting about the government's conservative policies. A clear picture is emerging, he said, of an ANC that was elected by the left-wing working class and is governing for the right-wing middle class. 7. It was the latter especially who prospered from persistent corruption, which was rife in the parastatal sector, the central ministries of social welfare, safety and security, and justice, and in the provincial administrations, no doubt partly as a legacy of the Homeland Civil Services. 8. The government, commented Natras and Seekings, remains committed to policies that keep the economy growing along an inegalitarian path, with a large section of the poor being shut out of income-generating activities. 9. After becoming politically independent of South Africa in 1990, Namibia held 3 presidential and parliamentary elections. In the most recent elections, in November 1999, SWAPO swept to victory, overcoming the challenge of 8 other parties. The scale of the ruling party's success was unexpected in view of Namibia's costly and unpopular military intervention in the Democratic Republic of the Congo on the side of President Laurent Kabila, low economic growth, a 35% unemployment rate, secessionist violence in the Caprivi Strip to the northeast, allegations of corruption and, possibly, unease at the constitutional change which allowed President Sam Nujoma to stand for a third term. Botswana was one of the 3 former High Commission territories linked in a customs union with South Africa, the others were Lesotho and Swaziland. Following independence, Botswana continued its enviable record of free speech and association and of holding free and fair elections. The BDP's dominance was never seriously challenged, and in the 1999 elections it won 33 of the 40 National Assembly seats, as compared with 26 in 1994. A lively press strengthened the country's democratic credentials by prodding the government to take action following the publication of reports in 1991 and 1993 on major public scandals over land and housing allocations, respectively. The ministers responsible were dismissed or resigned. The press also criticized the government for its lavish expenditure on a new air base at Molpolol. Expenditure control was tightened, but was still inadequate. 10. The Catalonian class continued to receive preferential treatment, for example over access to land and concessional loans. Though Zimbabwe had, like Namibia, fought a long and bitter guerrilla war to achieve its independence, in April 1980, its ZANU-PF 200 government, anxious not to risk losing Western aid and trade, also avoided the adoption of socialist economic policies. Indeed, Herbst believed that while there was a public commitment to socialism, market forces are stronger in post-independence Zimbabwe than at any point in the country's history, because the new government has removed the racial laws and practices which prevented blacks from competing economically with whites. 11. In fact, an embryo black bourgeoisie was already emerging and, in alliance with white capital and the bureaucracy, was coming to dominate the state. 12. Anticipating the reaction of their colleagues in South Africa a decade later, trade union leaders, nettled by the government's criticism of trade union corruption, maladministration, and disorganization, expressed their resentment of government policy. "The honeymoon period between us and ZANU-PF is over," said one union official. "Government doesn't give a damn about trade unions. At first government cared, but now it only protects local and international capital." 13. However, trade union disaffection was not sufficient at this time to affect the results of the April 1995 general election, which left ZANU-PF in control of 147 of the 150 National Assembly seats. 5 years later the situation had changed dramatically. ZANU-PF had become little more than a Shona peasant party, with next to no urban support. This had gone to Morgoth's Vangire's Movement for Democratic Change, MDC. One important reason was the downturn in the economy caused by lower foreign investment than expected and the fall in the price of the country's export commodities. This downturn meant that the government was unable to meet the high cost of maintaining the health and educational services established in the 1980s, to halt the fall in the people's standard of living, and to stem the rise of unemployment, which reached 70% in some areas. The urban areas were especially affected. There were other causes of growing discontent. Opponents of the regime accused Mugabe and other leading politicians of being dictatorial and self-seeking, of trying to muzzle the press and of undermining the rule of law. The cost of keeping 12,000 troops in Kabila's Congo was also resented. The perception that ZANU-PF no longer represented the workers' interests was confirmed by the referendum held in February 2000 to ratify proposed amendments to the Constitution, the effect of which would have been to increase the president's powers. The government's decisive loss of the vote persuaded Mugabe to exploit the land issue. Since independence the government had faced an acute dilemma over land. It needed to satisfy the demand for land of its own black supporters, especially those former guerrillas who were not among the 30,000 or so absorbed into the new Zimbabwean army and who, possessing few employable skills, survived precariously in the urban centers. At the same time, it 201 remained heavily dependent for stepping up agricultural production on the approximately 5,000 mostly white commercial farmers, who were Zimbabwe's largest employers, providing over 300,000 full-time jobs, and were also the country's largest earners of desperately needed foreign exchange. Government policy towards commercial farm workers shifted from one of initial concern for their well-being to one of seeming neglect in the latter 1980s. They were nevertheless included in the resettlement provisions of the National Land Policy of 1999. The land issue was raised during the 1995 election campaign when an increasingly indebted government resisted donor pressure to undertake fiscal reform. The IMF suspended balance of payments support and the European Union, EU, and other donors followed suit. The adoption of structural adjustment policies strengthened external influences. The loss of domestic control over economic policy led a beleaguered president to revive the Land Issue 14 and, as the decade drew to a close, to encourage veterans and other ZANU-PF camp followers to seize white farms. The violence that followed resulted in the death of a number of white farmers and of many of their black farm workers, whose homes and livelihoods were destroyed. Mugabe blamed the British government for refusing, except on what he said were unacceptable terms, to compensate the white farmers whose land was occupied. It was against this background of intimidation and violence that the campaign for the June 2000 general election took place. The roots of the MDC, ZANU-PF's main challenger in this election, went back to the mid-1980s when the trade unions linked up with students, members of the Roman Catholic Church and civic groups to fight government plans to create a one-party state. In 1998 these various organizations formed a National Assembly to press for public accountability, open democracy, and a new constitution. It was out of this assembly that the MDC was born in September of the next year. Under the leadership of Tsvangirai, a prominent trade unionist, a former ZANU-PF office holder and a Shona, the MDC won support from both sides of the ethnic Shona and Ndeb divide, especially in the urban areas, for its detailed schemes for poverty reduction, low-cost housing, a return to free health services and job creation. Mugabe, thoroughly rattled, sought to divert attention from the worsening socio-economic situation by drawing attention to the land issue. Though this issue was certainly important, it was jobs, not land, that the young men in the urban areas wanted, and it was their jobs on the land that farm employees were desperate to protect. In the general election, the MDC, referred to colloquially as the Workers' Party though more accurately described as a broad-based social democratic party, won 57 seats to ZANU-PF 62, it swept the board in Harare, the capital, and Bulawayo, and did well in 202. The other urban centers and Matabeleland, but was easily outvoted in Mashonaland, the ruling party's heartland. 15 ZANU-PF's grip on power was strengthened when Mugabe, whose term of office as president did not expire until 2002, exercised his constitutional right to nominate 20 seats and was able to influence the election by the Council of Chiefs to 10 other seats. Despite Mugabe's anti-democratic antics, the 2000 general election had presented some hopeful signs for the future in Zimbabwe. The MDC had shown itself to be a truly national party, capable of winning seats across the ethnic divide and backed by supporters who were ready to brave intimidation and violence to cast their vote. The critical stand taken against the regime by segments of the independent press was encouraging, so, too, was the readiness of the judiciary, for the most part, to uphold the rule of law on land, the media, and other issues. Mugabe emerged from the election with a diminished reputation. He was willing to plunge Zimbabwe into economic crisis in order to secure his retention of political power. In September 2001 he accepted in principle a Nigerian brokered deal, thrashed out by leaders of the Commonwealth and representatives of the Zimbabwean government at Abuja, the Nigerian capital, by which the British government pledged to pay £36 million for land distribution and the Zimbabwe government in return agreed to maintain the rule of law and the basic principles of democracy. Sadly, however, the flagrant abuse of power continued following Abuja. The Nigerian-led Commonwealth Observer Group found the 2002 presidential election campaign to have been marred by a high level of politically motivated violence and intimidation. Though Mugabe was officially declared to have won the election and was sworn in as president for another 6-year term on March 17, 2002, his country was suspended from the Commonwealth for 1 year. While the immediate economic outlook for Zimbabwe was bleak, the courage shown by opponents of the ZANU-PF regime and the way in which would-be voters defied threats and violence to queue for hours on end in order to cast their ballots gave promise of a more democratic future. Whereas in the early post-independence period the main problem in Mozambique, Zimbabwe's eastern neighbor, was to counteract the bureaucratization and over-centralization of the party and state structures, in the 1980s the problem became that of safeguarding the state's very existence. the economy was crippled and Renamo was in control of much of the countryside. A breakthrough came in October 1992 when, after difficult and protracted negotiations, the government signed an unbacked peace agreement with Renamo. 2 years later, simultaneous presidential and legislative elections were won by the incumbent president, Joaquim Chissano, though Renamo and its leader, Afonso Dhlakama, did considerably better. 203. Than expected. Dhlakama accepted the informal role of leader of the opposition. The formal role was denied him since he was not an elected MP. A second round of elections was held in December 1999, and Chissano and Frelimo were again returned to power. Despite the civil war legacy of an estimated 500,000 landmines, which impeded peasant agricultural development, Mozambique's economic and financial standing was greatly improved. With an annual growth rate of over 8% by 1999, a stable currency, a low rate of inflation, and important sectors of the economy run by foreign experts, Mozambique received sympathetic treatment from the international financial institutions and donor nations. It proved attractive to Portuguese, South African, and other foreign investors. Upon the urging of Nelson Mandela, Mozambique was made a member of the Commonwealth in November 1995 and received help from Britain, South Africa, and other states when the east of the country was devastated by flooding early in the first year of the new millennium. In Angola, potentially a much richer country than Mozambique, the MPLA government also voted to abandon Marxism, Leninism, to inaugurate a multi-party system of government, and to introduce elements of a market economy. Hopes that the 1991 agreement with UNITA would bring lasting peace were dashed when UNITA and its power-hungry leader Joseph Savimbi refused to accept their defeat in the presidential and National Assembly elections held the next year. The country was again plunged into civil war. In November 1994, after protracted negotiations, the two sides eventually signed the Lusaka peace agreement providing for an immediate ceasefire, the completion of the electoral process and a power-sharing arrangement under which UNITA would be allocated a number of senior posts in the government. Progress in implementing this agreement was, however, slow and a state of armed truce prevailed. The installation in 1997 of a government of national unity and reconciliation did not prevent the resumption of civil war during which leading politicians, bureaucrats, and soldiers continued to prosper in the capital, often opening up their own businesses. At a time when Angola stood to benefit from the exploitation of recently discovered rich offshore oil deposits within Angolan waters, the ordinary people, including more than 500,000 refugees from the war zone, suffered from homelessness, malnutrition, and disease and lived in fear of being maimed or killed by treading on land mines. The death of Savimbi in a clash with government troops in February 2002 raised hopes that the long years of civil war might soon be ended. In Zambia, which also bordered on southern Africa, Frederick Chiluba's victorious movement for multi-party democracy, MMD, was, like many of the new pro-democracy movements, a broad coalition which fractured. 204. When once it acquired power and faced the task of making difficult economic and other choices. Aware of the widespread dissatisfaction with its performance, the MMD government took the ill-advised step of preventing ex-President Konda from standing as a presidential candidate in 1996 on the ground that he had been born in Malawi. This undemocratic maneuver against a man who had led the country to independence in 1964 and served as Prime Minister and President for 27 years, coupled with the arrest of 8 prominent UNIP members, led to the suspension of foreign aid and the boycott of the election by several of the smaller parties. The result of the boycott was an easy victory for Chiluba and the MMD on a low poll. 16. The performance of the economy continued to be disappointing for the rest of the decade. A number of government departments regularly overspent. There were cases of financial mismanagement and instances of political favoritism and corruption surrounding the divestiture of state assets and the award of public contracts. Parliament was not strong enough for accountability to be meaningful. 17. And there was an urgent need for wide-ranging structural reforms. Civic associations consistently charged the authorities with infringing human rights, harassing political opponents and exerting political pressure on the independent press. Nevertheless, a section of the press, notably the Post, continued to exercise its critical function, and the judiciary by and large upheld the rule of law, even on occasion ruling against the government. 18 An important democratic advance was Chaluba's decision, albeit taken reluctantly, not to seek an extension to his constitutional term in office when it expired in 2001. His government credited itself with having privatized more than 90% of the country's state-owned companies over the last few years, culminating in the sale in April 2000 of 70% of the government-owned Zambia Consolidated Copper Mines, ZCCM, to the Anglo-American Corporation after lengthy negotiations. 19 The DRC, which was known as Zaire for most of Mobutu's 32-year rule, shared a short common border with Zambia and a longer border with Angola. Well endowed with natural resources, it was by far the largest state in Central Africa, though in continental terms it came second to the Sudan in area. Its population of some 48 million was less than half that of Nigeria. Tough, wily, and manipulative, Mobutu personalized the state and turned the dictates of the IMF and other international financial institutions to his own advantage. His dictatorial regime would not have survived as long as it did without the backing of the USA. In 1990-1 Zaire was not immune from the move to democratist authoritarian-ruled states that was sweeping across Africa, or from the social unrest and rioting which accompanied rising prices and increasing unemployment. Mobutu promised political reforms. 205. But ensured that little came of them by pursuing a policy of elite circulation, whereby colleagues and opponents alike became his clients to be promoted, given lucrative appointments, or discarded at will. Outwitted, his political opponents in Kinshasa called in vain for the Zairene army to intervene. It was not until May 1997 that Mobutu fled abroad as Rwandan soldiers and troops of Laurent Kabila's rebel movement, the Alliance of Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Congo-Zaire, AFDL, approached Kinshasa. On proclaiming himself president, Kabila announced that the country would revert to its former name. By the end of 1998 it was clear that Kabila's promise of full, early democratization would not be fulfilled. He revealed a strong authoritarian strain, imprisoned erstwhile supporters and, in a manner reminiscent of Mobutu, started filling key posts with members of his own family or with fellow Katangese. His government could not hold the country together and civil war broke out again, drawing 5 African states into a conflict that continued sporadically following an unbrokered peace accord in July 1999, see Chapter 7. Breaches of the ceasefire and Kabila's unpredictable nature and exaggerated sense of his own importance made it questionable whether the misnamed Democratic Republic would survive as a single entity. This remained an open question following Kabila's assassination in January 2001 and the succession as president, apparently at Zimbabwe's insistence, of his 31-year-old son, Joseph. Angolan and Zimbabwean troops assumed responsibility for maintaining law and order in Kinshasa and protecting the new ruler. 20 Conditions in the Republic of Congo, Congo-Brazzaville, which lay on the other side of the Congo River, were better, but still troubled. The power struggle between ex-President Sassou Nguesso and his successor Pascal Lissouba, who won the 1992 election, culminated in 1997 in a 4-month civil war, centered on Brazzaville, between rival militias, Lissouba's Zulus and Sassou Nguesso's Cobras. With the help of Angolan troops, Sassou Nguesso overthrew the Lissouba government, was sworn in as president and formed a government of national unity. In a referendum held in January 2002, the people overwhelmingly approved a new constitution which provided for a president elected for a 7-year term and a bicameral legislature. Early presidential elections were scheduled. Gabon, Congo-Brazzaville's western neighbor, is an oil-rich, heavily forested state in Central Africa with an estimated population of 1.3 million. Since independence in 1960, the Gabonese government, first under Leon Mba and from 1967 under Omar Bongo, pursued a policy of close cooperation with France in economic and foreign affairs. Living off the unearned income that oil rentals provided, Gabon was and remains essentially a rentier state. In March 1990, internal unrest led to the convening of 206. A national conference and the establishment of a multi-party system of government. Bongo and the Parti Démocratique Gabonais, PDG, won the 1993 elections, which were marred by some violence, and the presidential election of December 1998, when Bongo was re-elected at the first round. Women played a prominent role in a campaign where the clear advantage in financial and other resources lay heavily with the incumbent president. A hopeful pointer for the future was the vigor with which the opposition press was allowed to criticize the government's performance and shortcomings. 21 Compared with Gabon, Rwanda was, and remains, a poor country which until independence in 1962 had formed with Burundi the Belgian-administered UN Trust territory of Rwanda-Urundi. As we saw in Chapter 4, periodic clashes between the rival Hutu and Tutsi communities occurred in both states, the events in one country reacting on those in the other. Victimization of Batutsi within Rwanda, Hint Jens notes, has consistently been justified as avenging victimization of Bahutu in neighboring Burundi. 22 The government was determined to create a society in which there are no Hutus or Tutsis, only Rwandans. 23 Neighboring Burundi, where President, Major, Pierre Buyoya has been head of state and government since July 1996, covered much the same area and had a slightly smaller population than Rwanda. Sadly, no end was in sight to the civil war between the largely Tutsi army and various Hutu rebel groups, despite the peacemaking efforts of Tanzania and other states in the region. Clearly, a polity based on ethnic exclusion was not viable. 24 It was estimated that some 250,000 people had died between 1993 and 1999. The Buyoya government's cruel policy of housing suspected opponents in regroupment camps was a more extreme version of the villagization policy initiated by the Rwandan government to counter sporadic rebel attacks in northwest Rwanda. Malawi is also a poor country, overdependent on tobacco, in Central Africa, but English-speaking rather than French-speaking. Though it experienced the long years of the dictatorial rule of Hastings Bunda and the Malawi Congress Party, MCP, its significant regional divisions have not plunged it into the sort of violent conflict that has been a feature of political life in Rwanda and Burundi. Indeed, some of the essentials of democracy were restored in the 1990s, beginning with presidential and legislative elections in May 1994. 25 A second round of elections was held in June 1999 when Bakili Mulazai, the incumbent president and leader of the southern-based United Democratic Front, UDF, fought off the challenge of two other presidential candidates, one of whose base was in the center of the country and the other in the north. Thus, the split along regional lines continued, signaling the need for responsible behavior on the part of Malawi's politicians if these fissures were not to be deepened. 207. From Malawi we move to East Africa and the United Republic of Tanzania, where the ruling CCM, no doubt anxious to secure foreign aid and attract overseas investment, opted for multipartyism despite the March 1992 finding of the Presidential Commission on Political Change that a majority of Tanzanians favored retaining the country's one-party system. The elections in October 1995 and October 2000 accentuated the divisions between the islands of Zanzibar and the mainland. Those in Zanzibar in particular were seriously flawed due to the persistence of old conflicts and cleavages, see Chapter 5. In the 2000 presidential election the incumbent Benjamin Mkapa benefited from Tanzania's fast-growing economy and the failure of the opposition parties, as in Gabon and Kenya, to unite behind a single candidate. He gained an easy victory over his three challengers. CCM, the ruling party, also triumphed. The 2001 budget contained no specific measures for regional integration and the three member states of the revived East African Community, EAC, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, seemed to be pulling in different directions on the crucial issue of harmonizing trade policies. In Uganda the new 1995 constitution extended for 5 years the system of broad-based, no-party government which allowed political parties to exist, but not to campaign or hold rallies. Museveni won an easy victory in the 1996 presidential election under this movement system, which was supported by just over 90% of voters in a referendum held in June 2000, though on a modest turnout of 52%. Members of the expanding middle class were unhappy about the government's tactics and demanded greater political freedom. 26 Nevertheless, within what amounted to a de facto one-party context, the press was relatively free to express its views and to expose corruption at the highest level. Thus, in 1998 it showed the banking sector to be in crisis and the president's half-brother, a former army major general, to be implicated in a banking scandal. He resigned as presidential advisor on defense. It also ventilated the 1999 report of a parliamentary inquiry which revealed that privatization had been derailed by corruption and that 3 senior ministers were implicated. 27 In August 2000, the Constitutional Court showed its independence by declaring the Referendum and Other Provisions Act null and void on the ground that it had been passed into law by an inchoate legislature. Museveni won a landslide victory in the presidential election held in March 2001 and thus secured a final 5-year term in office. In Kenya, the opposition movement was hopelessly divided by personal ambitions and ethnic considerations. This worked to the advantage of President Moi and the ruling KANU in the December 1992 presidential and parliamentary elections. However, the regime faced major problems of political instability and economic and social decline throughout the 1990s. 208. A series of financial and banking scandals in 1991-3 were particularly disturbing, the more so because no action was subsequently taken against the 2 men alleged to have been the main perpetrators of this multi-million-pound fraud. It entailed the grant to a trading company called Goldenberg International of a monopoly on gold and diamond exports, plus a 35% export bonus, though Kenya had no diamonds of its own and produced very little gold. Moi and his faction-ridden party were again successful in the December 1997 elections, though KANU did not secure the 2/3 majority in the National Assembly required for major constitutional change. The Luo-based National Development Party, NDP, joined KANU in forming a coalition government in June 2001. Corruption remained a serious issue, resulting in the freezing of international development aid. The West African Republic of Cameroon had been created in 1961 out of the union of 2 former UN Trust territories, one administered by France and the other by Britain. This helped to shape the country's politics. Instead of substantial autonomy within a federal framework, the Anglophone region came to be totally integrated into a strongly centralist unitary state ruled by President Paul Biya, from November 1982, and the Rassemblement Démocratique du Peuple Camerounais, RDPC. The political liberalization of the early 1990s led to the escalation of demands for change by the Anglophone provinces, but the government showed itself ready to defend the unitary state by all available means, including repression. 28 The IMF suspended aid to Cameroon in 1996 because of government delays in cutting back the overmanned public service, tackling corruption, and privatizing the economy. However, privatization of the sugar, railways, and cement sectors went ahead in 1998. The country's plentiful resources included oil and gas. There seemed to be no end to the troubled history of Chad, the large, landlocked country to the northeast of Cameroon. Following a civil war between the Libyan-backed forces of President Goukouni Ouattara and those of his challenger Hissène Habre, Habre ruled precariously as president from October 1982 to December 1990 when, after appealing in vain for French assistance, he was overthrown by Colonel Idriss Déby, leader of the Patriotic Salvation Movement, MPS. Under pressure from France, whose troops provided logistical support, Déby called and won a presidential election in July 1996. The ruling MPS won a majority of seats in the parliamentary elections that followed. A new, broad-based administration included major critics of the regime. The existence of dissident groups in the south threatened the extraction of the region's rich oil reserves that were of vital importance for the country's economic future. Lake Chad straddles the border between the Republic of that name and Nigeria, the dominant oil-rich state in West Africa with a population estimated 209. In 2000 at 132 million, see Chapter 7. The presidential election in February 1999 was won convincingly by General, RETD, Olusegun Obasanjo, who stood as the People's Democratic Party, PDP, candidate. The PDP secured overall majorities in both the House and Senate. Following his inauguration in May, Obasanjo reached agreement with the IMF for an economic reform program, which included the privatization of non-oil public enterprises, and pledged to tackle corruption and to overcome Nigeria's ethnic divisions. The seriousness of the latter was quickly demonstrated as tensions between the Western Yoruba and Northern Hausa peoples mounted. There were intercommunal clashes in Lagos and Kano, causing many deaths. It seemed that the Yoruba believed that the new president, though a Yoruba himself, represented northern and military interests, while the Hausa were alarmed that a significant number of Southerners had been promoted to senior military posts. This was done to offset the preponderance of northern officers. Potentially more serious still was the surge in Islamic fundamentalism in northern Nigeria, heightening tension between Muslims and Christians and other non-Muslims who feared that they might be punished for infringing a law, Sharia, to which they did not subscribe. 29 Sectarian violence between Muslims and Christians also occurred outside the old northern region, at Aba and Umuahia in the east of the country and at Jos in the center, where an estimated 500 people were killed in September 2001. In Ghana, Rawlings, behind a facade of populist radical policies, undertook a series of economic reforms with IMF and World Bank support. His was essentially an authoritarian regime that severely curtailed political party activity until 1992, when, having resigned from the Air Force, he was returned as civilian president in elections regarded as unfair by the opposition parties. They boycotted the ensuing parliamentary elections, thus giving an easy victory to the ruling NDC. With the economy in reasonable shape, despite the sharp rise in the price of oil and the fall in the price of cocoa, he won again in 1996 in elections widely regarded this time as free and fair. 4 years later he respected the constitutional limit of 2 four-year terms as president and stood down. Vice President John Adams replaced him as the NDC's presidential candidate, but was defeated by John Kufuor, leader of the New Patriotic Party, NPP, who stood on a slogan of positive change and did particularly well in the cities and key parts of the South. The election was significant as being the first time that government had changed hands in Ghana by means of the ballot box. 30 The democratic record of Francophone states in West Africa was mixed. The experience of Benin was both intriguing and exceptional. General Kirikau's discomfiture at the hands of the voters in 1991 proved temporary. In the presidential election of March 1996 the people expressed their 210 discontent with the belt-tightening financial measures of Olusegun Obasanjo, his successor, by voting the former dictator back into office. Despite strikes and protests against continuing austerity and an unstable economic situation, Kirikau won the presidential election in March 2001. He was confronted by an opposition-led legislature as a result of the important gains made by Saglo's Benin Resistance Party in the 1999 parliamentary elections. Kirikau's political record was certainly much better than that of General Ayadima, who had ruled Togo, the tiny state lying between Benin and Ghana, for over 30 years. Ayadima was an old-style military dictator who came under continuing international pressure to democratize his regime, but made only token efforts of reform. He was pronounced the winner of a presidential election in June 1998, but the European Commission, supported by France and Germany, rejected the result as fraudulent and held back aid. His legitimacy was low outside his own northern area, from which the army drew most of its personnel. Burkina Faso and Mali were poor states north of Ghana, with limited natural resources. In the former Blaise Compaoré and his party were returned to power in presidential and parliamentary elections in 1997. Demonstrations the next year followed the murder of a journalist that was widely believed to have been politically motivated. Compaoré was alleged to be involved in international diamond smuggling both from Angola and Sierra Leone. Mali was ruled from April 1992 by Alpha Umar Konaré of the Alliance for Democracy in Mali, ADIMA, after defeating Colonel Amadou Toumani Touré, who had seized power just over a year earlier, in a presidential election. Over the next few years Mali built up an enviable reputation as one of the new model African states which combined a functioning democracy with economic reform. The success story of agricultural and rural development in Mali was based on cotton production, while the country's democratic advance owed a great deal to the emergence in 1991, and functioning, of the National Union of Cotton and Food Crop Producers. 31 As commodity prices slumped in the 1980s, leading to a squeeze on public finances, the Côte d'Ivoire began to lose its reputation as an economic miracle. However, neither this nor the move to multipartyism at the beginning of the 1990s seriously affected the dominant position of President Houphouët-Boigny, the ruling PDCI, or the working of the country's effective but highly centralist administration. Little of significance changed following Houphouët-Boigny's death in December 1993. With the economy in good shape, his successor, Henry Konan Bedi, former Speaker of the National Assembly, and the PDCI easily won the general election, though the opposition boycotted the presidential contest. Unexpectedly, in December 1999 the Bedi government was overthrown in a military coup. 211. The reasons for which were unclear, led by General, RETD, Robert Guy, a respected former Army Chief of Staff. The French government condemned the coup, but made no attempt to intervene, indicating a major shift in French policy towards its former colonies. Tragicomedy and not a little confusion followed, but eventually the Electoral Commission declared Laurent Gbagbo, a Christian from the western part of the country long committed to democratic reform, the winner of the October 2000 presidential election. A number of political and ethnic clashes, resulting in many deaths, occurred. Gbagbo's party, the Ivorian Popular Front, FPI, won 96 seats as against 77 for the PDCI in legislative elections held in December 2000. The main party in the predominantly Muslim North, whose leader had been debarred from standing as a presidential candidate, boycotted the election. The country was seriously split along both religious and ethnic lines and the state of the economy deteriorated. In neighboring Liberia, Samuel Doe's brutal and corrupt regime was removed in September 1990 by a guerrilla force led by Charles Taylor. A protracted civil war, in which indescribable acts of cruelty were perpetrated, was eventually ended in August 1995 when a peace accord was brokered by ECOMOG, the monitoring group of the 16-member Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, which had arrived in Liberia in 1990. It broke down in April 1996, by which time an estimated 150,000 people had been killed, large numbers made homeless, and the iron ore and rubber-based economy crippled. With the backing of the Ghanaian and Nigerian heads of state, ECOWAS managed to persuade the warring factions to reach a new peace agreement. They were disarmed and disbanded and converted into political parties. Taylor emerged an easy victor over 8 other candidates in the ensuing presidential contest in July 1997, while his National Patriotic Party of Liberia, NPPL, won the elections to the House of Representatives and the Senate. The new president appointed technocrats to his cabinet and announced that he would pursue a policy of reconciliation, national integration, and economic rehabilitation. Opposition leaders were dissatisfied, however, and a plot to overthrow the government was uncovered. Taylor retained a tight grip on power by means of a loyal armed guard. He retained access to rebel-controlled diamond mining areas across the Sierra Leonean border 32 through his contacts with Foday Sanko, leader until May 2000 of the Revolutionary United Front, RUF, to whom he was alleged to be supplying weapons. The diamond issue brought Taylor into conflict with the British government and the EU, which blocked aid to Liberia. His government also clashed with the local independent and foreign media. Diamonds linked the politics of Liberia and Sierra Leone. After experiencing both civilian and military rule and then, from January 1986, a mixture. 212. Of the two under Joseph S. Momoh, An army general turned civilian, Sierra Leone embarked on political reform by adopting a multi-party constitution in October 1991. This became a dead letter some 6 months later when Captain Valentine Strasser staged a military coup, assumed power, and promised a reform program. Widespread fighting between the rough, unidentified armed gangs and government troops caused devastation and a massive refugee problem. Following Strasser's removal in a bloodless coup in January 1996, elections were held in which ethnic, regional and personality factors were again prominent. The unexpected outcome was the return to power in the legislature of the SLPP and the election of its presidential candidate Alhaj Ahmed Tejan Kaba, a former UN development economist, who formed a coalition administration from the SLPP and some of the minor parties. With the Côte d'Ivoire particularly serving as broker, a peace agreement with the RUF was signed in November 1996. It did not last, another coup occurred and it was not until March 1998 that ECOMIG forces, composed largely of Nigerians, cleared the way for President Kaba to return to the capital. An ugly period of civil war followed, when final agreements proved temporary and a UN peacekeeping force proved ineffective. Britain expressed a willingness to help its former colony and dispatched some 1,500 troops to Sierra Leone, officially to train the Sierra Leonean army. There was little prospect of peace until the diamond fields were taken out of rebel hands, though Yusuf Bangura was convinced that by itself this step would not be enough to solve the problems which faced the peacemakers. He argued that at their root was the misfit between the country's majoritarian presidential system of government and its bipolar ethnic structure. 33 Some of the above events affected Guinea both because it had common borders with Liberia and Sierra Leone and contributed troops to the ECOMIG force. Colonel Lansana Conté, who became president following a bloodless coup in April 1984, instituted an economic liberalization program and received extensive advice on the management of the bauxite-dominated economy from the IMF and World Bank. Standing as a civilian, he won the presidential elections in 1993 and 1998, but unfairly according to the opposition, whose main leader, Alpha Condé, was charged with fomenting a rebellion and imprisoned for 5 years in September 2000. Whereas Guinea had been ruled by the French, Guinea, Bissau and Cape Verde were former colonies of Portugal. As noted in Chapter 3, each state had gone its own way after the coup d'état of November 1980. In 1994 the PAIGC won the legislative elections in Guinea, Bissau and João Vieira was elected president. A constitutional crisis in 1997 was followed by an army mutiny the next year. It was put down with the help of Senegalese and Guinean troops. A peace agreement was brokered by the Francophone. 213 members of ECOMIG. Vieira was forced out of office and was succeeded in January 2000 by Kumba Yala of the Social Renewal Party, who defeated his PAIGC challenger in the presidential election. He included members of opposition parties other than the PAIGC in his 24-member cabinet. In November 2000 relations with the army became critical when President Yala appointed mostly Balantas, the ethnic group which dominated his government, to 30 senior posts in the military. An army revolt occurred, but was put down. In 1991 Cape Verde was caught up in the democratic wave sweeping across the continent. Pereira and the PAIGC were defeated in multi-party elections by the Movement for Democracy Party, MPD, and its presidential candidate, Antonio Monteiro. Following the ruling party's further success in the December 1995 elections, Carlos Veiga, MPD chairman and prime minister, took further steps to facilitate the transition from a state-run to a market economy. Under his tutelage, Cape Verde earned a reputation as one of the stablest of African states, which had invested extensively in health and education and had an enviable economic growth rate. However, the MPD was rent by internal division for much of 2000 and was defeated in the legislative elections of January 2001 by the PAIGC, whose candidate, Pedro Pires, won the ensuing presidential election by a narrow margin. Developments in Cape Verde were not obviously affected by events in Senegal, a core francophone state with close historic ties to the metropole. The ruling Parti Socialist, PS, had long benefited from electoral regulations which for many years did not allow the opposition parties to form a coalition, from having the whole weight of the government machine behind it, and from its ability to tap the patronage resources of government, in particular, to buy the electoral support of the leaders of the Sufi Muslim brotherhoods who continued to exercise traditional elite control over the informal markets. The function of moderation played by these brotherhoods, and, on a broader front, the practice of clientelism, was vitally important because of the widening gap between state and society and the state's failure to control peanut marketing mechanisms and other market forces. 34 The electoral success of the PS was also said to be due to the party's superior organization and the professionalism of its campaigns. 35 As expected, Abdou Diouf, the incumbent president, was returned to office in the 1993 election for which a reformed electoral code was in place, signaling, according to Villelon, a small step forward in the direction of buttressing democracy. 36 The first round of the presidential election in February 2000 proved inconclusive, but, to the consternation of the PS, Diouf was defeated in the second round by Abdoulaye Wade, the leader of an opposition coalition called the Front for Changeover. The voter turnout was high for elections that were widely regarded as free and fair, making democracy a meaningful concept in 214. Senegal. 37 Rebel activities in the southern province of Casamance threatened stability in neighboring Guinea-Bissau. Until a group of junior army officers staged a bloodless coup in July 1994, the Gambia, notwithstanding an attempted takeover by a small group of conspirators in 1981, was one of the very few African states with long experience of uninterrupted competitive party politics. The military junta headed by Lieutenant, later Colonel, Yahya Jammeh sought to win legitimacy by co-opting 11 civilian ministers and mounting an anti-corruption drive. Claiming to have reinstated democratic rule, Jammeh won the presidential election held in September 1996 under a new constitution and under conditions that greatly favored his candidature. Following the success of his party, the Alliance for Patriotic Reorientation and Construction, APRC, in the parliamentary elections of January 1997, aid programs were resumed, tourism flourished again, and the Gambia was elected to a non-permanent seat on the UN Security Council. On the negative side, however, were repeated opposition charges, backed by an Amnesty International report in December 1997, of human rights violations. The regime was also besmirched by financial scandal and was criticized for its attacks on the press and the opposition. In North Africa, resurgent Islamic fundamentalism posed a serious threat to national unity and militate against the democratic reforms initiated in some countries in the late 1980s. 38 Its impact was greatest in Egypt and Algeria, particularly among unemployed young men. In Egypt, President Hosni Mubarak and his National Democratic Party, NDP, government retained a firm grip on the political situation. The NDP dominated the country's multi-party electoral system and controlled the bulk of seats in the People's National Assembly. Well aware of the damage to tourism caused by the attacks on foreign sightseers in Cairo in 1996 and Upper Egypt in 1997, the government took a tough stand against Islamic terrorist attacks. Thousands of Islamists were alleged to be held in detention without trial and curbs were placed on the press. At the end of the decade, as Mubarak began his fourth six-year term as president and his government, faced with labor unrest and strikes, tried to pursue IMF advice by cutting public spending and pursuing privatization, Islamic fundamentalism continued to pose a serious threat to internal security. By September 2000, over 200 Muslim brothers were in custody. A concerned judiciary began to assert its independence and intervene to correct excesses by the security forces. In Algeria, where a multi-party system of government had been introduced in 1989, a weak ruling party, the Front de Libération Nationale, FLN, faced growing opposition, especially from the Front Islamique de Salat, FIS, a radical Islamic party which was itself challenged by more. 215. Fundamentalist groupings. When the FIS followed up its crushing defeat of the FLN in the June 1990 local elections, the first multi-party elections since independence in 1962, by winning the first round of the country's general election, the army stepped in to halt the democratic process. The effect of this intervention, which was approved by the West, was to increase the spate of heedless violence. The government of Brigadier General Lyamine Zeroual, who had become president in January 1994 and was returned to office in the November 1995 presidential election, made some progress in ending the civil war. While the moderate wing of the FIS seemed content to achieve political power by peaceful means, radical fanatics, belonging especially to the group Islamic Army, GIA, continued to employ terrorist tactics, with women and children in under-policed rural villages the main victims. In 1999 the newly elected president, Abdulaziz Bouteflika, the former foreign minister, launched a peace initiative, which included an amnesty for Islamist militants not implicated in mass killings, rapes or bombings. This won wide support, but did not put a stop to all killing of civilians. Morocco, Tunisia, and Libya were able to hold their own against Islamic fundamentalism. Until his death in 1999, King Hassan II of Morocco pursued a cautious policy of political reform, partly to meet domestic pressure but also to satisfy key international organizations such as the World Bank and IMF and thus achieve Morocco's integration into the world economy. In 1992 a revised constitution gave greater powers to the government and the Chamber of Representatives. In 1995 a new cabinet, including representatives of the center-right political parties, was appointed to replace the non-party cabinet, and in 1996 a bicameral legislature was introduced, with all members of the Chamber of Representatives, the lower house, elected by direct universal suffrage. The right of trade unions to take strike action was also recognized, and in 1998 Abdurrahmane Yusufi, the opposition leader who was appointed prime minister by the king, undertook to democratize the country's social and political life, and to promote the rule of law and human rights, the subject, it was alleged, of abuse. He also ordered all civil servants, cabinet ministers, and MPs to disclose their wealth and private interests. However, his administration achieved less than it had promised. Under the new king, Mohammed VI, the former crown prince, a faster rate of political change seemed in prospect, together with regional decentralization and economic liberalization. Adopting a populist style, Mohammed dominated the political sphere and spoke out on sensitive issues, such as equal rights for women, which were anathema to elements within the Islamist movement. By contrast, Yusufi's administration seemed lethargic. It clashed with the independent press, which was a driving 216 force for change, and banned several newspapers and weekly magazines for straying into areas that were out of bounds, the monarchy, the army and the Western Sahara. Morocco carried most of the blame for the long delay in holding a referendum to determine the future of this former Spanish territory claimed by the Polisario Front, PF. However, its campaign to weaken support for the front among members of the OAU met with some success. Polisario, backed by Algeria, refused to consider any solution outside the referendum framework. 39 In Tunisia, General Ben Ali and the ruling Rassemblement Constitutional Démocratique, RCD, retained a tight grip on power following presidential and legislative elections in 1994 and municipal elections in 1995. The regime was authoritarian and intolerant of opposition. It imposed restrictions on the local press, subjected foreign publications to regular censorship, and had a poor human rights record, though this did not prevent Tunisia's unanimous election to the UN Human Rights Commission in 1997. In April 2000, Tawfik Ben Brik, an outspoken journalist writing in the European press, made human rights abuses in Tunisia a matter of international concern and provoked fierce French criticism of the regime. Dissidents in Tunisia also joined in the attack. Token democratic moves included the holding in 1999 of a presidential election that was contested for the first time since independence and which Ben Ali won decisively. The RCD trounced the weak and divided opposition in the parliamentary elections. Despite mounting unemployment, the government's pursuit of an open market economy yielded strong economic growth. This was achieved by framing its own policy, without following IMF dicta. Nevertheless, Tunisia shared with Egypt and Morocco the impact of structural adjustment programs. As Karen Pfeiffer pointed out, all three countries remain dependent on external finance. They are now more subject to global market institutions than ever before and more vulnerable to global recession or financial crises. 40 Following an abortive army coup in 1993, internal opposition to the regime of Colonel Muammar Gaddafi in Libya was reported to be on the increase. Apart from unrest within the armed forces and tribal rivalries, a growing number of militant groups, probably linked to the Algerian Ghia, were active. In 1996-8 they clashed with the security services in eastern Libya, causing hundreds of deaths. However, the Gaddafi regime claimed that Islamist militancy had been contained. The decentralization policy begun in the 1980s was continued, but real power remained with Gaddafi and a close circle of confidants. In 1999 UN sanctions against Libya, which had been in place since 1992, were suspended and most EU sanctions were lifted after Libya handed over for trial by Scottish judges in the Netherlands the two men accused of responsibility for the Lockerbie bombing in 1988, early in 2001. 217. One of the two was found guilty and the other not guilty. Frustrated because of the weak Arab support over Lockerbie, Gaddafi sought to promote closer relations with those countries south of the Sahara which had backed him. In the Sudan, Islamic law was adopted by the military governments of Ja'far Numeri, 1969-85, and then, following a 3-year interregnum of civilian rule, of General Ahmed al-Bashir, effectively from June 1989. Its introduction was in part a reaction to economic failure and the disruption caused by the long years of civil war as the Arab Muslim-dominated government in Khartoum tried, for all except a few years following the 1972 accord, to impose its will on the rebellious, largely Christian and animist southern provinces. Bashir's political reforms eventually resulted in presidential and legislative elections in 1996 and again in 2000, but their significance was largely nullified by the cruel way in which opponents were dealt with, interrogation, detention, and the rigorous application of Sharia. The civil war in southern Sudan caused immense suffering, while compulsory conscription into the army was resented and added to opposition to the regime in the northern heartland. The ruling National Congress Party, NCP, was subject to bitter division, and a state of emergency was imposed in 1999. Egypt, Libya, and Eritrea tried to reconcile the Sudanese government with its opposition groups. The Sudanese People's Liberation Army, SPLA, the leading rebel movement in the south, was itself split into rival factions, and this diminished the prospect of resolving the north-south conflict. In consequence, Sudan's international political standing declined. The demands of war, and periodic drought and famine, imposed a constant drain on the economy of a heavily indebted country, which looked for succor to the Islamic Development Bank, the Gulf Emirates and UN agencies. The country's economic performance improved somewhat early in the new millennium, though it did not regain access to the financial resources of the IMF. In Ethiopia, the authoritarian and paternalist regime of Emperor Haile Selassie failed to carry through the modernizing goals on which it had earlier embarked. It was removed in 1974 by a coup staged by young army officers who declared a socialist republic under a military coordinating committee called the Derg. Lieutenant Colonel Mengistu Haile Mariam established a system of government characterized by organization rather than ideology and by continuity as well as change. 41 Far-reaching reform measures included the nationalization of urban and agricultural land. In the manner of former emperors, the grip of the center was tightened and state control of the economy extended. Fatefully, Mengistu followed Haile Selassie's policy of denying Eritrea federal status and of making it just another province of Ethiopia. The result was open Eritrean resistance to Ethiopian rule. Eritrea was supported by nearby Muslim countries and was joined in rebellion by 218 Tigray and other parts of Ethiopia. In retrospect, it is clear that it was the formation in 1989 of the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, EPRDF, a coalition of ethnic-based Tigrine, Amharic, and Oromo liberation movements and other ethnic groups, which presaged the downfall of the Mengistu regime in May 1991. Besides this Eritrean-centered revolt, there was widespread resistance to the program of land reform, which entailed establishing producer cooperatives in preference to individual peasant farms, despite the latter's better production record. In consequence, even with food and medical aid from the West, the government had difficulty in coping with the repeated droughts, famines, and epidemics afflicting parts of what was one of the poorest countries in Africa. Linking up with the Eritrea People's Liberation Front, EPLF, the EPRDF inflicted a string of defeats on the demoralized Ethiopian conscript army in the early months of 1991 and formed a caretaker administration. Its leaders accepted the formation by the EPLF of a separate interim government in Eritrea. Western aid now mattered more than a commitment to Marxism, Leninism. Meles Zenawi of Ethiopia and Isaias Afewerki of Eritrea claimed to be committed to democracy. In December 1994, a constituent assembly, elected on a multi-party basis, adopted a new constitution for Ethiopia establishing ethnic federalism. The country was divided into 9 microstates or regions, each enjoying considerable autonomy, including the right to secede. In August 1995, Zenawi became prime minister, with extensive powers, of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. His government was accused of human rights abuses. It clamped down on Oromo dissidents and imprisoned many journalists. Economic progress was made but was severely set back in 1998 by a border dispute with Eritrea, which quickly flared into open warfare. A peace agreement in December 2000 brought an end to a pointless war from which neither country had benefited and in which over 70,000 people were estimated to have been killed. Elections to Ethiopia's bicameral legislature were held in May 2000, when the ruling EPRDF coalition won over 80% of the seats in the lower house. Meles Zenawi was formally re-elected prime minister. 8 journalists were still imprisoned at the end of the year and the government was again accused of human rights abuse. In a referendum held in April 1993, the people of Eritrea had voted massively for independence from Ethiopia. Independence was proclaimed the next month and Afewerki became president of a transitional government. A new national constitution, adopted in 1997, formally committed the government to liberal democracy, but this belied the reality. Initially, at least, Eritrea had more of the character of a de facto one-party state than a democratic polity. The ruling EPLF was restyled the People's Front for 219. Democracy and Justice, PFDJ. It had a powerful military and a government intolerant of opposition. The president's power increased enormously and open political activity was denied. Nevertheless, Ruth Eob, writing in 1997, felt able to express a cautious optimism about the country's democratic future. 42 subsequent events suggested that this optimism was not justified. The good economic progress which the government had been making was completely undone by the war with Ethiopia. Hundreds of thousands of people had to leave their homes and farms. Western aid was threatened in 2001 following the government's crackdown on political dissent and a free press. 11 former cabinet ministers and several journalists were detained for endangering the country. 43 Somalia, Ethiopia's neighboring state, was a poor and backward country ruled by Siad Barre and his Supreme Revolutionary Council following a military coup in 1969. Bowing to the clamors of an impatient nationalism, the regime sought in 1977 to absorb within the republic by force the Somali-inhabited region of Ethiopia. The Ogaden was quickly overrun but was recaptured the next year by re-equipped Ethiopian forces supported by Cuban troops and Soviet military advisors. This costly war crippled the economy, set back Siad Barre's attempt to create a socialist state, and made Somalia almost as dependent on the USA as it had previously been on the Soviet Union. By the mid-1980s Somalia had become a garrison state. 44's subsequent measures to liberalize the economy and his commitment to adopt a multi-party system of government came too late to save a regime that was no longer capable of meeting the challenge posed by clan-based, armed opposition movements. The regime collapsed in January 1991 and the president fled the country. His army surrendered to the ISIC-dominated Somali National Movement, SNM, in the north. The hoped-for government of national reconciliation did not emerge and the clan-based factions were left to battle among themselves for power. In May 1991 the SNM leaders of Somalia's, ex-British-ruled, northern region declared an independent Somaliland which, despite fierce infighting within the ruling party, survived without however winning formal acceptance by the wider international community. Neighboring Djibouti did recognize the breakaway state in November 1997. In the south of the country neither a US-led multinational task force nor a UN peacekeeping force, withdrawn in 1995, was able to bring a permanent end to interclan conflict. However, some success was achieved in August 2000 when a transitional national assembly was chosen by a complex clan-based system and Abdi Qasim Salad Hassan, who had held senior office under Siad Barre, was sworn in as president. Ominously, however, faction leaders, warlords and the self-declared Republic of Somaliland boycotted the proceedings. 220. Analysis. The pro-democracy movement. A combination of internal and external pressures resulted in the holding of multi-party elections in virtually every African state in the 1990s, many of them were watershed elections. 45 internal pressures were dominant in a number of countries including Zambia, with its volatile urban electorate, and Nigeria, whose intensely politically minded people were impatient to remove the restraints imposed by the long years of military rule. However, external pressures counted for a good deal in poor states such as Mozambique, Malawi, and Tanzania, which desperately needed external financial help, in Kenya, where human rights abuse stemmed the flow of foreign aid, in the rentier state of Gabon, and in Ghana, where Rawlings' economic strategy was based on World Bank and IMF support. But dual pressures were often very real. Thus in Tanzania in 1992 the government decided not to offend the advocates of change in the towns by retaining, as most people wished, the one-party system which had been introduced by Nyerere in the 1960s. In Ghana the Rawlings regime sought, by introducing democratic elements into the government structure, to recover the backing of some of the middle class and professional groups which its earlier populist socialist policies had alienated. And in Mozambique the internal pressure of a war-weary people and the external pressure applied by the UN and Western powers combined to convince Dhlakama and Renamo to accept defeat in the 1994 presidential and legislative elections and to act as a responsible opposition to the Frelimo government. The leaders of many states were reluctant converts to political pluralism but had to bow to citizen power, which was often expressed in noisy and sometimes violent demonstrations, leading, especially in Francophone Africa, to the holding of national conferences prior to calling multi-party elections. There was wide variation in the way in which the electoral process itself was conducted. The contrast was sharp between the states of Botswana and Mauritius, which held a series of free and fair elections in the post-independence period, and militarily controlled states such as Iadimas Togo and Ngoumoumbe-Sogas Equatorial Guinea, where the elections were fraudulently manipulated. It was to Tanzania's credit that when the conduct of elections was disputed in Dar es Salaam in 1995 and in Zanzibar in both 1995 and 2000, the government ordered the elections to be rerun. As Abbott found in Uganda in 1980, the legitimacy of a government which assumed power on the basis of bogus election results was low. From a democratic perspective, the outcome of the elections varied enormously. It was especially 221 and immediately important in those countries where a change of government resulted. In this respect Benin, Zambia, and Cape Verde were the 1991 front-runners. They were followed in 1994 by South Africa, where elections brought an end to nearly 50 years of oppressive apartheid rule, and Malawi, where the outcome was the ousting of Banda's dictatorial regime. In 1995 elections in Mauritius once again led to a change of government, while the former military rulers of Benin and Madagascar, the Malagasy Republic, were returned to power in 1996 and 1997, respectively, by electoral means rather than through the barrel of a gun. In 2000 the PS lost office in Senegal when its presidential candidate Abdou Diouf was unexpectedly defeated, and in Ghana when Vice President Mills lost the presidential election to John Kufuor, the NPP candidate. Of these results, the return to power by election of former dictators, Kirikau in Benin and Admiral Didier Ratsirika in Madagascar, was the most surprising. While it was encouraging that they returned to office through the ballot box, it was disturbing from a democratic perspective that voters, especially those in Madagascar, should have restored to power men who had grossly abused their offices the first time round. 46 There was no change of government in Mozambique, but Frelimo's electoral success led to an accommodation with the Renamo opposition, thus bringing an end to the long years of civil war. The pro-democracy movement of the early 1990s took root in one-party states, some de jure and others de facto, of varying ideological persuasion, without however any change of government immediately taking place in several of them. Of these states some, such as Kenya and Gabon, were ruled by civilians, and others, including Ethiopia, Ghana, and Guinea, were controlled by the military. The fall from power in 1991 of Mengistu in Ethiopia and Siad Barre in Somalia bore witness to the strength of the democratic wave sweeping across Africa. So, too, did events in the tiny state of Swaziland in southern Africa, where in July 1996 King Mswati III yielded to trade union and South African, especially ANC, pressure and appointed a committee to draw up a new constitution, thereby holding out the promise of moderate reform. Hitherto political parties had been legally banned and press freedom was restricted. However, success for the advocates of democratization was not guaranteed. The wily and discredited Mobutu managed to cling to power in Zaire, as did, for example, Presidents Ayadima in Togo, Blaise Compaoré in Burkina Faso, Omar Bongo in Gabon, Paul Biya in Cameroon, and Idriss Déby in Chad. A near universal outcome of the 1990s experience was that the one-party state, which, as in Tanzania, had sometimes been characterized by intra-party competitive elections, was replaced by the dominant party state, the pattern of government established after independence in Botswana, where, however, no. 222. Restrictions were placed on the BNF and other opposition parties to challenge the BDP's monopoly of power. In most states the incumbent government consolidated its power in a manner considerably less liberal than Botswana. Presidentialism, the divine right of presidents, as one Zambian minister in Konda's government had called it, remained a feature of most African states. Thus Jaluba, Konda's well-intentioned successor in 1991, became increasingly authoritarian in the face of mounting economic difficulties and splits within his ruling coalition, creating a situation in which presidential initiatives were not subjected to the rigorous and critical scrutiny which they often deserved. Presidentialism was certainly a curse in states with paranoid and self-seeking rulers, who were more interested in their own lust for power than the welfare of their subjects, a category to which Mobutu and more recently Mugabe belonged. But the explanation for the disappointing democratic progress made since the early 1990s includes, but goes well beyond, the ambitions of the ruling elites and the atrophy of the parties which they led. Among other explanations are the reduced activity in many states of the trade unionists, students, and church leaders who, in the late 1980s and the early years of the next decade, played such an important part in the pro-democracy movements. Account should also be taken of splits within the opposition, sometimes on regional and ethnic lines, as in Kenya and Malawi, the threat posed to state stability by Islamic fundamentalists in Algeria, other parts of Muslim North Africa and the Sudan, and more recently in northern Nigeria, and the inability of weak parliaments, a press inexperienced in financial matters, ombudsmen and other regulatory bodies, and sometimes the judiciary to check the executive and hold it responsible to the people. Nevertheless, It is pleasing that the great majority of rulers now respect the commitment to hold fresh elections, normally after a 4 or 5 year period, as stipulated in state constitutions. To this extent, Pinckney is probably right to say that the new democratic structures may work imperfectly, but it might be difficult to abandon them even if the rulers wanted to. 47. The prospect of new elections is important because it gives the opposition parties an opportunity to mount a stronger challenge, always provided that they can overcome their internal divisions which have reduced their effectiveness, as in Gabon, Kenya, Malawi, Tanzania, and Tunisia. Of course, the ruling party might achieve success in any case because its access to public resources and its monopoly of the media are a considerable electoral advantage. Certainly, the holding of multi-party elections is not by itself enough to secure the firm establishment of the democratic process. Military and other authoritarian governments have frequently sought to legitimize their rule through the ballot box. In most African states, there is in fact a fine line. 223. Between democracy and authoritarianism, they are not so much alternatives as uncomfortable bedfellows. In saying, however, that democracy and authoritarianism are inextricably mixed in several countries, it must be recognized that the spectrum is broad, ranging from the token democracy of Iadima's Togo to the democratic reality of Mauritius, where successive governments have accepted defeat at the hands of the electorate. Sadly, there are many states where the pro-democracy movement has brought few, if any, tangible benefits to their people. Indeed, some of the political events which occurred have been very disturbing. Conditions of civil war and/or violence prevailed in the 1990s and often beyond in Algeria, Angola, Burundi, the DRC, Liberia, Mozambique, until 1994, Rwanda, Sierra Leone and Sudan. Several of these states became, or were in danger of becoming, broken-backed, while a country such as the DRC was rendered virtually ungovernable. Conditions were somewhat better in Congo-Brazzaville, but there, too, civil war raged for 4 months in 1997 and was followed by fighting between rival militias. In situations like these, the people were uprooted from their homes, sought refuge abroad, trod on landmines as they went to work on their farms, and suffered from poverty, hunger, and disease. Yet scarce resources continued to be spent on arms and ammunition, and the elite managed to maintain the affluent lifestyle to which they had grown accustomed. The military took over in the Gambia and the Côte d'Ivoire, hitherto widely regarded as bastions of democracy. There was conflict between the supporters of the ANC and the IFP in South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal province, and many states were subject to corruption, electoral fraud, manipulation of the domestic political situation, rising crime levels, and human rights abuse. Happily, it is possible to find encouraging signs in what is, from a democratic point of view, a dismal picture over a large part of the continent. Besides multipartyism and competitive elections, several states tried, with varying success, to uphold other essential elements of good governance, such as freedom of speech and association, the rule of law, the right of the press and media to criticize the government and, by means of a strengthened parliament and ombudsman, to render it accountable. In Ghana, it was to Jerry Rawlings' credit that he did not try to have the constitution amended to enable him to stay in office for a further 5 years, but stepped down voluntarily after nearly 20 years in power, during the last 3 quarters of which the economy had grown by 4 to 5% yearly. In Zambia, too, Chiluba was persuaded not to try and extend his tenure of the presidency beyond the constitutional limit of 2 5-year terms. Though military coups occurred in both the Gambia, in 1994, and the Côte d'Ivoire, in 1999, a civilian government was quickly restored in the Côte d'Ivoire. 224. While Captain Jammeh and his party were returned to office in multi-party elections held in the Gambia just over 2 years after the military takeover. The death of 13 young demonstrators in anti-government riots in Banjul, the Gambian capital, in April 2000 did not deter the opposition parties and the independent press from condemning the regime's heavy-handed response and from vigorously defending civil liberties and political rights. Jammeh ordered a week of national mourning following the deaths. While multi-party elections do not necessarily lead to good government, that they were held at all was in most states an important advance on the previous decade, though not of course where they were blatantly rigged in favor of the incumbent elite, as in Togo in the presidential election of 1998. Take Zimbabwe. Mugabe's attempt in 2000 to establish a multi-party dictatorship was checked by the voting public who resisted threats, intimidation, and sometimes violence to turn out in large numbers, especially in the urban centers and throughout Matabeleland, to support Tsvangirai and the MDC. Judges and journalists braved the wrath of a repressive regime in defending the rule of law and the freedom of the press. The opposition, voters, human rights activists and a number of journalists showed the same dedication and courage in the 2002 presidential election. In Morocco, articles appeared in 3 magazines in late 2000 exposing alleged drug smuggling and political scandals. That the magazines were closed down was less significant than that the accusations were made at all. They involved senior political and judicial figures. Greater press freedom was secured in several states in the 1990s, including Gabon, Ghana, Uganda, and Zambia. In Ghana, many opposition newspapers resurfaced and dozens of FM radio stations appeared. The country also revived its strong parliamentary tradition. Critical outspokenness had always been a feature of Nigeria's vibrant political life, even during the darkest days of military rule, as we saw earlier. In 1995, Ken Saro-Wiwa and 8 other fellow Ogoni gave their lives to prevent a powerful oil company from doing further environmental damage to their homeland. Lesotho in southern Africa was one of several states trying to stamp out corruption. What was unique was the small state's decision to charge multinational engineering companies with bribing a state official in order to secure the contract for a large dam project. 48. The most frequently cited preconditions for democratic success are, to quote Richard Sandbrook, a history of proto-democratic institutions, competitive capitalism, and a small public sector, industrialization, high literacy levels, and the emergence of a relatively strong middle class or bourgeoisie. 49. Writing in 1988, he went on to point out that despite the lack of most of these preconditions, though capitalism and privatization have subsequently increased in Africa and the urban middle class has grown. 225. Stronger, liberal democracy persisted in India for more than 40 years, with the notable exception of the emergency period in the 1970s, and also in Botswana, though for a shorter period. It is important to recall the achievements of Botswana, the Gambia, from 1965 to the military coup in July 1994, Senegal, Mozambique, Mali and especially Mauritius, an ACP, EU showcase, which enjoyed dynamic economic growth. 50, even if, like Sandbrook, one categorizes them as semi-democracies or proto-democracies, because they show that Africans do have the capacity for democratic government. The task, no easy one, is to identify what has gone wrong in Africa and why. I believe that a country's democratic record, or lack of it, depends on a variety of factors, including its pre-colonial history and traditions, its colonial experience and political culture, the quality of its post-independence leadership and its economic record. Take Botswana, for example. Its democracy owes a good deal to the Tswana tradition of free speech permissible in the Kagotla, a place where the community meets with the chief to discuss openly issues of common interest, and to the persistence of patron-client ties, as well as to more modern elements of the democratic model. Among these were the practice of open and accountable government introduced by Sir Seretse Khama, the country's first president, and carried on by his successors, cabinet decision-making in most matters, with the bureaucrats, including a generous sprinkling of expatriates, carrying considerable weight on economic and technical issues, an independent judiciary, a multi-party system, and, despite opposition party criticism, substantially free and fair elections at both national and local levels. Yet, on the negative side, Botswana's colonial experience, as the High Commission territory of Bechuanaland, was far from democratic and was inferior to that of Senegal and Ghana, which also exhibited certain liberal elements. It was also a poorer country at independence than either of these two West African states. Its early experience, before the Jwanenge diamond mine came into production and raised Botswana to the level of a middle-income economy, and the more recent experience of Mali and Mozambique suggest that, given good economic management, even poor countries can aspire to democracy in some measure. The point being made is that the prospect of democracy taking root in Africa is as varied as the historical experience of its many states. With few exceptions, of which Ghana was one, the outlook for democracy at independence was poor. The constraints on good government, meaning especially freedom of speech and association, a multi-party system, and the rule of law, were numerous. They included the difficulty of transferring such traditional democratic practices as existed at the local level to the national. 226. Arena, the authoritarian and bureaucratic nature of colonial rule, the lack of experience of African leaders in working a responsible and accountable national political system, the weak institutional legacy of parliaments, parties, and public services, inadequate educational provision and high levels of illiteracy, ill-defined state boundaries, and often acute ethnic rivalries. In the subsequent period, many of these problems were overcome, but some persisted, such as underlying communal conflicts which multi-party competition might inflame. Other problems were added. Of the latter, perhaps the most serious stemmed from the failure of nearly all African governments to achieve economic growth and to share out equitably the benefits of such growth as was achieved. The urban elite benefited, but the urban proletariat and peasant farming community were left disadvantaged. Economic failure weakened the prospect of establishing and maintaining a viable democratic system of government, and had serious social and political repercussions. For example, it caused a rise in unemployment and a decline in the provision of social services, and resulted in increased levels of crime. The late, and sadly missed, John Wiseman wrote perceptively about democracy in Black Africa, though I believe that he was too optimistic in assessing Africa's democratic prospects. He was right to suggest that Africa's objective circumstances do not exclude democracy, even though they are, in my view, generally unfavorable to its early achievement and continuance. Elements of democracy can exist in Africa, and the demonstrated ability of Benin, Cape Verde, Ghana, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Senegal, South Africa, and Zambia to change government peacefully through multi-party elections, a feat achieved in sub-Saharan Africa only by Mauritius in the past, is very encouraging. Nevertheless, it will be an uphill task to establish and/or maintain democratic systems which enable such changes of government to take place in a constitutional manner. The prospects of stable, democratic transition are particularly poor where the attempt to solve the problems which arise within and between states leads to armed conflict and violence rather than to negotiation, and where, as in Ethiopia, there is a tradition of centralist, authoritarian government coexisting with an ethnic framework. Democratic prospects are certainly reduced in states such as Burundi, Rwanda, and the DRC which, like Ethiopia, suffer from acute ethnic divisions, in a state like Sudan, where there are in addition religious differences and the rigor of Islamic law is applied, and in Somalia, which is torn apart by interclan rivalry. The position is worse where such divisions are linked to perceived economic and social deprivation. On the other hand, the prospects are correspondingly increased where, as in Tswana-speaking Botswana, Akan-speaking Ghana, and Swahili-speaking Tanzania, there is substantial cultural homogeneity among the people. 227. The economy. It can be confidently asserted that a sound economy from which all citizens reap benefit is more conducive to democratic progress than a weak one. Table 1.1, Basic Indicators, P2, gives data for 53 North African and Sub-Saharan African states. It includes figures for the gross domestic product, GDP, per capita, which are calculated from national data. The table shows that several states have sound economies, among them the mineral-rich states of Botswana, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, and Namibia. However, as the GDP column reveals, percentage growth rates have with one exception been modest, reflecting in Botswana's case a decline in the price of diamonds in the 1990s. The exception is Equatorial Guinea, a former Spanish colony, small both in area and population and with a nominal multi-party system, but ruled in fact by a brutal autocratic regime sitting astride huge oil wealth. When oil first started flowing in 1997, GDP rose by 102% or 51. Guinea and Namibia, each of which has recorded steady economic growth, are sustained by their mineral exports. The small island states of Cape Verde, Mauritius, and Seychelles are shown to have good economic records. Cape Verde has benefited from a long period of political stability and good economic management. Mauritius has prospered in agriculture and business, and Seychelles has a thriving tourist industry. In the post-1990 period, the GDP growth rates of South Africa and oil-rich Nigeria have been quite low, 1.6% and 2.7%, respectively, reflecting the heavy call on their considerable resources made by their large populations. 8 countries have negative percentage growth rates, with the war-torn DRC and Sierra Leone having the worst records. The other 6 are Angola, its economy kept afloat by mineral revenue, and Burundi, Comoros, Djibouti, the Republic of Congo and Rwanda. No figures are available for the troubled state of Liberia. The rates for the relatively poor states of Benin, 4.6%, Burkina Faso, 3.6%, Eritrea, 5.0%, Ethiopia, 4.1%, Mozambique, 5.5%, and Uganda, 7.1%, give an encouraging picture of their performance. In North Africa, both Egypt and Tunisia achieve good GDP scores, while Algeria, with its internal security problems, and Morocco earn a lower rating. Economic data for Libya are not provided. The GDP figures do less than justice to the achievements of a few states. Tanzania, for example, is one of them. Its performance in recent years was described as impressive by the World Bank's country director. This underlines the importance of taking account of the bases against which assessment is made. Obviously, any comparison based solely on GDP growth rates between an oil-rich state such as Gabon and a poor agriculture-dependent state such as Mali must take account of various factors, internal as well as 228 external, over which they have little control and which affect their rating. Among them are the extent to which a country is affected by natural disasters such as drought, famine, and flooding, the possession or non-possession of minerals such as oil, copper, and diamonds, and the price that a country's exports, whether minerals or cash crops such as cocoa and coffee, realize on the world market, and the cost of essential imports. Prices and costs vary considerably over the course of a decade, as Ghana's recent experience reveals. In the 1990s, Ghana had a stable political system with some democratic features and a reasonably healthy economy. Yet in the first year of the new millennium it was reeling under triple commodity shocks. The price of cocoa, its main export, had fallen by nearly half over the preceding 2 years. The price of gold, on whose export it also depended, remained low, and the cost of the oil which it needed to import had almost doubled. Here was an obvious case of a country locked into a global economy over which it had no control. No doubt some blame lay with the Ghanaian government for not diversifying the economy and for adopting policies that had failed to attract external investment. But in the main these policies were based on the advice of the World Bank. Indeed, Ghana was long regarded as one of its star pupils. It had followed the bank's advice in pursuing an open market policy from the mid-1980s. Economic growth had been achieved, but the ordinary people had not benefited, for example, from the flood of cheap imports with which Ghanaian business was not strong enough to compete. Tanzania suffered in turn when the price of sisal and cloves, on which Zanzibar depended, fell sharply on the world market. So, too, did Zambia when the price of copper, its principal export, collapsed. All countries were adversely affected by variation in the price of oil, even including Gabon and Nigeria which produced it. The experience of the 1970s and 1980s was to an extent replicated in the new millennium when the price of crude oil jumped to $34, fell back to about $24, and then plummeted to $17. However, the price increased as production was cut back. I noted earlier that the concentration on cash crop production in order to earn foreign exchange meant that the output of food from the mid-1970s onwards did not keep pace with the rise in population, especially the urban population. Experiments with capital-intensive farming, as in Zambia, did not provide a solution to this problem. African governments, anxious to end their dependence on primary produce, therefore sought to diversify their economies, with industrialization as a favored strategy. Since private entrepreneurs with risk capital were scarce, the state itself in many instances took the initiative to establish new manufacturing industries, vesting responsibility for managing them in parastatal organizations. The high-cost structure of these industries and often poor management meant that the 229 goods produced were not competitive on the world market. Within Africa, only Zimbabwe among African states south of the Sahara could come anywhere near matching the goods made in South Africa, either in quality or price. Under pressure from the multilateral financial institutions and Western donors, divestiture therefore became a favored economic strategy, especially from the second half of the 1980s, see Chapter 6. It made political good sense for an African government, which was anxious to secure re-election in a multi-party election, to provide a good range of health, educational and other services. Table 1.1 shows that in 1998 the inhabitants of only 5 countries had a life expectancy at birth of 70 years or over. These were the North African states of Algeria, Libya and Tunisia and the island states of Mauritius and Seychelles, 7 others, including South Africa, Egypt, Morocco and Cape Verde, the expectancy was 60 years or over. It was 50 years or over in 20 other states and dropped to below 50 for the rest to 44 in Burkina Faso, Guinea, Bissau and the Central African Republic. 43 in Ethiopia and Zambia, 42 in Burundi, Malawi and Uganda, 41 in Rwanda and 37 in Sierra Leone. Obviously, a variety or combination of circumstances explain these figures, including poverty and malnutrition, the quality of healthcare, the incidence of AIDS, malaria and other diseases, and war and conflict. Further reference is made below to the sort of problems that Zambia and Malawi had to face. Most states invested heavily in primary education, see Table 1.1, and none more so in 1994-7 than Gabon, the front runner, Cape Verde, Malawi, South Africa and Namibia. Botswana, the Republic of Congo, Mauritius, Namibia, South Africa and Swaziland invested substantially in both primary and secondary education during this period, as did also the North African states of Algeria, Egypt and Tunisia. Social service programs were expensive and were a heavy drain on national budgets. As well as calling for a reduction in defense costs, the IMF, sometimes oblivious, it seemed, to the political consequences that might follow, insisted on the removal of food subsidies and on curtailing social services. African governments, strapped for finance, mostly felt obliged to respond. But anxious as they were to maintain the range and level of services which they had earlier provided, they had great difficulty in doing so and at the same time servicing their heavy debts. Without debt relief, the service sector of the economy inevitably declined. Zambia was one of many African countries which, even after debt relief, would still be spending more each year on debt servicing than on health, yet it was faced with a devastating AIDS epidemic. 1 in 5 of the adult population was HIV positive. Table 8.1 provides data on 6 African countries. It shows that over a 3-year period average annual debt payments exceeded the amounts 230 spent each year on health and education combined in 3 of the 6 states and were only marginally less in Zambia. The cumulative effect of all categories of debt was devastating for poor African states, including Benin, Burundi, and Mozambique, irrespective of their ideological orientation. World Bank figures for 1998 put the total external debt per capita for Africa south of the Sahara at $367, for North Africa at $734 and for all Africa at $429. Since the price of export crops continued to fall relative to the cost of imports, these debts could in no way be repaid, thus reinforcing the case for large-scale debt remission. Several African countries experienced negative growth rates. Even oil-producing countries could no longer meet their obligations because of the prevailing low price of oil. In these circumstances, it was essential that something should be done to lift this burden of debt which bore especially heavily on some of the world's poorest countries. Jubilee 2000, an organization to fight for debt relief, responded to this challenge. What by the mid-1990s had become an international movement had humble origins. It was founded in 1990 at the University of Kiel by Martin Dent, a senior lecturer in politics, following discussions with a group of students interested in finding ways of helping poorer countries. Dent was joined in his pioneering work by Bill Peters who, after retiring from the British diplomatic service in 1983, had begun to campaign for the cancellation of unrepayable debt. Without any public financial support, Dent and Peters carried the campaign to decision-makers, church activists, trade unionists, and members of community organizations both at home and abroad. 52 They laid the firm foundations on which Anne Petitfer, director of the Jubilee 2000 coalition, and her small London-based team built successfully over a 3-year period on a £3 million budget. Other agencies involved in the campaign for debt relief included KFOD, Save the Children, Christian Aid, and Oxfam. 231. By the time that Jubilee 2000 was founded, it had become clear that to recover creditworthiness the poorest African and other third world countries needed debt relief rather than the rescheduling of their debts. Indeed, Dent urged that the debt slate should be wiped clean and without conditions to enable the poorest countries make a new beginning. Under first the Toronto terms, 1988-91, then the Trinidad terms, from December 1991, and the full Trinidad terms, December 1994, the Paris Club of Creditor Countries applied progressively improved terms of debt relief for the benefit of 20 impoverished and indebted third world countries. Eligibility was to be determined on a case-by-case basis, with indebtedness, poverty, and a commitment to economic reform being considered the key factors. Despite these advances, the main burden of debt remained in the mid-1990s and few countries were actually benefiting from the relief promised. Uganda and Mozambique were the earliest qualifiers. African countries still owed some $200 billion, roughly in the proportion of 50% bilateral debt and 50% multilateral debt. Some states, Nigeria, for example, had also incurred commercial debts. Writing in The Guardian of June 10, 1996, Kevin Watkins of Oxfam pointed out that, every year Africa transfers to its creditors, principally northern governments, the World Bank and the IMF, around $10 billion, £6.5 billion more than the region spends on health and education combined. For every dollar on health, the Ugandan government spends 5 on debt repayment. Zambia is spending 10 times more on repaying the IMF than on primary education. Progress in providing debt relief was slow, with the IMF particularly dragging its feet. A major breakthrough came in 1999 with the introduction of a World Bank plan called the Heavily Indebted Poor Countries, HIPC, initiative which sought to eliminate debt as an obstacle to poverty reduction. 41 countries stood to benefit from this initiative, and of this number 20 were expected to benefit at an early date through the provision of nearly $50 billion of debt relief. With other forms of debt relief, the effect would be to slash the total debt of these countries by more than 2/3. Since the Jubilee 2000 campaign officially ended on December 31, 2000, the World Bank and IMF speeded up the HIPC program so that as many countries as possible would start receiving debt relief before the year ended. By mid-December, 13 countries which had adopted a clear poverty reduction strategy had their debt relief plans agreed. Of the 13, 10 were in Africa: Benin, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Mauritania, Mali, Mozambique, Senegal, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zambia. Jubilee 2000's achievement was therefore very considerable. However, much remained to be done in the new millennium to ease the burden on. 232. HIPCs, which it was calculated would still be paying $2 billion a year to foreign creditors. The prospect was daunting for a country such as Zambia. The people's living standard had dropped by 30% over the past 3 decades, and more than 80% of them were reported to be living below the World Bank's poverty threshold of $1 per day. Even after debt relief, Zambia would still be paying $168 million a year to its creditors out of a total budget of some $800 million. Though hard hit by a devastating AIDS epidemic, it could afford to spend less than $3 million on health care. So long as many African governments still have to spend nearly 3 times more money servicing their debt than on health services, the struggle to win a new deal on third world debt will continue. An organization styled Drop the Debt emerged as the short-term successor to Jubilee 2000. It was followed by the Jubilee Debt Campaign, JDC, of which Martin Dent and Bill Peters were members, and N. Pettifor's Jubilee Plus. Their efforts resulted in the increase to 23 in the number of HIPCs which had qualified for debt relief by October 2001. To qualify, HIPCs had to accept the IMF's Poverty Reduction Growth Facility, PRGF, the successor to Structural Adjustment Programs, SAPs. This entailed investing in health, education, and other sectors that would directly benefit poor people. It was, however, one thing to qualify and another to receive the full benefit of the relief promised. Relief provision tended to be a slow process. According to the JDC, unpayable debt owed by poor countries to the developed world totaled some $30 billion, including IMF and World Bank loans, which accounted for over 40%, but at the end of the year just $18 billion of debt had been cancelled and only 4 countries had benefited: Mozambique, Tanzania, and Uganda in Africa and Bolivia in Latin America. 53 Martin Dent argued that it was not enough to provide relief for only unsustainable debt, since for a very poor country no debt was sustainable. He urged, too, that a country like Nigeria should qualify for debt relief. For the time being at least, Nigeria was ineligible for relief under the HIPC initiative because it was judged sufficiently creditworthy by the World Bank to obtain credit on more commercial terms, and also because its debt ratios fell below the HIPC threshold. Though denied formal classification, Nigeria and other states similarly placed could negotiate for HIPC-type treatment. Despite significant advances in debt relief, some countries seem to be getting poorer and poorer, with little hope of early change for the better. The plight of a poor country such as Malawi, whose main export crops, tea and tobacco, fell on the world market, was compounded by the reduced value of its currency. In little over a year the kwacha slid downwards against the US dollar from 43 to 80 kwacha, thus almost doubling the interest payments on the country's international debts. These payments became 233. 1.5 times greater than the national health budget. An example such as this, which could be replicated many times over, served to expose the weakness of third world states within a complex global economic system. The latter was dominated by powerful economic and financial interests, some of which had scant regard for human development. Important though it certainly was, debt relief did not obviate the need, demonstrated above, for increased market access at fair and stable prices for third world country produce and for development assistance. Concern that aid was being misused and was not reaching the people who needed it most perhaps accounted for the waning of enthusiasm for aid in many developed states, including Canada, the Netherlands, Norway, and Sweden, though all these states, with Denmark, had been front-runners in this field in the mid-1980s. The altruistic motives of these states in the 2 preceding decades were to a large extent subsequently replaced by commercial and political considerations. Aid budgets came under increasing pressure, though the percentage of GNP which went to development aid in the 1980-6 period, around 0.5% in Canada and Australia and between 0.8 and 1.10% in the Netherlands, Norway, and Sweden, was still considerably higher than in Britain and the USA. 54 The record of the Scandinavian countries, including Denmark, and the Netherlands remained good in 1998, but that of Canada and Australia declined, while the USA continued to marginalize foreign aid. The percentage GNP figures for selected Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, countries in 1998 were, Denmark 0.99, Norway 0.91, the Netherlands 0.80, Sweden 0.71, France 0.41, Canada 0.29, Australia 0.28, Japan 0.28, UK 0.27, Germany 0.26, USA 0.10. Thus, only 4 OECD countries achieved the UN aid target of 0.70% of GNP. 55 Gorm-Olsen has produced evidence to show that issues relating to ecology, human rights, and corruption were not sacrosanct for the EU and its members. 56 In Nigeria, the Abacha regime came in for heavy criticism for abusing power, but Shell's right to exploit its substantial and, as far as the ecology was concerned, damaging investments was not questioned. European policies towards South Africa, Kenya, Niger, and Algeria were all influenced by security considerations and by narrow national interests. This was especially true of France, whose lead helped to shape European development policy, and least true of the Scandinavian countries, though even the latter tried to ensure that an increased amount of untied aid was spent on goods and services which they provided. Attitudes to Kenya were subject to change. In the 1980s, when the USA and the Soviet Union backed different sides in the Ethiopian/Somali conflict in the Horn, and control of the Indian Ocean was important for both. 234. Superpowers. Kenya's pivotal position enabled its government to pay lip service to Western demands for political reform. This no longer applied in the early 1990s. The EU and its member states did not have any important economic and security interests at stake in the area and, with the Scandinavian countries taking the lead, reacted to Daniel Arap Moi's poor democratic record by channeling smaller amounts of aid to Kenya, mainly through NGOs, than they had done in the previous decade. In Kenya's case, the European powers combined national interest with the application of moral sanctions. In relation to minority-ruled South Africa in the early 1990s, democratic and human rights issues continued to be of concern to the international community, though the stance of several European governments was somewhat equivocal. However, the emphasis shifted following Nelson Mandela's assumption of power in 1994. Thereafter, the EU no longer felt the need to cooperate solely with the country's NGOs but sought to work also with the state apparatus. By and large, its policies were shaped by security considerations and trading interests. France resumed bilateral cooperation with Niger following the January 1996 military coup and continued to give assistance to this West African state despite the badly flawed presidential election the following July and criticism of its stand by EU partners, notably Germany and Denmark. The EU equivocated but eventually followed the lead of France, which depended on Niger and Gabon for uranium. Olsen notes that aid from the EU and its member states counted for approximately 70% of the total aid to Niger in 1995. French policies were again paramount in shaping EU policies towards Algeria, the issues at stake being the dual threats posed by terrorist activity in the country and immigration into Europe. Instead of standing up for its declared policies on democracy and human rights, the EU elected to focus on security issues. In doing so, it deprived itself of any means of influencing events in Algeria. The outbreak of genocide in Rwanda in 1994 and the civil war in Zaire/DRC, leading to the intervention for and against Laurent Kabila of 5 African states, the number rose to 7 at one stage, reinforced the EU's concern with security. At the same time, France's conduct in Central Africa, discussed in Chapter 7, diminished its standing as European leader in development matters. While there is a sincere desire on the European side to put an end to fighting and the atrocities perpetrated against defenseless refugees, the themes of democracy and human rights have sometimes been in danger of becoming little more than the rhetoric of politicians and treaties. 57 Following the shock events of September 11, there is some hope that Western countries will no longer allow their national economic interests to 235. override the economic interests of the Third World. Gordon Brown, Britain's Chancellor of the Exchequer, who is chair of the IMF's International Monetary and Financial Committee, has given the lead by urging Western countries to double aid budgets to $100 billion, £70 billion, a year in order to meet internationally agreed targets for halving global poverty by 2015. He promised to increase Britain's own aid budget accordingly over the next three-year program of public spending, starting in 2003. Some years earlier, Western governments had debated what form assistance should take, who should be the recipients, and under what circumstances aid should be withdrawn. At the prompting of the Swedish government, the Nordic Africa Institute and the African Development Bank arranged for a two-day seminar to be held in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, in January 1997 in order to identify the main elements in a new partnership for African development that would move away from the format and language of structural adjustment 58. Some contributors argued that a relationship between equals could emerge, eventually, only if African states became less dependent on aid and more self-reliant by attracting international private capital investment and achieving high rates of economic growth. Others pointed to Africa's declining share of world trade, investment, information technology, and production, and therefore to the continent's marginalization in the global economy. They questioned whether an equal partnership was possible in any strict sense, maintaining that the new relationship must be based on democratic principles that permitted greater participation rather than on economic self-reliance. There was a plea for capacity building in economic and financial management and civil service reforms. Most of the conference papers, however, gave insufficient attention to building the institutional structure that the market economy required and to strengthening the state apparatus. Happily, the importance of this was recognized by the World Bank in its 1997 World Development Report. However, until appropriate action is taken, a fundamental problem facing Zambia and many other African states will be that the state institutional framework, though formally adequate, will be too weak to sustain a market economy approach. Corruption remains a major problem in Nigeria and many other African states, though part of the blame lies with the European companies which offer bribes to secure overseas contracts. The problem is being addressed by African governments under pressure from the international financial institutions and Western donors. Progress is slow. Levine's proposition that the more democracy, the less corruption has so far proved untenable, though a significant increase in government accountability should help. The problem appears to Morris Zeftel to be intractable unless its root causes are addressed. The fact that constitutional change in Zambia over a period 236 of some 40 years has not put an end to factional conflict and the corruption associated with it has convinced him that, though institutional change is both important and necessary, the way to deal with the problem of corruption is to root out the underlying political imperatives that drive the process, namely the use of clientelism for purposes of class formation and factional rewards. There is, he argues, a need to develop strategies that uncouple private accumulation from access to public office. Corruption must not be treated in isolation from, and even as independent of, the structures and forces in which it is embedded. 59 It cannot be eradicated by using the institutions of the market and liberal democracy but by tackling the structural forces which give rise to it. 60. At the end of the 1980s and the beginning of the 1990s, Western governments sought to deny African states the freedom to choose the political and economic systems which their leaders believed would best suit their country's individual circumstances and needs. The World Bank, IMF, and other aid agencies were already prescribing the conditions under which development assistance would be given. These attempts to force the pace of reform and to lay down the hallmarks of good government, pluralist democracy, sound economic and social policies, etc., entailed a clear danger that they would prove counterproductive and would end up undermining what was bound to be a difficult and protracted process of political and economic liberalization. To most African leaders they smacked of neocolonialism and were bitterly resented. In some respects, they were also unrealistic. Thus, for a government to be told that it must eliminate food subsidies and reduce the level of essential social services possibly made good economic sense, but could be very damaging politically when carried out. Again, to press for the early adoption of a market economy through privatization measures before building up the institutional structure that the market economy required was to put the cart before the horse. Several state presidents, including Nyerere, who in the early 1980s refused to apply the IMF's and World Bank's reforms to Tanzania, themselves recognized the need to redefine the state's role in the economy and were working towards that end. Some Western governments drew back and admitted that they did not have the right to impose a particular form of government and economic system on sovereign African states. Yet underlying statements that good government required pluralistic decision-making, the introduction of market forces and a strong private sector was an assumption that democracy required some form of capitalism, an assumption that came to be accepted in the 1990s by some of Africa's erstwhile socialist states, including Guinea and Mozambique. 237. The World Bank and the IMF, the pace-setters in providing development assistance, also changed their stand during the decade as it became increasingly clear that the poorest and most disadvantaged members of African society had received scant benefits from their policies. The focus therefore shifted more and more to poverty alleviation. Given Africa's marginalization in the global economy, external assistance to Africa has never been more urgent. The danger is of course that continuing war and conflict in countries such as Angola, the DRC, and Somalia, coupled with reports of the cruelty to which they give rise, projected by television into every Western sitting room, and the well-publicized actions of a few paranoid leaders, will lead donors to question whether they can justify the provision of further large-scale aid to their electorates. Against that, there is some hope that they will recognize that such assistance, and fair and stable prices for their produce in European markets, will enable African states to do much more to help themselves, to attract investment, improve economic and financial management, undertake public sector reform, and create political systems which are responsive to the needs and wishes of the ordinary people. A number of states, including such poor countries as Mali, Mozambique, and Tanzania, have already taken up this challenge, while countries ranging in size and/or population from Nigeria and South Africa to Botswana and Mauritius have demonstrated that the democratic spirit is still very much alive. But democracy in Africa is a tender plant in need of constant and careful nurturing. 9. Regional groupings and the organization of African unity. Following independence, most African states had closer ties, especially in the economic field, with outside states than they had with each other, and foreign powers thus exercised considerable leverage within the continent. This applied especially to the former colonial powers, since the mother country was normally the new state's principal trading partner. Economic, financial, and cultural links between France and its former colonies, except Guinea, were particularly close. To President Nkrumah of Ghana the relationship smacked of neocolonialism. He charged the metropolitan powers with granting formal political independence while still retaining economic control over their fledglings. He believed that a united Africa, subject to a single government, was the only effective way of terminating this relationship, as well as of ending racist minority rule in Africa. In his view, regional blocs were incompatible with African unity. They not only impeded its achievement, but would sap its strength once it had been achieved. The OAU, established in 1963, owed much to Nkrumah's statesmanship, but fell well short of his vision. Moreover, regional groupings, more often in the form of functional rather than political unions, continued to proliferate. Regional political unions. Many attempts were made both before and after 1963 to establish such unions. This was understandable on several grounds. First, they were a possible means of reducing tensions between states divided by artificial, mostly colonially imposed boundaries. Examples of the latter were the border which separated the Yu-speaking people of Ghana's Transvolta region from their kinsmen in neighboring Togo, and Somalia's borders with Kenya and Ethiopia, where many ethnic Somalis traditionally resided. A second argument was that the large state could both surmount local crises better than the small one and more easily pursue a policy of non-alignment. Union would therefore promote political stability. In the third place, superstate unity was an historic value of the African nationalist movement. Two African leaders favored African unity in principle, without necessarily agreeing on how closely united they should be and what forms their unity should take. Many attempts were made, both before and after the establishment of the OAU in 1963, to form regional political unions. The successful cases can be counted on one hand: the Union of Ghana and British Togoland in 1957, Italian and British Somaliland in 1960, but now at an end, Southern Cameroons and the Republic of Cameroon in 1961, and Tanganyika and Zanzibar in 1964. It is an interesting fact that in each case one or both of the states coming together was formerly a UN trusteeship territory, and a significant fact that, with the single exception of Tanganyika and Zanzibar, every union to survive took place before the independence of one or more of the states concerned. Southern Cameroons, which Britain had administered as part of Nigeria, continued under UN trusteeship following Nigeria's attainment of independence in October 1960 and pending the holding of a plebiscite in February 1961. If the 1981 confederal arrangement between Senegal and the Gambia had survived, it collapsed in 1989. The case of Senegambia would have proved an exception on both counts, since each state was independent at the time of union and neither was ever under UN tutelage. On these grounds, and because the union broke the linguistic barrier by linking together an independent French-speaking state and an independent English-speaking state, it merits our brief consideration. The creation of Senegambia, which officially came into being as a loose confederation in February 1982, had advantages for both states. It satisfied the Gambia's need for effective protection following the anti-government plot in October 1980 and gave Senegal control of a unified defense and security system which would be ready to deal with any conspiracy that arose between Muslim/ethnic secessionists in its lower Casamance region and external backers. Algeria was a prime suspect. Potentially, there were economic benefits too. However, the Gambia feared that it would be the loser when its cheap primary products were set against Senegal's costlier manufactured goods. There was little popular support for the confederation in either country. The Senegalese favored closer political union, while Gambians saw the threat to their sovereignty mirrored in the presence of Senegalese troops on Gambian soil. Mutual recriminations led eventually to 241. The smooth dissolution of the Union in 1989, a privileged relationship was substituted and represented a reshaping rather than a termination of relations between the two countries. Three other failures to achieve lasting political union included the Mali Federation, the Guinea, Mali Union, the East African Federation, the Greater Maghreb, and the United Arab Republic. The federal aspect of the relationship between Ethiopia and Eritrea disappeared in 1962 because of the centralizing policies pursued by the imperial government, though technically the union continued to exist until Eritrea achieved formal independence from Ethiopia in May 1993. Key issues in each case were institutional incompatibility and the perception of the incumbent leadership that their political power base was being, or would be, eroded. The latter consideration especially accounted for the breakup in August 1960 of the short-lived Mali Federation between the former French West African colonies of Senegal and Sudan IV, and was a critical factor in the failure of the East African countries of Kenya, Tanganyika, and Uganda to federate in 1963. 5. In April 1964, Tanganyika joined with Zanzibar to form a united republic, redesignated the United Republic of Tanzania in 1965. Officially, this move was undertaken to cement the close historical and cultural links between the two states, but also, on Tanganyika's side, for reasons of security in the wake of the Tanganyikan Army mutiny in January 1964 and communist penetration of Zanzibar by East Germany and China following the Zanzibar Revolution earlier in January. However, Sheikh Abeid Karum, the president of Zanzibar, was unwilling to forego the substance of power, and the Zanzibar Revolutionary Council of some 32 members, which in practice acted as both the island's executive and legislature, still retained in its own hands control over certain matters, including aspects of defense, the public service and customs and excise, which were constitutionally reserved to the Parliament and Executive of the United Republic. It was not until 1977 that the long-awaited merger between the ruling parties of mainland Tanzania and Zanzibar took place, and the interim constitution of 1965 was replaced by a new constitution for the United Republic. Under this, Zanzibar, while retaining its separate government, elected representatives to the Union Parliament for the first time. 6. In recent years, relations between the two parts of the Union have deteriorated. This became evident in the 1995 and 2000 elections. On the one hand, leading Zanzibari politicians alleged that the islands, which had suffered economically because of the depressed state of the cloves industry, were not receiving their fair share of donor-funded national development projects. Some of them even pressed for Zanzibar's withdrawal from Tanzania. On the other hand, many mainland MPs felt that Zanzibar, with less than 3% of the national population, benefited disproportionately in political terms from the Union. 242. Regional functional organizations. These organizations, formed primarily for economic purposes, have fared better than the regional political unions, though they, too, have had a checkered history. Several of the organizations with limited objectives had a long survival record. Among them were the Conseil de l'Entente, the Union Douanière et Économique de l'Afrique Centrale, and the Organisation Commune Africaine et Mauritienne, which became mainly a linguistic and cultural organization. However, I focus on three major functional groupings in East, West, and Southern Africa: ECSO and its successor, the East African Community, EAC, ECOWAS, and the Southern African Development Coordination Conference, SADC, and the Southern African Development Community, SADC, its successor. East African Common Services Organization, ECSO/East African Community, EAC. ECSO was the successor of the East African High Commission, which officially came into being in January 1948 and was itself the successor of the Conference of East African Governors, instituted in 1926. 7. Under the ECSO Agreement and Constitution of December 1961, the High Commission of Governors was replaced by the East African Common Services Authority, the supreme policy-making body of ECSO comprising the principal ministers of the three territories. The hub of ECSO was the administration headed by a Secretary-General in Nairobi. While the organization did valuable work in maintaining the common services, of which three, railways and harbors, posts and telecommunications, and the East African Airways Corporation, had substantial autonomy, it was, as Jane Banfield has argued, a temporary and rather makeshift organization dominated by its central bureaucracy. ECSO survived the collapse of the negotiations in 1963-4 to establish an East African Federation, but was badly in need of overhaul. At the root of its increasing difficulties was the fact that the benefits of membership went disproportionately to Kenya, which dominated the intra-regional trade in manufactured products. Attempts to redress this imbalance made little headway, but the Treaty for East African Cooperation of June 6, 1967 kept hopes alive by establishing an East African Economic Community and an East African Common Market, thereby confirming and supplementing the ECSO arrangements. 8. However, the benefits of membership continued to be skewed in Kenya's favor and, mainly on this account, the community finally broke up in 1977. 9. Nearly 20 years later, towards the end of 1995, memories of 243. The past benefits of interstate cooperation led to renewed negotiations to reactivate the community. Though the community was revived, by the end of the year 2000 no specific measures for regional integration had been adopted and the three member states seemed to be pulling in different directions on the crucial issue of harmonizing trade policies. In view of the sharp ideological differences between Tanzania and Kenya and the personal animosity between Nyerere and Amin, it can be argued that the EAC might have stood a better chance of survival if its membership had been expanded to include other states in the East and Central African region. The possibility was moot from time to time that Ethiopia and Somalia, Burundi and Rwanda, as well as Zambia, would join the community. Nothing came of these proposals, though the Zambian government did conduct negotiations to join the community in 1968-9. It eventually decided against this step, realizing that, given the high-cost structure of Zambian industry, Zambia's manufactured goods would not be competitive in the East African market without a substantial devaluation. Thus, the community retained its three-state basis up to the time of its collapse, differing in this respect from both ECOWAS and SADC. Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. The Treaty of Lagos, which was signed in May 1975, established a 15, subsequently 16, nation economic community of predominantly English and French-speaking West African states. These states pledged themselves to work towards the free movement of goods and people throughout the community area, with the object of promoting trade between themselves and increasing their independence, as a group, in relation to the rest of the world. A fund for cooperation, compensation and development was to be set up, one of its purposes being to compensate states which lost revenue as a result of reducing tariffs. The headquarters of the fund were located at Lomé and those of the community at Lagos. Provision was made in the treaty for an annual meeting of heads of state and government, and for a subordinate council of ministers. Following its effective establishment in 1978, ECOWAS made progress in certain directions. For example, it launched a major communication project. However, work on its trade liberalization scheme was subject to long delay. Completed in 1981, it was restarted in 1989, and its agricultural program, which aimed to make the community self-sufficient in foodstuffs, was set back by severe drought which affected the whole of the Sahel belt, especially in 1984-5. Economic cooperation was hampered by the linguistic and ideological differences and poor communications between member states, and also by the proliferation of currencies, and foreign exchange. Restrictions and controls, which persist in the West African region. Monetary union was one of ECOWAS' long-term objectives. Several member states failed to contribute to the common fund. Other difficulties arose because the constituent states retained a strong sense of economic nationalism, and a majority of them were also simultaneously members of other West African regional groups. Thus, members of the Francophone Communauté économique de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, CEAO, also belonged to ECOWAS. Not confined to French-speaking states, ECOWAS was particularly disadvantaged by Francophone regionalism, which was shaped by the institutions of the Franc Zone and the military and other cooperation agreements linking France and its former colonies. States belonging to CEAO retained an independent approach to regionalism and occasionally adopted policies which discriminated against the interests of ECOWAS. The effect was seriously to impede the efforts towards economic integration made by each of these organizations. 11. The extent to which ECOWAS is dominated commercially and financially by oil-rich Nigeria is accepted, but not liked, by West Africa's Francophone states. The sharp fall in the price of oil in the 1980s hit Nigeria economically and had serious knock-on effects for the community. Political events, including a rash of military coups and counter-coups, disrupted regional cooperation. So, too, did Nigeria's expulsion of some 2 million aliens in January 1983 and the recurrence of drought in Mali and Niger in 1984. However, it was above all the outbreak of civil war in Liberia and Sierra Leone that proved most damaging. The ECOWAS Monitoring Group, ECOMIG, arrived in Liberia in August 1990 and was instrumental in the signing of a peace accord between the 6 main warring factions, increasingly defined by ethnic divisions, at Abuja, the Nigerian capital, in August 1995. However, ECOMIG troop levels and funds were inadequate for the tasks in hand and heavy interfaction fighting erupted in Monrovia, the Liberian capital, in April 1996. 12. For ECOWAS, the lesson of the 6-year Liberian Civil War, in which an estimated 150,000 people were killed, was that its 16 member states lacked the resources and the political will to undertake a long-term mission of this sort. Preoccupation with Liberia, and then with Sierra Leone, meant that only little, if any, progress was made in achieving ECOWAS' primary goals, economic growth in the region declined and member states became increasingly indebted. In these circumstances, it proved difficult to implement the provisions of the ECOWAS Treaty, which was signed at the organization's 16th summit in Benin in 1993 and took formal effect on July 30, 1995. The treaty provided for the imposition of a community tax and the establishment of a regional parliament, an economic and social council, and an ECOWAS Court of Justice. 13. 246. 14. This regional group came into being in 1979, but was not formally established until April of the next year. It had 10 member states: Angola, Botswana, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Zambia, the former front-line states, plus Zimbabwe upon its achieving independence in 1980, see below, Lesotho, Malawi, Swaziland and, from 1990, Namibia, having between them a population of about 80 million at that time. With substantial energy resources, rich mineral deposits and abundant agricultural land, the region had great economic potential, but needed external finance, technology, and personnel to supplement scarce local resources in these fields. Intra-regional trade between the SADC states was limited. The main stated aims of SADC were to cooperate in designated areas in order to secure the equitable development of the region as a whole and reduce the external dependence of member states on South Africa. With the exception of Tanzania and Angola, this dependence was extreme, especially in the fields of employment, trade, and transport. 6 of the 10 SADC states were landlocked. The areas of cooperation of SADC states covered transport and communications, agriculture, industry and trade, energy, personnel development, mining, tourism and finance. Individual member states coordinated functional activities within a specific area. Thus, Angola was responsible for coordinating energy and conservation and Mozambique for coordinating transport and communications. Trade within the region was to be encouraged and priority was to be given to improving transport and communications. A development fund was set up, with finance supplied mainly by Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, governments, especially governments in the Scandinavian and Benelux countries. Most of the technology came from the same source. The fact that SADC relied so heavily on external, and almost entirely on Western, aid, even for cooperative projects, was a major drawback since it meant that outside interests would influence, and might determine, project choice and long-term strategy. In 1984-5 SADC member states themselves were committed to providing just under 1/4 of the total funds required. The future development of SADC was tied to events in South Africa, as James Mayall, writing in 1988, explained. At first sight, SADC created opportunities for the West, since Western governments could now support development projects which made economic sense, regardless of what happened in South Africa. The new organization was accordingly greeted with enthusiasm by the EEC, the United States and indeed by most donor countries and agencies. But SADC also sharpened the Western policy dilemma: how to support the independence of its member states without intensifying their confrontation with South Africa and increasing the chances that the South African crisis would escalate into a much wider and unprecedented regional conflict. This danger is most acute in the transport sector, where Western assistance to develop a more effective and independent regional transport network, as in the current project to upgrade the Beira Line and modernize Beira Port, has created obvious targets for South Africa and/or South African-backed saboteurs. 15 Some of the SADC states themselves did not live up to the group's objective of lessening dependence on the white-ruled republic, since economic nationalism led them to retain, or develop, trade links with it. Such links, though officially frowned upon, were permissible under SADC's flexible structure. In 1980 South Africa sold $1.3 billion worth of goods and services to 40 African countries, a huge increase on the $300 million worth of South African exports to the rest of Africa 10 years earlier. 16 The majority of Southern African economies had areas of critical reliance on South Africa. To illustrate this, Stephen Chan drew examples from the spheres of trade, employment, higher education and training for employment, transport and communications, and medical and veterinary services. 17 Thus in 1985 Zambia, which was a leading advocate of the sanctions campaign against South Africa, took 21% of its total imports from South Africa, but sent only 1% of its total exports to the Republic. In the same year, revenue from participation in the South African Customs Union, SACU, was vital for the economies of Botswana and particularly of Swaziland and Lesotho. The dependence of Botswana, which has a good development record, subsequently became less acute as diamond production increased. Angola and Tanzania were the least dependent of states in the southern African region on South Africa. For historical and geographical reasons, Angola was foremost both in resisting South African aggression and in supporting the ANC and SWAPO. 18 The context within which SADC operated was transformed by the results of South Africa's legislative elections in April 1994. Apartheid South Africa no longer threatened the political and economic stability of the region. Instead, in August 1994 the Republic, now ruled by an ANC-dominated government under Nelson Mandela, became the 11th member of what had been known as the Southern African Development Community, SADC. Since 1992, the community had altered its name in response to the changed situation in the region, where it no longer had as its principal object economic survival without South Africa. In 1995 the island state of Mauritius was formally admitted as the organization's 12th member and strengthened its 248 democratic credentials further by experiencing another change of government following parliamentary elections in December of that year. 1920. The revamped organization retains its headquarters in Gaborone, the capital of Botswana, and aims as before to promote the equitable development of the region as a whole, though this time in cooperation with South Africa. In February 1995, the latter was made responsible for coordinating the economic, financial, and monetary policies of the member states. SADC was committed to reducing the region's long-term dependence on donor aid, and its members, at the Johannesburg Summit in August 1995, signed what purported to be a binding agreement requiring them to share water resources in this drought-stricken region. The next year the group of so-called frontline states, FLS, first formed in the 1970s to handle the political and security issues arising from support for the liberation struggle in southern Africa, was replaced by a SADC organ on politics, defense, and security. Member states of this body undertook to form a regional rapid deployment force to respond to sensitive and potentially explosive situations. In the event, military intervention was spasmodic. South Africa and Botswana intervened in Lesotho in 1998 to put down a military revolt following the general election. It resulted in both considerable damage to property and loss of life. As noted in earlier chapters, Rwanda, Uganda, Angola, Namibia, and Zimbabwe intervened in the DRC in the second half of the 1990s. SADC subsequently sanctioned such intervention when it was undertaken at the request of a member state's government. The organ's status within the SADC structure has now been clarified, but its role, particularly in relation to the DRC, remains contentious. Headed hitherto by President Mugabe, it is intended that the leadership of the organ should in future rotate. At the Windhoek Summit in 2001 the heads of state approved a radical restructuring of other SADC institutions. They were to be based on 4 directorates: trade, industry, finance and investment, infrastructure and services, food, agriculture and natural resources, and social and human development and special programs. 21 South Africa's position within the organization remains critical. With its economy nearly 4 times the size of the other states put together, the balance of trade with SADC was heavily in South Africa's favor. Only Zimbabwe had any prospect of competing in the open market with South Africa's manufactured goods and agricultural produce. Mandela warned his fellow members that the precipitate creation of a regional common market from which all internal trade barriers were eliminated, would not be in the interest of their states and might entail them in the loss of capital, skills, and labor. 22 Certain obstacles have been faced by all Africa's regional organizations. Among them are the political instability and economic nationalism of individual states, differences in ideology, language, and culture, as well as in ruling party strength, the difficulty of achieving an equitable distribution of benefits, lack of manpower and foreign exchange, and the heavy dependence on external aid, even for cooperative projects, poor interstate communications, and the fact that member states tend to have economies which, not being sufficiently diverse, produce goods which are competitive with, rather than complementary to, each other. Most states have had difficulty, too, in manufacturing goods for export at prices which can match those of European and Japanese companies. In a free market, as suggested above, they will face more intense competition from South African, and to a lesser extent Zimbabwean, manufacturers than they do at present. Another matter for concern is the existence of several organizations with similar, and sometimes conflicting, aims, thus reducing their effectiveness. In particular, there is a real danger that the activities of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, will duplicate those of SADC. 23 The OAU could conceivably play an important role in reconciling differences and encouraging the merger of organizations with overlapping functions. The next section examines this Africa-wide organization briefly. The Organization of African Unity 24. In the early 1960s, dramatic events in the Congo following Belgium's precipitate grant of independence, the struggle for independence in Algeria, and Mauritania's conflict with Morocco diverted the attention of African leaders from questions of unification. By 1962 these tensions had diminished and attempts to reconcile the difference between the two main groupings, the Casablanca Bloc of Ghana, Guinea, and other radical African states, and the Brazzaville Bloc, which subsequently became known as the Union Africaine et Malgache, UAM, and was made up exclusively of French-speaking states, were made at conferences held at Lagos and Monrovia. These proved unsuccessful, but, with all the various groups favoring some form of African unity, it was decided to try again by convening a new conference at Addis Ababa in May 1963. This conference was attended by 30 independent African states, which agreed to form the OAU. Morocco and Togo were not present, but signed the OAU charter later in 1963. Both the Casablanca and UAM blocks were then disbanded as partial organizations whose aims and objectives were incompatible with membership of a universal organization. Though the Pan-African Freedom Movement of East, Central, and Southern Africa, PAFMCSA, was not formally wound up, most of its activities were taken over by the OAU. 25 The OAU Charter was essentially a compromise document which could accommodate the divergent views of the Casablanca and Brazzaville groups. It fell far short of Nkrumah's vision of a united Africa, subject to a single government. As Catherine Hoskins pointed out, it was a curious hodgepodge of principles and purposes, which combined rather conservative statements designed to protect the status quo in inter-African relations with radical commitments towards the outside world, with absolute priority given, at the insistence of the Casablanca states, to assisting the liberation movements in southern Africa. Agreement on structure, revolving round 4 principal institutions, was more readily obtained. These were the Assembly of Heads of State and Government, the supreme organ, which was to meet once a year in ordinary session, the Council of Foreign Ministers, which was to prepare the OAU budget and be responsible for implementing the Assembly decisions, the General Secretariat, based in Addis Ababa and headed by an Administrative Secretary General elected for a 4-year term, and, at least on paper, the Commission of Mediation, Conciliation, and Arbitration. The latter body, which was to have 21 members and was to attempt to settle disputes between member states, was never formally established. Provision was also made in the Charter for specialized commissions to deal with technical aspects of cooperation. In addition, a Coordination Committee for African Liberation, popularly known as the African Liberation Committee, or ALC, was established, with headquarters in Dar es Salaam. However, this committee, which normally met twice a year and had an initial membership of 9, subsequently increased, was not based on the charter but on a resolution passed by the Assembly at Addis Ababa in 1963. 26. The OAU registered some modest successes. It provided a meeting ground for African leaders and, in a loose sense, sponsored sub-regional organizations and UN agencies, such as the Economic Commission for Africa, ECA. It tried to settle interstate disputes, and its Liberation Committee to an extent helped several countries to throw off the colonial yoke. But there were also significant failures and numerous problems, of which some were due to the organization's cumbersome structure, which worked against swift decision-making, its insecure financial base, discussed below, its lack of a groundswell of popular support, and its tendency to make economic plans without any realistic prospect of fulfilling them. 27. 250. 251. The OAU sometimes suffered, too, from an excess of politics, as was shown at the summit conferences in June 1983 and November 1984, when the elections to the post of Secretary General were strongly contested. Some summit conferences have been poorly attended. Only 6 out of 45 heads of state and government attended that held in Port Louis, Mauritius, in 1976. By contrast, the Franco-African conferences of heads of state, instituted in 1973, were well attended, not only by leaders from former French colonies, but also from ex-Belgian colonies, Zaire, Burundi, and Rwanda, and some of the smaller Lusophone and Anglophone countries, such as Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde, Sierra Leone, and Mauritius. 28. The underlying principles of the OAU Charter themselves contributed to the organization's difficulties. The clause stating that each independent African state has the right to join the OAU proved problematic, most acutely over the seating of a delegation from the pro-Western government of Chad, headed by President Hissène Habre, and the recognition as the organization's 52nd state in 1982 of the former Spanish Sahara under the title of the Saharan/Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, SADR. 29. The prolonged period of crisis over these issues, from 1980 to 1984, threatened the OAU's very existence. The main facts can be recalled briefly. Morocco's claim to rule the phosphate-rich Western Sahara, the SADR, is challenged by the Polisario Front, and an intermittent civil war has resulted. The UN's efforts to organize a referendum on whether the territory should be given independence or absorbed into Morocco have not been successful, and the issue is not therefore settled. The Francophone state of Chad is a vast, landlocked, and mostly arid country whose northern region has been racked by bitter communal strife since the mid-1960s. The presence of French troops has not deterred Libya from constantly interfering in Chadian affairs and occupying a strip of territory lying between the two countries, the Aouzou Strip, which is claimed by both of them. The OAU failed to achieve a settlement. Nigeria took the main initiative to find a solution to what frequently amounted to a civil war situation, rendering Chad a broken-back state. It was instrumental in the dispatch of a 3,800-strong OAU peacekeeping force to Chad in December 1981. This force was hampered by financial constraints and uncertainties over its mandate and was withdrawn in June 1982 after achieving little. Soon afterwards, Habre's forces overran N'Djamena, the capital, and Habre was installed as president. He ruled precariously until December 1990 when, having appealed in vain for French assistance, his regime was overthrown by Colonel Idriss Déby, who undertook to introduce a multi-party system of government. 30 Further difficulties for the OAU arose over the principles of non-interference in the internal affairs of member states and non-alignment. Neither principle has been strictly applied. The first was not observed in 1968 when 4 member states, Tanzania, Zambia, the Ivory Coast and Gabon, recognized the right of Biafra to secede from Nigeria and set itself up as an independent state. The OAU, as a body, was pledged to maintain Nigeria's territorial integrity. The second principle, that each sovereign state should be non-aligned, was flouted by states at both ends of the political spectrum. For example, Angola and Mengistu's Ethiopia, both subject to Marxist, Leninist regimes, relied heavily on the Soviet Union and Cuba for military support. On the other hand, several French-speaking states retained such close economic, monetary, and other links with France as to establish a virtual neocolonial relationship, while Mobutu's discredited regime in Zaire would not have survived without the USA's backing. In respect of the major areas of activity established by the Charter, the organization's record was mixed. In promoting the liberation of Southern Africa, always its principal area of concern, the OAU worked through the ALC, though never exclusively. 31 The committee, with a membership of 21 from 1972, had its own secretariat and budget, distinct from the general budget of the OAU, but the failure of many member states to pay their contributions resulted in recurring financial difficulty. Probably the most serious, early problem which the committee encountered, shown clearly in the cases of Angola and Rhodesia, was to determine which of a country's various liberation movements deserved support. It came to rely increasingly on the initiatives taken by the front-line states, which had a primary interest in the region, though these states were themselves sometimes divided over the best course to pursue. In general, in relation to the achievement of independence by Portugal's African colonies in the mid-1970s, by Zimbabwe in 1980, and Namibia in 1990, and in the transfer of power in South Africa in May 1994 from the apartheid regime to an ANC-dominated government headed by Nelson Mandela, the organization's moral backing always counted for more than its financial support. 32 Since the OAU's projected Commission of Mediation, Conciliation, and Arbitration, which was to be the key instrument in settling inter-African disputes, was never formed, the mediatory efforts of the OAU therefore counted for much less than the mediation of individual heads of state. The latter sometimes acted of their own accord, but more often they responded to the OAU's request to serve on an ad hoc reconciliation committee. When this happened, they reported back to the organization, normally to the next summit conference. For example, in 1990 a committee was set up by the OAU to reconcile the differences between Senegal and Mauritania. Another committee, sitting under chairmanship of King Hassan of Morocco, tried to unravel the tangled Chad, Libya situation. Such initiatives sometimes met. 252. With success, but rarely resulted in permanent solutions. Thus, though a major war between Tanzania and Uganda was averted in 1972, war did break out in 1979. Overall, the OAU's record in this sphere was not impressive, and for one good reason: states in dispute, such as Somalia in its long-drawn-out quarrel with Ethiopia, were more concerned to maintain their national self-interest than to uphold the OAU principles of unity and the peaceful reconciliation of differences. The OAU, under cover of the principle of non-interference, failed to condemn the glaring atrocities which occurred in several black African states, including Burundi, in 1972, for example, Equatorial Guinea, Bokassa's Central African Republic, and Amin's Uganda, thereby weakening its moral stand in condemning human rights abuses in apartheid South Africa. It was also slow to act over the explosive issues of Western Sahara and Chad, and was powerless to halt the politically motivated violence which occurred on a horrendous scale in Rwanda in 1994. It handed over the problem to the UN and, at the same time, failed to face reality by officially seating the discredited Rwandan government at its 30th summit in Tunis in June 1994 in preference to the victorious Rwandan Patriotic Front, RPF, which, however, attended as an observer. Instability in Rwanda spilled over into neighboring Burundi, where from 1993 onwards large numbers of people, mainly civilians, were killed at the hands of the Tutsi-dominated army and Hutu rebels. Julius Nyerere, the former Tanzanian president, acted as international mediator, but his efforts were vitiated by the failure of the rival factions to honor their agreements, thus removing any mandate for OAU or UN intervention. In late July 1996 Major Pierre Buyoya staged a coup in Burundi, of which he had been president from 1987 to 1993, when he was defeated in the presidential election. Though nothing came of the OAU Secretary-General's threat to use external force to stop the subsequent slaughter, a 7-state regional sanctions coordinating committee, on which the OAU was represented, agreed to mount an economic blockade of Burundi in order to press for a return to constitutional rule. As the blockade, including an embargo on fuel deliveries, a ban on exports and the severing of international air links, began to bite and the main rebel group in Burundi became more effective, Buyoya made some political concessions, without however restoring the constitution. Clearly, events on the scale of those in Chad, Rwanda, and Burundi were beyond the competence of the OAU to handle, so too, in recent years have been those in Liberia, Sierra Leone, the DRC, and Zimbabwe. The organization is open to more legitimate criticism for the delays which have occurred in its taking action in situations with which it can deal, though such delays were perhaps inevitable given the often divergent interests of 253. Its members. In the past most unanimity was achieved and a common policy agreed upon when the issue concerned white-ruled South Africa. The assumption of power by an ANC-dominated government in May 1994 removed this cohesive factor but gave rise to the hope that South Africa, under Nelson Mandela's presidency, would give the OAU, as its 53rd member, that sense of direction and purpose which had so often been lacking since the establishment of the organization in 1963. The promotion of economic cooperation. The increasing concern with economic affairs shown by the OAU in the 1970s was carried forward into the 1980s and 1990s. In April 1980 an African Economic Summit was convened at Lagos and adopted an ambitious plan of action, which inter alia aimed to create an African common market by the year 2000 and to make the continent self-sufficient in food, building materials, clothing, and energy by 1990. There was never any realistic prospect that the OAU would be able to implement these resolutions and a number of its operations were jeopardized. 33. The OAU has also had to give prior attention to urgent, and often divisive, political issues. This happened at the Lagos Economic Summit in April 1980 when decisions had to be taken on Chad and the Western Sahara, and a successor as OAU chairman found to President William Tordoff of Liberia following his death in a military coup. At an individual level, incidents of drought and famine, as in southern Africa in 1991-2, forced many OAU member states to import grain on a substantial scale, thereby adding to their existing balance of payments difficulties. In addition, the organization suffered from a lack of political will. It lived up to its reputation of passing notable resolutions, but of then failing to implement them. There are a number of examples. At the 31st annual meeting of the heads of state and government, held in Addis Ababa in June 1995, resolutions were passed on the conflicts in Somalia, Burundi, Rwanda, Liberia, Angola, and Sierra Leone, but delegates failed to agree on the advisability of establishing an OAU Rapid Reaction Force. Another resolution concerned the 7 million refugees in Africa, but no realistic solution to this problem was found. In February 1996 the Council of Ministers discussed the possibility of sending a peacekeeping force to Burundi because of the deteriorating security situation there, but the OAU's costly and unsuccessful intervention in Chad in December 1981 effectively ruled out this option. The possibility of OAU intervention in Burundi was raised again in July 1996, but nothing came of it. Clearly, the organization was 254. Ill-equipped to deal with the largest and most intractable intrastate conflicts which, Allen argues, arise because of the prolongation of spoils politics into its terminal stage, that of state collapse. To remedy this and to provide the basis for peace, a different political system was needed, one grounded perhaps in democracy and accountability. 34. In the straitened economic circumstances facing the OAU and its member states, the organization continued what had become normal practice in the 1970s of referring economic development questions to the UN's Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, whose headquarters were in Addis Ababa. It also turned for economic assistance to the oil-rich Arab states, an approach that resulted in the establishment of an assistance fund in 1974-5 and led to the holding of the first ever Afro-Arab Summit Conference at Cairo, Egypt had been an OAU member state from the outset, in March 1977, and the issue of a Charter of Political and Economic Cooperation, known as the Cairo Declaration. Some assistance was given by the Arab states, but many of the commitments entered into at the conference were not fulfilled. Limited cooperation did continue, but hopes of securing easy access to Arab oil wealth proved illusory for the great majority of African states. Among the main beneficiaries of Arab financial aid were states of the Sahel, which had common borders with the Islamic Arab states further north. 35 For Africa in general, the most important sources of external aid were Western states and international aid organizations. The OAU was involved in other efforts to promote economic development in Africa. In its early years it invested much energy in presenting Africa's case at meetings of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, but to little avail. Negotiations for the African, Caribbean Pacific, ACP, countries to sign a trade and aid agreement with the EAC were conducted initially under OAU auspices. However, prime responsibility for the negotiations in 1973-4 and for subsequent renegotiations on behalf of the ACP group rested first with the Council of African Ministers and then, following the group's expansion, with the Council of ACP Ministers and its Secretariat. At the OAU summit conferences in 1989 and 1990, the heads of member states discussed various aspects of Africa's economic crisis. In 1989 they expressed concern over the damaging social side effects, particularly in the education and health sectors, of the IMF/World Bank Structural Adjustment Programs, SAPs. The ECA took up their cause, but to little avail. The next year, while committing themselves to further democratization, though on the basis of their own socio-cultural values, the leaders of the member states expressed alarm at an increasing tendency to impose conditionalities of a political nature for assistance to Africa. 36 This was their response to statements made by, among others, the President of the World. 255. Bank, the British Foreign Secretary and the French President that there would be linkage between democratic performance and economic aid. The OAU has had a checkered history, now extending over a period of nearly 40 years. Its main claim to success is that it has continuously provided a forum in which issues of concern to member states can be discussed and disputes arising between them sometimes resolved. On the other hand, its members have frequently flouted the principles enshrined in the original charter, and they have tended to make economic plans without any realistic prospect of fulfilling them. The organization's weaknesses are that it is not underpinned by a groundswell of popular support, that too many member states fail to pay their financial contributions by the due date, and that, in the unstable political conditions which have prevailed over much of the continent since its inception, the governments of its member states have often been preoccupied with their own domestic problems. Yet the existence of such problems can only be part of the explanation for the lukewarm support given by many heads of state to the OAU, since a number of those who never attended summit meetings, such as the late President Houphouët-Boigny of the Côte d'Ivoire, were active participants in such regional organizations as ECOWAS and the annual Franco-African conferences. In the perception of these leaders, the latter meetings dealt with concrete issues, such as collective security arrangements and economic cooperation agreements, which promised to be of greater benefit to their states than many of the matters raised, and often discussed acrimoniously, at OAU summit conferences. However, this was not a universal view, and the failure of Cameroon and some other states to attend Franco-African conferences regularly meant that the significance of the results immediately achieved was reduced. 37 While suggesting that their OAU membership enabled African states to derive individual and collective benefits from the UN, Ahmadi concluded his detailed study of the organization on a somber, but factual note: the UN and its non-African member states take the OAU more seriously than do some of the OAU's own members. 38 Until the 1980s, the discriminatory practices of the white-ruled apartheid regime in South Africa constituted the one outstanding issue which united OAU member states and enabled an African policy to emerge. The release of Nelson Mandela in February 1990 and de Klerk's reform program breached this continental solidarity and led to the adoption of new attitudes towards the former white-ruled republic. Once an ANC-dominated government was formed in 1994, the member states of the OAU, as of SADC, tended to look to South Africa for the leadership and financial support necessary to 256. Promote economic development. While the South African government might provide some modest help, for example, in February 1996 it pledged to contribute R28 million for the troop confinement process in Angola. 39, the country's modest economic growth rate and the heavy call on its domestic agenda made this an unrealistic expectation. Nor has the mediation of South Africa's presidents, Mandela in the DRC and Mbeki in Zimbabwe, proved particularly effective. It is indeed questionable whether South Africa's membership of the OAU stiffened the organization's resolve and helped to close the yawning gap which has always existed between its pious intentions and effective performance. Perhaps because of this, the OAU was replaced by a more economy-directed African Union, at a conference in Lusaka attended by 25 heads of state on 9 to 11 July 2001. The constitutive act of the Union, which amounts at present to no more than a declaration of intent, has subsequently been ratified by 50 of the OAU's 53 members. Leaders want to promote faster economic integration, but the Union's relationship to existing regional organizations such as ECOWAS and SADC and even national governments, over tax and tariff levels, has not yet been determined. 40. 10. Ideology, the post-colonial state and development. It is difficult to reach agreement on the meaning of the concepts ideology and development. As Clifford Geertz remarked, the term ideology has itself become thoroughly ideologized, being on one view a cloak for interests and on another a response to deep-rooted social strains. According to Edward Shills, an ideology differs from a prevailing outlook and its creeds through its greater explicitness, its greater internal integration or systemization, its greater comprehensiveness, the greater urgency of its application, and its much higher intensity of concentration focused on certain central propositions or evaluations. By this test in much of the post-independence period, states such as Botswana, the Côte d'Ivoire, Kenya, and Nigeria could hardly be said to possess an ideology at all, while Algeria, Tanzania and most of the other first wave of African socialist states had weak ideologies. I prefer, therefore, to take the looser definition of John Playmenitz, for whom ideology was any system of ideas which acts to support or subvert accepted modes of thought and behavior. 3. This definition not only accommodated the great majority of African states, it also had the advantage of laying equal stress on the supportive and subversive roles of ideology. Shills, by contrast, saw ideologies as the main preserve of opposition groups excluded from power. Yet while Playmenitz's definition is useful, ideology may be viewed perhaps more flexibly by de-emphasizing the word system, hence it could be any body of linked ideas and values which is shared and organized. Moreover, given that there are constraints on policy making, some actions will necessarily fall outside the ideology, rendering it irrelevant in certain circumstances, while in other cases the indeterminacy which surrounds the concept of ideology makes it difficult to distinguish precisely between ideological and non-ideological phenomena. To define development is even more problematic. The concept is Western and was originally expressed in economic terms. However, economists were not agreed on what economic growth entailed or how it might best be measured. If industrialization alone was not a satisfactory measure, neither was GNP. Lucian Pai's study of Burma, published in 1962, foreshowed that development was a more complex process than had previously been assumed. Theorists and practitioners came to realize that it was not appropriate to take the West, or the Soviet Union for that matter, as a precise blueprint for development. Third world countries had values and goals which were often very different from those of a modern industrial society. Furthermore, in seeking to achieve development, they might discard the Western democratic process in favor of a much more authoritarian approach. Some analysts, including Samuel Huntington, even welcomed this possibility in the belief that such an approach might promote order and stability, on which a high valuation was placed in the USA during the politically volatile years of the latter 1960s. For Peter Nettle, development was a highly differential process according to particular societies and their goals. 5. A formulation that served to remind us of the pitfalls to be encountered in trying to measure the development achieved by one third world state against that achieved by another. It was particularly pertinent to a comparative study of African states, which differed widely in their colonial experience, in the strength of their inherited political institutions, and in their socio-economic structure. It reinforced the argument of Fred Riggs, outlined in Chapter 6, that developing countries should be studied within their entire ecological context. Though their interaction with the developed world was important, it was not enough to see these countries, as early dependency theorists were inclined to do, as mere pawns on an international chessboard, controlled and exploited by more powerful kings and queens. We can say what development is not more easily than what it is not economic growth alone, though economic growth is essential to development. It also embodies social justice, that is, the distribution in a reasonably equitable manner of the benefits of economic growth among the country's regions and people. Development also has a political component. Provision must be made for popular participation in the political process and for the protection of civil rights and essential freedoms, an administrative component, so that the state has the capacity to respond to people's needs, and an international element, enabling the state to exercise some autonomy in the conduct of foreign affairs. Thus, development can be said to be multifaceted, with economic, social, political, administrative, and international dimensions. The form which it takes will vary according to the political and socio-economic context of the country being studied. 259. The relationship between ideology and development. For each type of regime, whether capitalist or socialist-oriented, one can say that ideology is helpful if it enables the leadership to instill a sense of direction and purpose in its followers. No less obviously, ideology can become an economic straitjacket if, as in Sékou Guinea in the early 1960s, it is too rigidly applied and makes changes of direction difficult. In Tanzania, a populist socialist state under the presidency of Julius Nyerere, 1962–85, the experiment in village socialism, Ujamaa Vijijini, which he initiated in 1967, was persisted in for ideological reasons, the belief that traditional work methods could be adapted to the needs of modern production systems, long after it had failed economically. By contrast, Amilcar Cabral, one of Africa's foremost political thinkers who drew substantially upon Marxist theory in his writing, had his feet firmly on the ground. He warned the party cadres in Guinea-Bissau against doctrinal rigidity and reminded them that people are not fighting for ideas but to achieve a real improvement in their living conditions. 6. We have seen that in the late 1980s the mainly urban-based groups in many African states became convinced that the one-party system of government and state regulation of the economy were responsible for their country's economic decline. With the encouragement of Western governments in the political sphere and the economic prodding of these governments and the IMF and World Bank, a twin process got underway in the shape of vociferous demands for political pluralism and economic liberalization. Though, sadly, the gains made in many African states did not prove permanent, significant advances were made on the political front, political parties competed against each other in elections at national and local level, there was greater freedom of speech, and more critical media coverage of events. In general, the economic gains were less substantial, and by and large the conclusions reached by Crawford Young in his excellent book Ideology and Development in Africa were still valid well into the 1990s. 7. Africa's Marxist, Leninist regimes, notably Mozambique and Angola in southern Africa, had a poor record of economic performance. An important reason for this was that these states, of all the new states in Africa, had the weakest legacy of public institutions, and yet were the most ambitious. They sought to achieve the total transformation of society by means of a command economy, comprehensive central planning, and an extensive state sector. In most cases the failure of these regimes, their problems compounded by civil war, was so dramatic that the leadership abandoned its former ideological commitment, opted for a pragmatic form of socialism, or shifted towards a more conventionally liberal market strategy, or was overthrown. The economic 260 record of the military revolutionary regimes of Ethiopia and Somalia was no better, and sometimes worse, than that of their civilian counterparts. The performance of populist socialist states, for example, Algeria and Egypt in North Africa and Burkina Faso and Ghana south of the Sahara, tended to be marginally better, while that of the capitalist-oriented regimes, excluding from consideration oil-rich states, was considerably better. The record of states such as the Côte d'Ivoire and Kenya, Botswana, which made good use of the revenue derived from minerals, copper, nickel, and diamonds, and the cattle industry, Cameroon, Malawi, and Senegal, does suggest that the market economy formula is most conducive to economic growth. 8. However, as the notorious case of Mobutu's Zaire showed, such growth could by no means be guaranteed, a fact confirmed by the more recent experience of the Côte d'Ivoire and Kenya. Both these states had achieved impressive levels of economic growth in the 1960s and the first half of the 1970s, but had been adversely affected by the subsequent sharp fall in export commodity prices, causing mounting foreign exchange problems and external indebtedness. By the early 1990s most of the continent was facing what Javier Pérez de Cuellar, the UN Secretary-General, called an unrelenting crisis of tragic proportions. 9. Performance over the enhancing of egalitarianism continued after 1982, when Young's book was published, to draw a mixed evaluation. Though the socialist states were still committed to this principle, their failure to achieve significant economic growth meant that there were relatively limited resources to distribute. This fact, often coupled with questionable fiscal, pricing and marketing policies, and the unbalanced nature of their domestic economies, meant that the standard of living of rural producers fell rather than improved, while urban workers were not much better off, even though government policies tended to favor the urban sector. Moreover, economic decline in the adverse economic climate of the 1980s made it increasingly difficult for the socialist regimes to maintain the high level of social services, particularly in health and education, which they had established in the decade following independence. Among the capitalist states, Kenya and the Côte d'Ivoire had until the 1980s more resources to distribute than most of the socialist states. The wealthy benefited disproportionately, thereby confirming Sklar's statement that capitalism is unalterably identified with social injustice. 10. Nevertheless, farmers did benefit from the rural-based economic achievements of these states. By contrast, in Gabon the foreign-operated mineral economy remained relatively buoyant, but the rural economy stagnated. Such stagnation also occurred in oil-rich Nigeria and copper-based Zambia. It suggested that there was an inverse ratio between the possession of extensive mineral resources and agricultural output, making such states 261 particularly subject to economic reversal when the price of their mineral product dropped sharply on the world market. When this happened, the governments of both states tried to make up for past neglect by promoting, mostly ineffectually, grandiose, overcapitalized agricultural schemes that carried few benefits for the peasant farmer. In each case, the result by the early 1990s was widespread dissatisfaction with regimes, civilian in Zambia and military in Nigeria, which were authoritarian, incompetent, and riddled with corruption. While there continued to be no close correlation between the degree of autonomy and ideology, the heavy external indebtedness of the great majority of African states gave foreign capital considerable leverage over them. By the 1980s foreign domination had become marked in the financial sphere. Thus, as Sklar put it, imperialism, as a stage of capitalism, gives way to corporate international capitalism. 11. This came to be true of virtually all African states, irrespective of their ideological orientation, and for one good reason: development, as distinct from military aid, came from the West, and not from the Soviet bloc. The dire need for financial assistance was general. It forced even the Tanzanian government to accept in 1986 the tough conditions imposed by the IMF and World Bank, which it had resisted since 1979, and similar circumstances led both the Mozambican and Angolan governments to join these organizations. However, there was evidence to show that all regimes might sometimes pursue policies which were antithetical to the interests, or against the wishes, of their international backers. Notable examples were the insistent demands for sanctions against South Africa made by Zambia and Zimbabwe in defiance of British government policy, the failure of Soviet pressure to persuade the former Mengistu regime in Ethiopia to reach a political settlement with the fellow Marxist, Leninist, secessionists in Eritrea, and Mozambique's refusal to support the Soviet line over Afghanistan in the UN and to give the Soviet Navy access to the deep-water harbor at Nakala. Again, President Moi of Kenya refused to conciliate his Western critics by introducing a multi-party system of government. However, fear of losing substantial foreign aid eventually persuaded him to give way. Close cooperation with the West was normally the basis of Kenya's development policy. Like other capitalist states, Kenya tended to be less assertive of its autonomy in negotiations with the IMF and World Bank than regimes of a socialist orientation had been in the past. Evidence on human rights continued to support Young's contention that abuse stemmed not from ideological strategy but was a function of insecure and paranoid rulers. The cases of Amin in Uganda, Bokassa in the Central African Republic, Sékou-Touré in Guinea, Moi in Kenya, Mobutu and Laurent Kabila in Zaire/the DRC, and Mugabe in Zimbabwe straddled. 262. The ideological barrier. Other states where flagrant infringements of human rights occurred included an ethnic dimension, Burundi and Rwanda, a religious or racial explanation, Sudan and Mauritania, 12 respectively, or a mixture of some of these elements. States with good human rights records were also to be found on either side of the ideological divide, though the record probably favored the capitalist and populist socialist regimes over the Marxist, Leninist ones. Among capitalist-oriented states, Botswana had an excellent record, while, despite some blemishes, the Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal, and Zambia had reasonably good records over most of the post-independence period, as did Tanzania among populist socialist states. The less satisfactory standing of most scientific socialist states was understandable, if not excusable, first, because these states alone had transcendent goals, the achievement of fundamental socio-economic transformation, and perhaps felt the need to apply coercion in order to achieve them. Second, because, when independence was achieved through a protracted liberation struggle, as in Angola and Mozambique, certain areas of the country had not been politicized by guerrilla activity and were likely to resist fundamental social change, and third, because civil war conditions prevailed in Angola, Mozambique, and Ethiopia. To tilt the human rights scales against Marxist, Leninist regimes in this way has however been challenged, in respect of Angola, for example, by Gerald J. Bender, who argued that there was no less, and often more political and religious freedom in such regimes than in the vast majority of other African states. 13. Certainly, human rights abuse on a massive scale occurred in the 1990s in the West African states of Liberia and Sierra Leone, although each state had a record of capitalist orientation. In respect of participation, the overall picture, regardless of a state's ideological orientation, was that until the 1980s, and often late in the decade, African governments placed much more emphasis on political control than on political participation. The trend was towards a shrinking of the political arena and a consequent reduction in the levels of popular participation. 14. As we saw in chapters 6 and 8, this changed in the 1990s when most African states moved towards some form of political pluralism and increased democratization had an impact on government at the subnational level. A few countries, Zambia and especially Uganda among them, made a realistic effort to decentralize their systems of government. On the other hand, French-speaking African states tended to retain a variant of the French prefectural system which they had inherited at independence. Central control of local government remained tight in the Côte d'Ivoire. The competence of the state or state capacity was, as Crawford Young pointed out, fundamental to all developmental designs. The demands on 263 state capacity were highest for the second wave of socialist states, notably Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea-Bissau, where colonial educational provision for Africans was sparse and Africanization policies were virtually non-existent. Marxist Ethiopia also had ambitious aims, but had the important advantage among Afro-Marxist states of an indigenous civil service of some size and experience. Moreover, many of the Ethiopians who worked for the subsidiaries of Western companies in Ethiopia held managerial posts. Again, the Ethiopian army was reasonably efficient. However, Ethiopia lacked an effective rural administration to execute the sweeping land reforms of 1975 and had to rely on the newly created peasant associations for this purpose. The situation in the military-ruled People's Republic of the Congo, with its well-educated population, was different again. Of all Africa's revolutionary states, it presented the sharpest contrast between its professed ideological, Marxist, Leninist, orthodoxy and its practical conservatism and pragmatism. It also created an oversized and wasteful public sector that devoured state funds faster than they were generated, resulting in a never-ending fiscal crisis. 15. It would of course be a mistake to assume that all the non-Afro-Marxist regimes inherited strong administrations. In many cases, the latter only appeared strong in relation to the weakness of the Portuguese legacy in particular. The picture across Africa varied considerably. The institutional inheritance was, again, in comparative terms, enviable in a few states such as Kenya and the Sudan, and generally better in West African states, with their longer colonial association and absence of settler politics, than in East, Central and most of Southern Africa. Congo-Brazzaville / the Republic of Congo and Zimbabwe were something of an exception to this pattern. Nevertheless, it remains true that underdeveloped countries tend to have underdeveloped administrations, and the fact that the ruling party often proved weak within a few years of independence did not mean that the administration was therefore necessarily strong. Their relative administrative incapacity would have mattered less if the new African states had been able to rely on an extensive indigenous private sector to develop their economies. Indigenous entrepreneurial activity, however, was generally limited, though, as Nicola Swainson showed for Kenya, not necessarily non-existent. 16, and the state itself had to assume many of the tasks which in more developed market economy type systems would have been left to the private sector. Moreover, where, as in Zambia, the private sector was extensive, it was dominated by expatriates who were employed, in the Zambian case, predominantly by South African companies. Nationalist-minded politicians were anxious to wrest control of the economy from foreign hands. As a result, in virtually all African states regardless of 264 ideological commitment, a vast expansion of public sector activity took place in the post-independence period. Unfortunately, as we saw in Chapter 6, the record of performance of most of the newly created parastatal bodies, both statutory boards and state companies, was disappointing and led the World Bank and IMF to insist on a program of privatization. This remedy was, however, itself fraught with considerable difficulties. Does ideology matter? I believe that ideology does matter in the sense that it determines the development strategy which a particular state adopts. Thus, the contrast between the development paths pursued by the former Marxist, Leninist regime in Ethiopia and the capitalist regime in neighboring Kenya was very sharp. In general, Afro-capitalist states had better economic records and, in relation to the limited goals which they pursued, somewhat stronger, if still inadequate, state capacities than the various socialist regimes. The latter had the edge when it came to equality, at least in avoiding the grossest forms of inequality such as the wide gap between the very rich and the very poor to be found in the Côte d'Ivoire, Kenya, and Nigeria. In measuring performance in the other spheres, autonomy, political participation, and human dignity, there was little to choose between the various regime types at most times, although the socialist regimes, both Marxist and populist, could not match Nigeria, when under civilian rule, in the extent of citizen participation. Clearly, regime performance was not determined by ideological commitment alone, and account needed to be taken of other factors also. All regimes, irrespective of ideological persuasion, faced internal and external constraints on their development. However, in examining the external constraints, it will be seen that some were themselves ideological. This applied, for example, to the interventionist strategies of the IMF and the World Bank. These strategies, and the privatization, belt-tightening measures and other conditionalities attached to them, were often at variance with the national development strategies adopted by African governments, especially those which, like the government of Tanzania, pursued some variant of socialist planning. External constraints on development. The problem of debt in the pre-independence period. The colonies in Africa, like those in Asia and the Caribbean, were incorporated into the global capitalist economy dominated by the developed northern states. 265. A dependent relationship was established that continued after independence. It was greatly exacerbated for the non-oil producing states by the sharp increases in oil prices in 1973-4 and again in 1979-80. Thus after the early 1970s, in consequence, most of these states experienced serious balance of payments problems and accumulated substantial foreign debts. By the end of the 1970s, Angola, Nigeria, and the other oil-rich states were experiencing the same problem, though on a much larger scale. The background to what had happened can be recalled briefly. For much of that decade, the member states of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, which had been founded in September 1960, had been able to wrest control of oil prices and the determination of production policy from the multinational oil companies. This enabled them to push up the price of oil from just over $5 per barrel in the early 1970s to over $30. The oil-producing countries accumulated huge revenues, enabling them to undertake large and costly projects, including in Nigeria the building of a new centrally placed capital at Abuja. However, the boom in oil prices did not last. In the face of a world recession, the Western countries cut back on oil imports, causing a glut of oil on the market. Oil prices fell sharply, dropping in the early 1980s from a peak of $33 a barrel to $10 at one time. Nevertheless, the OPEC member states, who disagreed among themselves over the price and level of production, still seemed a good risk to the commercial banks. These banks, which were awash with billions of Middle Eastern petrodollars, continued to lend heavily in the 1979 to 1982 period to both oil-producing and non-oil-producing states. Mexico, Brazil, and a number of other Latin American countries in particular accumulated massive debts. Bank interest rates were initially low but, not being fixed, rose substantially as inflation increased, and African and other third world states had to carry a crippling burden of debt servicing. In the 1980s, as the value of the crops, minerals, and other goods which they produced for export fell, it became increasingly difficult for these countries to earn enough foreign currency to repay their debts. On top of the commercial debt owed to the banks and the multilateral debt owed to the international financial institutions, IFIs, there was official bilateral debt, the debt owed by one government to another. This bore particularly heavily on the poorest countries. As we saw in Chapter 8, the cumulative effect of all categories of debt was devastating for many third world states, irrespective of their ideological orientation. 17 In Africa, south of the Sahara, the increase in total debt owed was nearly $85 billion in the period 1985 to 92. Since the price of African exports continued to fall relative to the cost of imports, this debt could not possibly be repaid, thus reinforcing the case for large-scale debt remission. More and more African countries were 266 in difficulties as falling commodity prices impacted on indebted countries. 18 In recent years the situation has deteriorated further. By November 2001 cotton, coffee, and copper prices were at their lowest for several decades. Oil producers were hit again following the September 11 terrorist attack, when the price of crude oil fell to some $17 per gallon. Big reductions in production halted the decline and led to an increase in price. 19. Economic reform. Several regimes themselves recognized the need to redefine the state's role in the economy and adopted divestiture as a reform strategy. However, Increasingly from the later 1970s it was external pressure that speeded up the process of reform. The main impetus came from the World Bank which, by the end of the decade, was starting to replace project loans to debtor less developed countries with new structural and sectoral adjustment facilities. The bank, supported by the IMF, other multilateral financial institutions and Western bilateral aid agencies, made the grant and disbursement of development aid conditional upon the applicant country making changes in economic policy. Many African leaders found the conditions imposed hard to stomach. They included heavy devaluation, cuts in public spending, the adoption of privatization measures, and the removal of urban food and other subsidies. Food riots in Zambia and several other states suggested that the latter might prove politically destabilizing. But in most cases the need for foreign exchange and economic aid was so desperate that the leaders felt obliged to accept the terms on offer. It was a no-win situation, or so it must have seemed to the Zambian government which, in observing the policy conditionalities associated with its foreign debt negotiations, restricted its freedom to pursue a strongly pro-poor strategy in the 1990s, yet was criticized by the World Bank for its limited record on social progress at that time. Karen Pfeiffer's examination of 3 cases in North Africa, those of Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia, showed that SAPs rarely provided the predicted benefits, despite, or perhaps because of, SAPs. All 3 countries remain dependent on external finance, whether it be debt, foreign direct or portfolio investment, or foreign aid and standby arrangements. All 3 have diversified their exports, and are competing with other LDCs to attract funding or to sell products. They are now more subject to global market institutions than ever before and more vulnerable to global recession or financial crises. Tunisia struck a healthier balance between public and private investment than Egypt and Morocco and did so by shaping its own policy, without following external dicta. The other 2 states put too much emphasis on public. 267. Investment, but in the late 1990s switched to a policy of private investment. However, public investment was still required for critical functions. Moreover, while inequality increased in Egypt and Morocco during their SAPs, Tunisia showed that efficiency could be improved without sacrificing equity. The Moroccan phosphate industry demonstrated the same point. 21. Despite their drawbacks, the SAPs remained an important plank in the drive towards political liberalization. Privatization became the development watchword following the second oil shock in 1979–80. The role of the state was restricted and that of the private sector enhanced. SAP conditions and the austerity programs which African governments had to adopt tended to undermine state capacity further, thus reducing the ability of the rulers of increasingly weak regimes to attract societal or elite support for their reforms. In these circumstances, they sought to find new ways of buttressing their own authority and retaining elite support. A favored tactic in Sierra Leone pursued by President Momo and his successors was to supplement loyal followers' incomes with informal market opportunities. 22. The outcome of the political and economic reforms initiated by the SAPs was therefore to weaken the state and strengthen a parallel shadow state of corruption and criminal activity. 23. African leaders were resentful since many of them associated the market and private property with foreign domination and racism. Nevertheless, the IFIs had their way, the role of the state was restricted and that of the private sector enhanced. State autonomy. By dictating policy in this way, the external institutions infringed the sovereignty of African states. Many African leaders were understandably resentful since they believed that the state itself should promote development and that the market and private property were associated with foreign domination and racism. 24. But the financial organizations held the purse strings and even the socialist states had to become increasingly pragmatic in the policies which they pursued. Their response was a pointer to the depth of the economic crisis which they faced. Angola and Mozambique renounced their former commitment to Marxism, Leninism, while Ethiopia undertook agricultural reforms to satisfy external donors, notably the World Bank and the European Community. Given also events in the Soviet Union and Central and Eastern Europe, capitalist development was now on the world agenda, a trend reinforced by the fact that virtually all non-military aid came from the West. The lack of management and technological skills made African states very dependent not only on the World Bank and other outside agencies, but also on multinational corporations, MNCs. Thus in state capitalist Zambia under President Konda, when the government assumed majority ownership. 268. Of the copper industry in the late 1960s and early 1970s, effective control still lay with the foreign companies, Anglo-American Corporation and Roan Selection Trust, though their subsidiaries were responsive to the wishes of the host government. The same thing happened in Angola, where the post-independence Marxist government acquired majority shareholding in both the country's oil and diamond industries. The foreign companies concerned, the Gulf Oil Corporation and the Angolan Diamond Company, Diamond, a De Beers subsidiary, retained control, including control of day-to-day operations. The advantage to an MNC of such takeovers was that it was assured of a fee for providing the necessary managerial, technical and marketing inputs, but had no, or reduced, investment commitment in the enterprise. The disadvantage for the African state was the substantial loss of that control over its economy that nationalization was designed to achieve. There might however be risks involved on both sides. In Zambia, the 1969-70 nationalization of the copper mines had not proved advantageous to the government and, as noted earlier, 70% of the government-owned Zambia Consolidated Copper Mines was sold in 2000 to the Anglo-American Corporation. In Angola, Diamond incurred heavy losses because of guerrilla operations and was dissolved in 1986. A number of African states suffered both economically and environmentally from the activities of foreign companies. For example, in Sierra Leone, a poor country at the best of times, it was alleged in 1991, before the country was torn apart by civil war, that Sierra Rutile Ltd paid very low wages to its approximately 2,000 workers. It was the country's largest private employer, and indulged in transfer pricing for the benefit of its parent company, the Nord Resources Corporation of America. Moreover, Rutile's mining of Sierra Leone's large deposits of natural rutile, the source of titanium, resulted in serious environmental damage. Another foreign company, Sieronco, was also accused of exploiting its workforce. The company exported 1.5 million tons of bauxite from Sierra Leone each year but, instead of paying the government taxes on income and royalties on exports, it paid a small lump sum in place of both. A better deal for the government was subsequently negotiated. Alosuis, the parent company, bought all the bauxite produced in Sierra Leone at a low price and made a handsome profit in selling it, half to its German subsidiary in Europe and the rest to consumers around the world. Transfer pricing cost Sierra Leone in excess of $100 million in the 1980s. 25. The case of Namibia was also instructive. Following independence in March 1990, the country's heavy dependence on 3 South African-dominated mining companies, and on South Africa more generally, coupled with the enormous political load which its unbalanced and poorly integrated 269. Extractive economy had to bear, forced SWAPO leaders to commit themselves to establishing a mixed economy. 26. Thus Realpolitik prevailed over Marxist, Leninist revolutionary principle, the principle to which SWAPO had committed itself during the long liberation struggle. The support given by certain powers to opposition movements fighting against the established government was an external constraint on development that was primarily ideological in character. Clear cases were the support given by South Africa's apartheid regime to Renamo in Mozambique and by the South African and U.S. governments to UNITA in Angola. This served to reinforce the conclusion that, while all African states suffered from external constraints on their development, states with governments of a socialist orientation were more adversely affected than those which opted for a capitalist approach. Internal constraints on development. These constraints tended to operate either independently of ideological persuasion or with ideology as a marginal, dependent variable, rather than as a core factor. They included the existence of regionalism, as in Cameroon and Malawi, communalism or sectionalism, as in Burundi and Rwanda, threatening national unity and, in an extreme form, as in Nigeria, Somalia, and the Sudan, causing civil war. The latter was also the outcome in Angola, Sierra Leone, and the DRC, when the allure of oil, diamonds, or other mineral riches or a combination of them, was a powerful incentive for nearby states to intervene. Inevitably in these circumstances economic development was at best impeded, if not entirely blocked. The shortage of administrative, managerial, and technical skills, caused initially by inadequate colonial educational and training programs, persisted because of the lack of finance to maintain them and also because of the slowness in undertaking public service reform. Countries which achieved independence as a result of a protracted liberation struggle were most likely to be severely handicapped by this constraint. They were probably, though not necessarily, socialist regimes. Examples were Angola and Mozambique, where in the post-independence period civil war further disrupted development in the educational and training spheres. Zimbabweans also fought for their independence, though Zimbabwe suffered much less from the personnel constraint than Angola and Mozambique and, despite the troubles in Matabeleland in the 1980s, civil war was avoided. Zimbabwe retained a rhetorical commitment to the creation of a socialist state but, except in the foreign sphere, the impact of ideology on public policy was 270. Minimal. Namibia, as noted above, discounted wholesale nationalization and sweeping measures of land redistribution in favor of a mixed economy with strong public and private sectors. 27. The lack in many African states of a private entrepreneurial class capable of promoting business activity on a substantial scale resulted in the creation of a vast parastatal sector, often inefficient and sometimes corrupt, and one that imposed a serious drain on scarce foreign reserves. To keep costly import substitution industries afloat had a similar effect, and the two together channeled resources away from more productive investment. No less serious was the diversion of domestic resources and external assistance to military use. As J.K. Galbraith reflected sadly, in the poor lands of Asia, Africa, and Latin America the military power and its claim on resources is the greatest economic scandal and the greatest political tragedy of our age. 28. Unfortunately, more often than not the annual budgeting exercise failed to reveal the full extent of state expenditure on defense and security. Even in democratic Botswana, these major items of expenditure tended to be off budget. 29. African and other third world governments bore much responsibility for the arms trade, though it was also encouraged by the major world powers. The latter were often the main arms exporters. In the 1990s the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council were together responsible for 86% of all conventional weapons exported. A further internal constraint on development was the adoption of policies which subsidized the urban sector at the expense of the rural sector. The corollary of the drift to the towns which resulted, coupled with the rich pickings to be had from extracting and exporting minerals, was often a fall in agricultural production and rising crime rates, unemployment, and acute problems of housing and sanitation in the urban centers. As noted earlier, food production might also drop as a result of agricultural neglect when exports of a particular primary product yielded rich returns, as was formerly the case in Zambia, with its copper-based economy, and oil-rich Nigeria. The problems arising from natural disasters owing to flooding, as in Mozambique in 2000 and Algeria in 2001, and drought, as in Zimbabwe and other parts of southern Africa in 1991-2, were additional constraints. They were accentuated by bad land management practices and deforestation. Many countries, especially those which bordered on states torn apart by civil war, faced a massive influx of refugees. Matters were made worse, and the economy ruined, when paranoid and short-sighted rulers, Laurent Kabila in the DRC and Mugabe in Zimbabwe, put their own self-interest before the national interest. Even able and well-intentioned leaders, such as Tanzania's Julius Nyerere and Zambia's Kenneth Kaunda, became increasingly authoritarian and divorced from reality in the face of mounting 271 economic difficulties. Some, including Kaunda, but not Nyerere, convinced themselves that their continued presence in office was essential if the economy was to be revived, when in fact they themselves had become a major barrier to improvement. Chiluba, Konda's successor as president, eventually decided in 2001 not to seek an extension to his 10-year constitutional term in office, thus following the lead of Rawlings in Ghana rather than Nujoma in Namibia. In post-independent Africa, the differences between the policies pursued by the two main types of regime, capitalist and socialist, were less wide than might have been expected on ideological grounds. This was because internal or external constraints, or a combination of the two, led most African regimes to temper their ideology with pragmatism. This was not after all surprising. In an interdependent world, even first world states have been forced into economic realism. Thus, the governments of Australia, New Zealand, and Portugal pursued Thatcher-style policies despite their supposed espousal of significantly different ideologies. In Africa, as in many other parts of the Third World, the ideological debate about the ownership of the means of production, notably, whether public enterprises were socialist or merely examples of state capitalism, obscured for too long the more important issue of productivity and the need to apply stricter efficiency criteria. 30 For the time being at least, ideology has been put on the back burner in Africa. Development prospects. Various ways in which the development prospects of African states might be improved have been suggested. First, African states might try and make a success of existing regional economic unions, or establish new unions where there is a need for them, in order to secure the advantages of bigger markets, avoid the wasteful duplication of projects, improve interstate communications and reduce external dependency. Groupings such as ECOWAS and SADC are important in this respect, but it would be rash to expect too much of them. As far as SADC is concerned, the ideological differences between the constituent states have so far been contained and are now of diminished importance, though instances of economic nationalism persist and the grouping remains heavily dependent on Western financial investment. Since the advent to power of an ANC-dominated government in South Africa in May 1994, SADC, like ECOWAS and regional groupings in other parts of the world, has come under the domination of one 272 country. Much will therefore depend on the quality of the leadership which the South African government provides. It is important in the general interest of the SADC states that this domination should not militate against any substantial restructuring of trading and economic relations. Second, given that African countries are predominantly agricultural, steps might be taken to stem the decline of agricultural output where this occurs, as it does in most of the continent, and also to correct the current rural-urban imbalance. These steps might include currency devaluation on the ground that an overvalued exchange rate tilts the internal terms of trade against rural producers, a substantial increase in the producer prices paid to farmers, effective arrangements for the purchasing, processing and selling of major commodities, and the gradual disengagement from those import substitution industries which are high in cost, low in productivity and drain foreign exchange. 31. This is not to deny that industry can play a key role in African development, subject to the precondition, stressed by Arthur Lewis for Ghana in 1953, that there is a strong agricultural base. 32. Most of these policies have been prescribed by the IMF and many of them have been accepted and some put into effect by African leaders of all ideological persuasion. The weak economic situation and desperate financial needs of their states left them with next to no alternative. It is the case that many African governments have feather-bedded the urban sector at the expense of rural producers. IMF conditions which seek to redress this imbalance make sense, but they have often been insensitively and too speedily applied, and have resulted in popular demonstrations, for example, against the abolition of food subsidies, which threaten regime stability. The fact that the IFIs have set aside their former structural adjustment approach in favor of a more politically sensitive and poverty-focused strategy demonstrates that concerted pressure by African and other Third World states to modify the conditions imposed upon them can be successful. Third, African states might press again for the establishment of a new international economic order, NIEO, on the ground that, until this is achieved, they and other third world states will remain financially dependent on Western-dominated institutions such as the World Bank, the IMF, and MNCs. Unfortunately, African states have little leverage in this sphere. When this issue was raised in the past, very few of the developed, northern states had a serious interest in creating such a new order. Elements within the governments of the Netherlands and Scandinavia were sympathetic and held reforming internationalist ideas, but these ideas had little impact on trade policies. This was shown by the willingness of these governments, with the partial exception of the Dutch government, to intervene to limit textiles and clothing imports from the newly industrializing countries. 273. Nix. 33. The lack of interest in a NIEO on the part of the leading industrialist states of the North was borne out by their response to the 1980 Brandt Report, which put forward the concept of mutual interest and argued that a large-scale transfer of resources to the Third World would simultaneously assist the Third World and alleviate economic difficulties in the industrialist countries. 34. The British, American, and West German governments regarded the report as too interventionist and were not convinced that international pump priming would be a good thing. The British government stressed the role of market forces in contributing to international growth and prosperity, and rejected the report's views of the limitations and imperfections of the world economy. It stated that, the government believes strongly in the merits of the present world economic system, with its wide reliance on open markets for trade and financial flows. 35. This statement ignored the extent to which the terms of trade had moved against third world countries and disregarded the fact that impoverished states made poor trade partners. In the aftermath of the September 11 tragedy, Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, called in his speech at the Labour Party conference in October 2001 for the creation of a new international order to be obtained by a fight for freedom and justice to bring those same values of democracy and freedom to people around the world. He expressed noble sentiments, no doubt sincerely held. What matters is how they are projected and received. The danger is that they may be seen as essentially Western values linked to international capitalism, and any attempt to impose them on the less developed world would be resented and resisted. 36. Will Hutton, writing in The Observer, London, drew attention to the difficulties surrounding the Blair government's approach by pointing out that the street protests at the European summits in Prague and Nice and at the abortive World Trade Organization, WTO, meeting in Seattle showed that globalization has not got many popular champions. Capitalism, he believed, was inherently unfair and would result in vicious inequalities rather than in the elimination of poverty. 37. To create a new international order would entail putting the needs of people before those of the MNCs and would also mean sacrificing Western financial interests where they were in conflict with third world interests. This willingness to sacrifice was not evident in 1999 when the British Prime Minister publicly supported the giant Western pharmaceutical companies, from whose commercial and research activities Britain benefited, in their determination to maintain Western price levels at the expense of pregnant, HIV-positive women in South Africa. 38. Again, the Blair government, with Clare Short, the Secretary of State for International Development, and Chancellor Gordon Brown dissenting, approved the 274 hugely controversial sale to Tanzania by British Aerospace, BAE, of a $40 million military air traffic control system, thereby undermining the poverty reduction programs in health and education of one of the world's poorest countries. Kevin Watkins, Oxfam senior policy advisor, said that the decision to grant BAE an export license exposes the huge gulf between prime ministerial rhetoric and foreign policy realities. 39. If real progress is to be made in eliminating poverty, starvation, and disease in the poorest countries of Africa and Asia, the developed countries will need to divert very substantial resources from the domestic sector. But for Western leaders this could entail considerable political risk. Take, for example, the international arms trade from which the West has benefited. If this is substantially curtailed, embarrassingly heavy job losses could result. Past performance enables us to put future prospects in perspective, as noted in Chapter 8, for commercial and political reasons aid budgets in developed states have been under pressure since the 1990s. Except in the case of the Scandinavian countries and the Netherlands, the level of overseas aid in 1998 had fallen well behind the UN target of 0.7% of GNP, 40, which was itself lowered in the second development decade from the 1% target set for the first decade. The U.S. record is poor, and the statement made by President George Bush on taking office in January 2001 that his administration would prioritize national interests gives little ground for optimism. Yet the long-term attitude of the USA will be critical. In Africa, as distinct from Central and South America and Asia, the development problem is compounded because the decline in aid is not matched by productive private capital inflows. The situation is particularly acute in states like the DRC and Somalia, which have little chance of attracting private investment because of their internal troubles. The problem of debt, to which attention was drawn in Chapter 8, underlines the fact that African states are part of an interdependent world and cannot divorce themselves from it even if they wished. Their very weak position has made it extremely difficult for them to withstand the pressure for change exerted by the World Bank, the IMF, and Western governments. This has both political and economic aspects. Whereas in the 1970s Western donors applied creditworthiness, irrespective of regime type, as their main criterion for granting development aid, and socialist regimes benefited accordingly, the emphasis from the late 1980s has been on respect for human rights and on the need for African governments to allow multi-party competition and to adopt other essential aspects of democratic government, including freedom of speech and association and the rule of law. This has been linked with the demand, already referred to, that African states should liberalize their economies, allow the free play of market forces, and introduce a strong 275 private sector alongside reconstituted public enterprises. Good examples of this change in emphasis were to be found in the relations between France and Francophone countries in Africa and in the revised Lomé IV Convention. As to the first, while important elements of continuity remained in Franco-African relations and were strongly reflected in the concept of Francophonie, the 50% devaluation of the CFA franc in January 1994 signaled the demise of the Franco-African preferential monetary and trading area known as La Zone Franc. As Martin pointed out, the corollary was that henceforth any new French aid commitment to regimes in this zone was made conditional upon a prior agreement with the IMF and the World Bank. In this way France shifted the burden of the huge foreign debts of countries such as Cameroon and the Côte d'Ivoire from the French treasury to the Washington-based financial institutions. 41 As to the Lomé IV Convention, the negotiations for the second, 5-year, financial protocol led to the incorporation in the convention, which covered the period from 1991 to 2000, of provisions on democracy, good governance, and human rights. These reflect the modern consensus, said the ACP-EU Courier of January, February 1996, that genuine and sustainable development can only take place in a liberalist environment, both political or economic. However, the revised Lomé IV Convention did not provide the ACP states with any increase in real terms in the financial resources made available to them, an important reason being the felt need to meet the demand for funds of the former communist-ruled states in Eastern Europe. The West in general welcomes a policy which seeks to enhance respect for human rights on the ground that the presence of liberty, meaning, at the very least, freedom of speech, freedom of political association, and limited government, is basic to the structure of society in all states, whether capitalist or socialist. 42 But this view is not necessarily shared by many people living in the underdeveloped states of Africa and Asia. As discussed above, the context in which these values are rooted is very different, and traditional or other values may count for more. In any case, a libertarian policy is difficult to apply consistently, especially when the commercial interests of the donor country are affected and there is a risk of substantial job losses at home. The arms industry is an obvious example. As became clear during Jimmy Carter's presidency in the United States and when Robin Cook was Foreign Secretary in Britain's Labour government, human rights can be a blunt and uncertain instrument of foreign policy. To incorporate criteria of good government, or good governance, to use the term that is currently in vogue, into aid policy also raises difficulties quite apart from the problem of securing general agreement on its meaning among Western governments. The problems are both moral and practical, normative and empirical. 276. The moral problem, referred to earlier, is whether Western governments have the right to impose a particular form of government on sovereign African states. Official spokespersons deny that there is any intention of doing so, and there has indeed been some backtracking on this issue. Yet good government, we are told in official statements by Western leaders, still requires pluralistic decision-making, the introduction of market forces and a strong private sector, as well as policies to tackle poverty and illiteracy, and an open and fair legal system. In this way, they implicitly affirmed the contention of Larry Diamond and his co-editors of Democracy in Developing Countries, 1988, that one does not find democracy in the absence of some form of capitalism. 43. They asserted that this empirical association was not necessarily permanent, and maintained that democracy as a system of government should be kept conceptually distinct from capitalism and socialism. Nevertheless, they gave little attention to alternatives to capitalism that might be compatible with democracy. The thrust of the Diamond study was the need for economic liberalism and the adoption of market mechanisms and incentives. This accorded closely with Western donor thinking, but sidestepped the practical difficulty that at independence the African state became the main agent of economic development precisely because of limited indigenous private ownership and control of productive enterprises. When Nigeria went some way in developing a basis of production and accumulation outside oil and the state regulation and intervention were still required both to check business excesses and to secure the equitable distribution of such wealth as was created. The argument that the reduction of state control of the economy would serve to reduce the premium on the holding of political power also did not necessarily follow. In Kenya, Nigeria, and Zambia, for example, many politicians and bureaucrats acquired business interests while holding public office. This pattern has continued in Angola and elsewhere. Moreover, the existence in Nigeria of a considerable number of autonomous interest groups, and a process of embourgeoisement quickened by the oil economy, did not prevent the reimposition of military rule in 1983 or, especially under the Buhari and Abacha regimes, the abuse of human rights. Evidence from Botswana points in the same direction, even though its cattle industry, predominantly owned and controlled by citizens, made this southern African country a partial exception to the pattern whereby the state was the main agent of economic development. Within a few years of independence, the Botswana government felt the need to tackle the problems of overgrazing and the deterioration of communal land in the tribal communal areas. Moreover, from the outset the government sought to prescribe the terms under which multinational companies operated the state's growing. 277. Mining industry. The result was that state intervention and regulation of the economy were hardly less substantial in Botswana than in African states like Kenya, Nigeria, and Zambia, which mostly pursued a state capitalist strategy of development. In Botswana, as in African states generally, such state control made power holding attractive and strengthened the desire to maintain the existing system of government. 44. The state also played a key role in promoting development in Mauritius. As Thomas Meisenhelder has pointed out, the Mauritian state took the initiative in promoting export-led industrialization. He concluded, "It is sometimes suggested that the NICs offer good examples of development by following the free market. To the contrary, their actual experience, as confirmed by what has been achieved in Mauritius, points to the importance of the state as regards the process of dependent capitalist development. In these cases, economic growth has been the result of the guidance and intervention of the state bureaucracy rather than the unfettered marketplace." 45. The argument advanced here is that despite the move towards economic liberalization, with privatization as a significant element, the state still has an important role to play. J.K. Galbraith pointed out that the advocates of the capitalist or free enterprise approach to development in Central Europe took insufficient account of the pragmatic admixture of private enterprise and state action and restraint that is the Western and Japanese norm, and argued that not enough attention had been given to building the institutional structure that the market economy required. 46 Prior to its 1997 report, the World Bank was guilty of neglect in this respect, yet it continued to put forward its structural adjustment policies, leading Whitaker to observe, "The paradox of structural adjustment is that it envisages a stronger society and a weaker central state, yet to implement the policy a vastly stronger state than currently exists is required." 47 The African state coexists with civil society, and far from being all-encompassing and all-signifying, it is often, in Chabal's words, a leviathan with feet of clay. 48 In those cases where the state is racked by civil war, as in Angola, the DRC, and Somalia, it is very lame indeed and has all the characteristics of the shadow state, feeding on neo-patrimonial networks and leading to widespread political and economic corruption. 49 Whereas in Africa there was much evidence for a decade or so from the mid-1970s that the second wave of socialist states was marking out new 278 ideological directions in African affairs, with possible divisive effects on the OAU. Thereafter, as a result of the sort of development constraints outlined in this chapter, there was a retreat from socialist commitments. The effect of these constraints was to increase the external dependence of African states and to magnify external leverage on domestic politics. The 1970s impetus to the ideologization of African politics all but disappeared, to the extent indeed that many African states seem to have entered an end of ideology phase. The emphasis on implementing IMF and World Bank economic recovery programs which followed was replicated throughout much of the Third World, in Jamaica, Mexico, and Nicaragua no less than in Algeria, Mozambique and Tanzania. Often, too, it was accompanied by steps to create or restore a multi-party system of government. There were of course a few exceptions to this pattern, Cuba and North Korea being examples. Also the pattern was less dramatic in South and Southeast Asia, where for a longer period than in Africa the leadership had inclined towards capitalist strategies of development. Even in Africa the apparent strength of the movement towards de-ideologization might not prove permanent, given the problems which are currently facing many African economies and the likelihood that markets in Central and Eastern Europe will continue to prove more attractive to Western investment capital. I have argued in this chapter that IFIs and Western governments must be realistic in the aid conditions which they impose, and that while they have every right to deny development aid to flagrantly repressive regimes, they are on much shakier ground in seeking to dictate the political and economic systems which African states should adopt. In so doing, they ignore the sovereignty of African states. They also take no account of the North's obligation to repay the South for colonial neglect and exploitation, for post-colonial trade imbalances which have saddled the underdeveloped states of the South with the heavy burden of debt servicing and, in some cases, for continuing exploitation of African economies by foreign companies. In Nigeria, the execution of Ken Saro-Wiwa and 8 other Ogoni activists in November 1995 brought to world attention the environmental damage caused in Gun Island, in the oil-rich Niger Delta, by the mining activities of the Dutch Shell Oil Company. Environmental issues are assuming increased importance in Africa. It is ironic that, in the name of political and economic freedom, Western governments should seek to deny Uganda and other African states the freedom to choose the political and economic systems which these states believe will best suit their individual circumstances and needs. That political democracy in Africa, a term used here to cover as a minimum freedom of speech and the press, freedom of assembly and the holding of free and fair elections, and the rule of law, is highly desirable, irrespective of the ideological. 279. Orientation of individual African states, is not in question. Rather, my argument is that for Western governments and aid agencies to force the pace of political reform in Africa artificially and to seek to encase democracy in a Western mold will merely undermine what in any event is certain to be a difficult and protracted process. The further criterion for the grant of development aid, that African states should move towards economic liberalization should also be applied with caution, partly, and fundamentally, because African governments should be free to choose their own economic system, partly because of the impediments to privatization noted in Chapter 6, and partly because, as Sklar argues, reform strategies designed to increase public sector efficiency may be more practical than privatization where natural resource and utility companies are concerned. 50. Additionally, as I pointed out in the case of Botswana and Mauritius, the state, except shadow states such as the DRC and Somalia, still has an important role to play in regulating and promoting economic development. Though most African states are pygmies in the global economy, they are today supported by unruly heretics who, at Seattle, Prague and elsewhere, showed that they were prepared to resist the encroachments of Western capitalism in its present form. What African and other Third World leaders want is not to reject globalization, but to achieve a fairer distribution of its fruits. As Amartya Sen sagely observed, the predicament of the poor across the world cannot be removed by withholding from them the great advantages of contemporary technology, international trade and exchange, and the social as well as economic merits of living in open societies. 51. This fact has been recognized for some time by James Wolfensohn, the president of the World Bank, who has argued that the priority is to tackle poverty and global inequality, between as well as within nations, which have reached massive levels. Since September 11, the IMF, attacked by Joseph Stiglitz, a former chief economist of the bank, for its secrecy, its arrogance, and its wrong-headed policies has come to share this view. Hopefully, therefore, the Western financial institutions will no longer insist that they are the repositories of the one true faith of faith which, when structural adjustment was in vogue, had to be followed to the letter. Since African governments are aware of what can realistically be achieved within the political and socio-economic context in which they operate, the new policies must be based on cooperation with these governments and not on dictation. 52. As Gordon Brown has pointed out, badly managed globalization will lead to the marginalization of millions of people, but, if managed wisely, it can lift millions out of poverty. 53. Such statements suggest that there is now a heightened awareness among Western leaders of the development problems in Africa and other parts of the Third World. Opportunities for them to cooperate in promoting African development are evident from the initiative. 280. Taken in 2001 by the presidents of South Africa, Nigeria, and Algeria in putting forward the Millennium Africa Plan, MAP. This plan seeks the help of the IFIs and Western governments to achieve and sustain a GDP growth rate for Africa of over 7% a year for the next 15 years. 54. The plan also commits Africa's rulers to fulfill the conditions for aid laid down by Western powers, namely respect for human rights, the promotion of democracy and accountable government, and economic liberalization. In voluntarily accepting such commitments, African states must expect to be judged by the extent to which they uphold them. Tony Blair believes that this African initiative deserves a positive response. Following the lead given by President Bill Clinton, who visited 6 African countries in 1998 in order, it was claimed, to show that the African continent was no longer marginal to the USA's interests. 55. The British Prime Minister visited Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Senegal in February 2002. His stated intention was first to secure the outline agreement of African governments to implement what has come to be known as the New Partnership for African Development, NEPAD, combining MAP with a supplementary proposal, the Omega Plan, prepared by the President of Senegal, and then to submit NEPAD to the G8 leaders of industrialist states at their meeting in Canada in June 2002. However, the prospects of a meaningful new partnership emerging are remote. Given Africa's marginalization in the global economy, the relationship on Africa's side is bound to be a heavily dependent one. What Africa desperately needs from the West are fair terms of trade, generous development aid, and the speedy provision of debt relief. 56.